Greetings to everyone world over, all our brothers and sisters across the globe, wherever you are. Green morning, green afternoon, and green evening to all our brothers and sisters across the globe. Wishing you all a wonderful, blessed, happy new year. Today is also Makar Sankranti, which is a very precious, auspicious, and meaningful day in our Hindu and Indian society. At the same time, yesterday was a Lohri festival. So people, those are enjoying because world over in different time zones, somebody would be celebrating today, somebody would be celebrated yesterday. So the world has to move on. Hearty welcome, North India PRAVASI Divas, 29th Annual Convention 2023. Ladies and gentlemen, our focus is going to be, because the Honorable Prime Minister of India has given the vision, how India would look like in 2047, how we would be shaping India and how the world will take us by the time the 2047 comes. This all would depend on our youth, our teachers, our educators, our education ecosystem, our skills, our various segments of the society, that's agriculture, or industries, manufacturing, or services, all that when we take into consideration. Our focus, because the canvas of the service industry is very big, we'll be focusing on education, skills, technology, and tourism with research and innovation, where we will more emphasize on entrepreneurship and community development, rather just thinking about employment. Today's session is going to be from morning 9 o'clock to evening 9 p.m. That's almost about 12-hour marathon. I'm proud of all our brothers and sisters across the globe, our various advisors, mentors, consultants, strategists, researchers. Those are in different countries and working with the chamber very innovatively, diligently, and they're putting in their best of efforts. I'm also thankful to Madam Chitra Kapoor and her team, because they are dedicated, they are taking the vision forward, and they're working very hard. Whenever you assemble a program of 12 hours, you can well imagine how much efforts have to be put in and how much force it gets into, and what all the teams have to bring it together for the world. This morning, India's time at 9:45 a.m. Indian Standard Time, we would be joined by the Honorable Union Minister of State for Education and External Affairs Government of India, Dr. Rajkumar Ranjanji. Thereafter, you would also be meeting Shri Dharampalji, the Indian Administrative Services Officer, who is advisor to the Administrator Chandigarh. He would also be having a special address today. You would meet ICSI's new patron, Padma Bhushan, Professor Jagdish N. Sheth from the United States. And he is a legend, living legend, who has contributed so much to the humanity towards management. You would also be meeting Professor Satinder Dhiman, the Woodbury University, Burbank, California. He took over the command twice and looked after the chamber the best possible way. You would also meet Shri Anil Manochaji, the new president of ICSI, based out of Singapore, who would be taking over the command from today. We would also take you to National Council for Teacher Education. We have extended invitation to the member secretary. I called on her twice, and Madam Sherpa, she is very dedicated towards teachers' empowerment. It's a government body, ladies and gentlemen, National Council for Teacher Education. During the day and during the morning hours, you would also be meeting Professor Vivek Shankar Natarajan, Lamar University from the United States, who is our advisor. You will also meet Professor Pontrap Narulaji, our past president, and very dignified and diligent and innovative person taking the Southeast Asia forward. He'll be joining us from Thailand. When we move to media entertainment sector, none other who has contributed to North India and to the whole country, along with Yash Chopra ji, Raj Kapoor ji, Saman Kumar ji, and many other directors, Gulzar Sahab also, and that is Sardar Manmohan Singh ji, very eminent producer, director, writer, and a legend of the media entertainment industry. We would also be meeting Professor Rajkumar ji, the Honorable Vice Chancellor, Panjab University at Chandigarh. Professor Rajneesh Arora ji, that is a chairperson for value-based education when you talk about with the AICTE. The higher education deliberations throughout the day, that would be taken by Professor S.S. Patnaik ji. He's the director for the NITR. All the technical, when you talk about teachers, this is the playground which is bringing. When you think about chivalry, Josh, and motivation, and the human development, the best possible way for the armed forces, we have got Lieutenant General K.J. Singh ji, and he would also be gracing the occasion. Shri A.P. Sharma ji, he was earlier in Doha, Qatar, and in the thick of the pandemic, 25th of March, 2020 onwards, he brought the huge gathering of the teachers, educators, counselors, youth from the entire Middle East. Another legend for the school education. He will also be chairing the session today on future schools, like Professor Patnaik Sahab will take care of higher education. Shri Rabindranath ji, who is the chairperson of the forum with regard to MSME. Earlier, he was CMD for the NSIC under the aegis of Ministry of MSME. He would also be joining us during the day. Dr. Parmeshwar Arora ji, a very eminent Ayurvedist who is contributing great to the humanity as far as the human resources are concerned, and Ayurveda for the wellness, spirituality, happy living, healthy living, long living, and tension-free, stress-free, depression-free, and without taking too much of medicines, how you can recover your body. So Dr. Parmeshwar Arora, we have done more than 125 webinars with him. Then you'll be meeting Harshvardhan ji. Harshvardhan ji is a legend from the security services, whether human security or cyber security or personal security, whatever you talk about, the maximum contribution in India from the services sector he has brought. We have also extended invitation to Professor Saroj Sharma ma'am. She is the chairperson, NIOS. Now, there are lots of children who get dropped out from the schools, various institutions. So to give them the shoulder, to give them the encouragement, to adopt them, to take them further in their journey, it is the NIOS, that is the National Institute of Open Schooling, they take care of it. Then from Kyrgyzstan, we'll have Dr. Shilpi Mohan ma'am. She is a consultant cardiologist, and she is very active and senior advisor with the chamber. Prema Murlidhar ma'am from Dubai, very, very supportive all the time. Professor Aarti Srivastava from the NEPA. This is the body for public administration and education integrated development. Rishikesh Patankar ji, that is from the body called CSE, and that is when you look towards the Ministry of Electronic and Information Technology, he's taking the vertical basically into consideration for education. Anuradha madam, she would be joining from the Canada, and she is towards school education. We also extended invitation to Professor Dr. Sanjeev Chaturvedi ji. He was earlier in Uzbekistan, did a commendable work. He worked for entrepreneurship-related projects. Then there is a dental tourism concept, Dr. Tarun Sandhu. You will be meeting him as well, and there will be lots of discussions. What kind of a medical tourism can come to India or is coming to India? We also extended invitation to Dr. P.V. Suresh ji, who is the Director School of Computers and Information Sciences at IGNOU. Dr. Ramesh Chandra Sharma ji at the Ambedkar University, Delhi, again another legend, and he's a very visionary person who is contributing a lot. Then we'll bring some technology innovation in education with Mr. Arpit Duggar from UAE. He'll be joining us from Dubai. There is an organization called NHRD, National Human Resource Development, and the main body is in Gurugram, but it has got various segments: Northern Chapter, Southern Chapter, Eastern Chapter. So the president of the Northern Chapter, because we are having North India Pravasi Divas, Shri Prem Singh ji would be joining us and gracing the occasion. The dawn and the legend of tourism industry for last 50 years now, contribution towards the industry, Dr. Subhash Goyal ji, he would be chairing the session of the tourism along with Captain Swadesh Kumar. We would also be having Uzbekistan participation where Mr. Sachdeva would be joining us, Ramakrishna, a wonderful person and who has got a great to talk about technology. Padurag ji would be joining us from Maharashtra. When you think about agri-tourism Development Corporation, he is the leader who has taken a lot of initiative in that. Shri Anil Sharma from UK, from London, he is again towards technology, towards tourism. Dr. Mohan Gunti from Cambodia, Mr. P.K. Dong from Sikkim, Shri Subhash Verma ji, a specialist on spirituality, in education, in tourism, and in life. Besides that, he is deeply associated with the Trade Fair Department of the Embassies and High Commissions. CPA, the Surya Vijay Shastri Kotamarti ji from Canada. We have done a large number of programs with him. Discover yourself, know yourself, who am I, what am I contributing to humanity? And nowadays, with Mr. Vikas Malhotra, who is the tourism strategist from Canada, together they are taking a journey, and we all are working in the direction where Canada calling, what Canada is, how to go prepared to Canada, a couple of other projects related to that. P.P. Khanna ji is the president of the Domestic Tour Operators Association. We extended him also invitation. Mr. Rahul Agrawal, again from the technology background, and that is from Learning 321. He would also be joining. We also extended invitation to Dr. Priya Vishweshwaran, that's in Houston in Texas, USA, and she would be joining us. We have extended invitation to Brigadier Dr. K.J. Singh, very innovative officer of the Indian Army from the Army Medical Corps. And if we all recall, during the last convention of our chamber, that's the 28th annual convention, he gave the wonderful presentation on medical part of it, where India is, how we are proceeding, and what exactly is. Thereafter, ladies and gentlemen, we would be moving ahead and we would be meeting Mr. Vikas Malhotra this morning, always smiling, always available, very positive, and he wants to bring a lot of synergy between India and Canadian tourism, what altogether can be done for the youth and people, those are associated in tourism education. Monica Behel, ma'am, she is the CEO of the Wellness Sector Skill Council, doing a wonderful job. So she's again very innovative. Then Dr. Jaskiran Kaur, we extended the invitation to her. She's the director at the Narsi Monchi Institute of Management Studies in Chandigarh. Mr. Sudhir Sopti, he was earlier with the Delhi Tourism, and very innovative person when you think about film tourism, cinematic tourism, film-induced tourism, all that are the areas he takes care of. We would also be joined by Sardar Pratap Singh ji, and he would be joining us from Peru, and that's all the way in Latin America, or you call it South America. Engineer Dolly Bhasin ma'am, a technocrat who would be sharing her vision related to tourism, how the technology and tourism go hand in hand. Madam Gurpreet Sehgal ma'am, she's from Canada for the wellness strategies. Dr. Kirti Bhushan Pradhanji, he's an expert on healthcare management, medical tourism, and other areas. Mr. Tyrone D. Brass, he always tries how North India and Northeast can be brought together. and the youth and the teachers and the tourism and the education all should be together. We will also be joined by Venerable Dr. Dhamapiyaji. He is Secretary General of the International Buddhist Confederation. Very dynamic person, very innovative person, very creative person, and always good for the humanity. Then we would be also joined by Bishop Reverend Dr. Ignatius Ji. He would be again gracing the occasion. It's always a pleasure to meet Bishop Sahab, and he gives lots of valuable inputs for human development and particularly focusing on youth. We would also be joined by Venerable Ravi Medhankarji from Japan. He would also be with us. We have also extended invitation to Yuvraj Srivastavaji. He is with MakeMyTrip.com. We have also extended invitation to Shri Naveen Kunduji. He is very deeply into mice industry. He's doing extremely well in tourism industry, and a lot of challenges he has taken and he has grown. And we have extended him warm invitation for niche tourism. We have also extended invitation to Vishal Singhal-ji, and that is with regard to when we think about technology in education, in skills and other areas. Besides that, Swarnimal Utra ma'am, she is the principal of the ASN International School in India, in New Delhi. Very dynamic lady, and we owe a lot to her, because when the pandemic just got declared and 25th of March, everything coming to the lockdown, she supported, on all fronts, how to bring educators and youth into the ecosystem, best possible way. Besides that, Preeti Quatraji, she also will be joining us. Again, motivational and a lot of inspirational, the journey comes from her. We would also be joined by Dr. Pushpa Kataria ji from Dehradun. We would also be having Madam Preeti Singh. She deals with the noble cause, that is special children, how to take care of them, how to bring them into various fold and manifold and in the main fold. All that is to be taken into consideration. And finally, I have also got Colonel K.C. Menon, who is our senior advisor for the entire South India region. And it's always a pleasure and it's always a treat to get his valuable inputs as well. So ladies and gentlemen, this is I thought I should share with you the wide spectrum which we are going to have from morning till evening 9 o'clock. ICSI extends a very warm welcome to all of you, and thank you very much for joining us. You can come on the YouTube channel, post as much as you can, so that throughout the day there could be rewards, awards, and a couple of other things which we can share with our audience, global audience. We discussed a little while before agriculture, manufacturing, and services. So in services sector is our focus. Let me just extend a warm welcome to the people those have joined us this morning, so that certain areas can be discussed, certain views can be shared by all of us together, and we can plan it out, how to go by, what is to be done, and which way we got to proceed, and how the journey should be taken, how the deliberations throughout the day should become very meaningful for all of us, and it should be fruitful. It should be taking India to the new trajectory and to the new vision where we all should move. Right over here this morning, I can have Vijay Kotamarti ji, who is joining us from Canada. I have got Venerable Ravi Medhankarji, who is joining us from Japan. We have got Reverend Bishop ji, who is joining us all the way looking after Northern India. We have got Shri A.P. Sharma ji, who is a legend of the school education. And during the entire pandemic, there was a great contribution from his side, and I owe a lot to him. And he always shoulders great responsibility, and he brings creativity. He always brings something additional to the pedagogy in education. That's what I wish to learn from him all the time. Mr. Vikas Malhotra, who is joining us from Canada. He is again a legend of the tourism industry. And we are together on various forums, various programs from time to time. And he always takes on the journey with us. Vishal Singalji, he is from Learning 321, and that is towards the technology he'll be discussing during the daytime with us. Dr. Shilpi Mohan ma'am, she is at present in Central Asia, and she is cardiologist by profession, and she is more on telemedicines and medical tourism and new innovations in education and how to use technology basically for services sector. Dr. Priya Vishweshwaran ma'am, she's joining us from Houston, Texas, that is in United States. She's again towards a lot of deliberations with her, where she talked about, the America needs neurocoach, America needs a lot of health workers, America needs a lot of nursing professions. So like that, we have been taking the journey on various forums, various times, various parts, that all we have been moving together. The Honorable Minister would be joining us at 9:45 a.m. this morning. Meanwhile, let's have a little deliberations with each other so that we can take the journey forward. 2 minutes each we can take, we can set the context, and we can just work out, because I've already shared with all of you the agenda of the program. However, when you will see, you will get to know before the Minister Saab joins, this is what we are having. 9:45 he joins us, till 11 o'clock he is going to be with us, and we will have various dignitaries who will be coming in the inaugural session. We will also have today a release of the Service Industry Compendium of ICSI 2023. It will be available on our ICSI website from tomorrow. You can download it, will be in the PDF form, all latest of the service industry of the global, and with a focus on 12 champion sectors of India, you'll be able to see. I'm proud of my team. They work day and night, on this particular project. We will also be having a release of the Digital Inspirational Lab manual, because post-pandemic, we are working on Digital Inspirational Lab. We have moved on from finishing school to this area because we got to empower our educators and our youth. Today, you will also have a very pious work being done by Professor Satinder Dhiman, the release of the audio version of his book, 7 Habits of Highly Fulfilled People. And the best part is, the book which he has authored is such a wonderful book. Our chamber has worked on that for 8 hours audio recording, and that's going to be available for all of you. Today, we'll just give you the teaser, but day after tomorrow onward, you'll be able to enjoy the entire book in the audio form, which will come. I'm grateful to Avantika. I'm grateful to Sumit. They worked very hard on this particular project. And these are the dignitaries, ladies and gentlemen. Those all are going to be with us this morning. And I'm grateful to all of them for their valuable inputs, which will be coming to us. At 11:10 to 11:30, 20 minutes, you'll have special address from Dr. Dharampalji. He is IS officer who is the advisor to Chandigarh administration, because Chandigarh as a hub of the service industry for Northern India can do wonders for all of us. Thereafter, we will have technical session number 1. That's a future schools. And the focus would be on education, skills, technology, future teachers, innovative pedagogies, and how the implementation of the NEP 2020 is taking place. This session would be chaired by Shri A.P. Sharma ji, the eminent innovative educationist in education ecosystem. And this will be from 11:30 to 12:30, and 12:30 to 1:30, you'll have future of higher education digital way. And the session would be chaired by Professor S.S. Patnaik ji, who's the director at the NITR in Chandigarh. Technical session number 3, that's going to be rethinking tourism immediately after lunch. That we start at 2:15. And over here, when we think about rethinking tourism post-pandemic, we will be taking into consideration couple of views, couple of areas that how tourism should be repacked, what all is to be done. And thereafter, 3:15 to 4 p.m., you will have a kind of a session which will talk about niche tourism, where phygital security in tourism, film tourism, spiritual tourism, agri-tourism, farm tourism, rural tourism, nature tourism, wellness and medical tourism, and of course, new concept we are bringing, education tourism. Why not to relate it and why not to call it school education separately? Thereafter, ladies and gentlemen, technical session when we talk 4:45 to 5:15, we'll have future of digital education. It's going to be a revolutionary presentation coming all the way from Dubai. And that's going to be how technology in education will enable the future fluencies. And that will be the digital presentation. And thereafter, in the evening from 5:30 to 6:15 p.m., this is all Indian times I'm giving you. You'll have NRIs for Indian education, Anuradha ji and Vijay Shastri Kotabarti ji. 6:15 to 7 p.m., you'll have the micro, small and medium enterprise, startups and entrepreneurship in services, exports. And then 7 to 8:30 p.m., we will have India 2047, and we will have the roadmap, and we will have the outcome of whole day's deliberations, and that will come before the valedictory, that is before the valedictory address chief guest, Padma Bhushan, Professor Jagdish and Shetji. He'll be joining us from America, United States. And Vikas Malhotra ji, if he gets time in the evening, then Professor Vivek Shankar Natarajan. And there'll be a special address by Anil Manocha ji also, who will be the new president of ICSI from today, and Professor Vivek S. Natarajan ji. 8:30 to 9, we will have a final summing up of the whole day, the recommendations which we propose to send across to the government. And then you have the honors, awards, everything going online. So ladies and gentlemen, services sector, very big sector, which we take into consideration. Service industry contribution over almost 57.2%. And India is among the top 10 services exporter countries in 2020. Piyush Goyal ji recently, he was in United States, he's traveling, and he has set the target that by 2030, India should have 2 trillion, exports, out of which 1 trillion should go towards product manufacturing and 1 trillion should come towards services sector. These are the 12 champion sectors which we were talking about. The entire compendium which we have researched and compiled and developed, which is going to be made available to the public, that's going to be these 12 sectors in detail. So this earlier, when we worked with the Ministry of Commerce and Industry, Government of India, we worked on this particular project. In the MSME also, we have been working very closely, micro, small and medium enterprise. And over here, we brought the component of services sector. Nirmala Sitharaman ji, she was kind enough to, declare it and make services sector at par with the manufacturing sector on 13th of May. And these are the new norms, new definition, everything to be taken into consideration. This, of course, I have discussed with you. These are the 12 champion sectors. And when you talk about 12 champion sectors, IT, ITES, you've got airline, tourism and hospitality, you've got medical value travel, you've got transportation and logistics, you've got accounting and financial, you've got audiovisual services, media entertainment is the part of that. And then we come on to legal services, then we come on to communication services, then we come on to construction and engineering services. If you take this also in the budget in consideration, then you find what is the contribution. Now, environmental services also is very important. Financial services very important. Education services, because we all are talking about educational services. Now there is a future of higher education. 2023 Digital University has also been announced. And at the same time, tenders have been, or the views have been invited till 18th of January by the UGC, getting the foreign institutions on the land of India. This is the UGC. They invite suggestions on draft guidelines. And this program is going live on the YouTube channel ICSI India. Should you wish to learn more, should you wish to make India to grow more, should you wish that there should be a Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, then this is the platform you should come. You should share your vision. You should share your ideas. You should discuss and let the discussion world over. So this is going to be watching live. And of course, throughout the day, you will have ready-made lots of attractive prizes, which we are going to give to children, the youth. Focus would be youth, but of course, educators will also be participating in huge numbers. So ladies and gentlemen, I just wish to share with you for a minute the finishing school concept, moving now to Inspirational Lab. What exactly is the Inspirational Lab?
Welcome to the Inspirational Lab of ICSI Finishing School for Service Industry. The International Chamber for Service Industry, or ICSI, brought on ground India's first finishing school for the service industry in 1994. However, it has become an inspirational lab and turned completely digital post-pandemic. Here, the students link academics beyond syllabi. They journey from effective communication to connecting skills, curiosity to creativity, along with soft skills, life skills and technical skills.
And of course,
Health and wellness is another important component of the Inspirational Lab at ICSI. Inspirational Lab is an initiative of ICSI to develop a holistic approach in education transformation
world forward, and we can have lots of services coming in. And this will be the inaugural session, which we will take in a little while with the Honorable Minister. We have got another 9 minutes left over. So let me introduce Paul Pontrip. Shri Narula ji has also joined us from Thailand. He had been our past president of the chamber. We are proud of him. We are thankful to him. And we can just take a minute each before the minister comes so that we can talk and we can just express the views. Let's take on Vikas ji. You're right on the top. A minute from your side if you can take, or Pontrip Narula ji, anybody can take, whosoever wishes. Let's start.
Thank you. And thank you so much. First of all, my heartiest congrats to everybody who's been a part of this. Today, we will celebrate the 29th annual, I would like to give a name, convention, which is on the international level. Everybody behind the scenes, on the scenes, heartiest congrats to everyone. Tourism industry is not a standalone industry. Tourism industry has many, many, many components. We just talked about IT, we talked about hospitality. Lots of components are together. And when we achieve togetherness, it's never 1 + 1 with 2, it's always 11. I would give the podium to the next speaker. Don't want to take a lot of time, and I wish all the best for the wonderful day, which we all await every year.
Thank you, Vikas ji from Canada. We are proud of you. Paul Pontrip Shri Narula ji. Yeah, you got to unmute your mic, sir.
Sawadee krap.
Swadika.
This is the same version with Namaste. Greetings from Bangkok, Thailand. My hearty congratulations to ICSI, Dr. Gulshan Sharma, the whole team, all the VIP guest speakers, all the participants. I have a long association with Dr. Gulshan Sharma, more than 20 years. I have, it's my honor. It's my honor, in fact, to be associated with a personality like Dr. Gulshan Sharma. Whenever he invite me for, it used to be an on-site conference, mostly in Chandigarh. I always, it was always my honor, my pleasure to join, and also welcome him few times to Bangkok, Thailand. I'm very happy, very glad that we are opening 2023 with this prestigious online event as usual. In fact, ICSI is the pioneer, the real pioneer in hosting PRAVASI Divas before even Indian government. Indian government actually started much later than ICSI. So it's my honor once again and a pleasure and to see all of you this new year. Thank you very much. Khop kun krap.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Could I request Vijay Kotamarti ji to say a few words?
Namaskar and greetings from Canada to everyone, and hearty congratulations to Sharma ji, to you, everyone at ICSI, and all the people viewing this program. And it is tremendous efforts, I'm sure, would have gone into putting this together. I know you for the past few years, and I've been on many of the webinars conducted along with you, and the way you devote yourself and the team of ICSI brings everything together is great. And we are going to learn a lot and also contribute a lot towards this success of the PRAVASI, North Indian PRAVASI Divas, and wish it a total success from all of us here in Canada.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Shastri ji. Could I make a request? We have got Dr. Priya Vishweshwaran ma'am. She is joining us from Houston, USA, to say a few words.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. Gulshan Sharma ji, namaskar. Thank you so much for the honor of this invitation. I'm very, very grateful and very deeply honored to join you and all our guests. I'm going to give a small talk today on the future of the purpose of education, the future of skills and knowledge, that is the future of work, and the future of happiness. So thank you for the opportunity to give this small talk. Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Could I request Dr. Shilpi Mohan ma'am from Central Asia, who is joining us all the way? I would request you to kindly share your views, ma'am.
Good morning, everyone. And first of all, wish you all a very happy Lodi and Makar Sankranti. And what better can it be to have this convention on this special day and this auspicious day. So the energies are positive, everything is going positive, all our energies are positive, and by the end of the day, we will definitely reach at a point where we can move this journey ahead. God bless you, everyone.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Very kind of you. Can I go to our Reverend Bishop Ignatius ji, who comes from Karnataka, at present looking after North India, working towards national integration, deeply, emotionally, spiritually, and wholeheartedly, all the time towards empowering education, teachers, educator, youth. And whenever something he talks, he always says, what can we do for the youth? What can we do for our teachers? I extend a very warm invitation to our Reverend Bishop Ignatius Mascarenhas. Sir, your mic is muted. Sir, your mic is muted, sir.
Thank you for this invitation, dear Gulshan ji. He's a very inspirational person in my life, which we have met each other just in these few years, and always ready to venture to help. Very generous, not only with his time, but in many other ways. And you can see the effort he has taken to bring us all together, and a program which goes up into the night. God bless all of you. And this beautiful day of Makar Sankranti, and yesterday we all celebrated Lodi, beautiful. Let the old and what is stale and what is, pass away. And we look, as one of the speakers just said, we look forward with hope, the dawn of hope. We are in the new year, 2023. I just want to go on the lines of what Gulshan ji just said. I'm very interested to hear about this program, to participate for some time. Two areas which I place before you for your consideration. See, we are talking so much of, we heard just now a little while ago, of a digital university and technology, etc., etc. And as a wise man said, when you look at universities, auditoriums, laboratories, halls, arches, porches, etc., etc. All this, as the wise man said, will be of no use if the wise heart and the seeing eye are absent. All our technology, all our development, all will be of no use if we don't prioritize, put number 1, 2 basic things for an improvement, not only for the poor and the, the marginalized, big numbers, big percentages of population in the world, particularly the third world, if you may use that expression. 2 areas where I would just say, and with that I conclude, because a lot of experts are coming in. One is foundational. If the foundation is not strong, if the foundation is not built on rock, we are hearing of what is happening in some parts of the Himalayan region. It's going around the world. If the foundations are not strong, everything will begin to collapse, if not immediately, in a matter of time. One of the foundational aspects that we need to help many more come into the mainstream of the goodness of life is basic education. Basic primary level good foundations to be laid. That is the foundation. If that primary level, where a large number of young children are not coming into a good experience of being educated, all these universities and everything is like on sand. It's built on sand. Unless this foundation, which is primary school level, if they can reach that, I mean competent, not, just naam ke vaste, as you say, one teacher for 400 children and not regular. I mean, that's the state. We are reading about this. So foundational, first point, primary level. The second one, empowerment of women, a big workforce in our country. Empowering women, because as somebody said, the man is okay, he will look after his family, but the woman is the one who brings up the family. So empowerment of women, another area we must focus on. And the last one of my favorite is the skills for the youth. Unemployment is growing. We are seeing that what's happening with the violence in society, so many other evils that are creeping in. The youth are lying unemployed. So these are my 3 areas. The first one, strong foundational primary level focus on education, bringing a vast number of children, small children, bringing them up, putting them on steady feet. The second one is women. No longer that discrimination, but empowering women. The last one is, of course, an area where everybody is concerned with India, with over 65%, if I'm not mistaken, a young population compared to the whole world. India, where you have aging Europe, aging Japan, and even China now on a downslide in terms of population. India is still, green ground. So the youth, 65%, if we can do something for them. Thank you very much. God bless you all.
Thank you, Reverend Bishop, sir. You're always very, very supportive, strong foundation, demographic dividend, women empowerment, all these areas. And Reverend Bishop, sir, is presently working very deeply on the skills of the youth in the entire Northern India region. We are always blessed to have him with us. Shri A.P. Sharma ji, who is the eminent educationist for the school education. A brief, little teaser from your side, and thereafter, Professor S.S. Patnaik ji, who is the director of the NITR, who will be chairing the our Shri A.P. Sharma ji will be chairing the school education, future education, strategies, innovative programs. He'll be chairing that technical session. And Professor S.S. Patnaik, Director NITR, he would be chairing the session for higher education, digital education, technology-based education. Shri A.P. Sharma ji.
Yeah, thank you, Gulshan ji. A very good morning to all. I don't know in various countries what times is, but happy Makar Sankranti and belated happy Lohri, Pihu, and so many Pongal, many festivals in India. So India is a beautiful country. And basically, I must congratulate Dr. Gulshan for involving education also in on the ICSI platform. And then particularly during Corona, we conducted many workshops, many talks, webinars. It was really very influential medium. And nowadays, when we talk about education, we should think about 2025, because the 2020 has changed the whole pattern of education. Nobody anticipated that the Corona will come and the whole education system will change. So we need to rethink, redesign the whole process. And what Reverend Bishop Ignatius said is very correct. India is the youngest country in the world if we talk about the population. And then it is important for a school to make a good foundation for these who are becoming young and younger in coming days and will be in the field of services or industries. If we give them a good foundation of human values, good foundation of skills right from beginning, I think that will be the real dividend. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Professor Patnaik sir, if you're there, quick word from your side, because I feel the Honorable Minister has joined us. So I would request Professor S.S. Patnaik sir, just a few, glimpses and input from your side.
Namaskar and happy Makar Sankranti to everybody. At the outset, I must thank and express my sincere gratitude to an extraordinary personality, Sri Dr. Gulshan Sharma ji. And I fully agree, like in the digital era, freedom of learning, freedom of learner cannot be achieved without integration of technology. And both are the mandatory requirement in this present ecosystem. So therefore, this type of platform which Dr. Gulshan Sharma ji has initiated will give a new pathway to the learners and the learning environment to create the right kind of ecosystems by integrating the technology so that the personal touch, emotional touch, physiological touch, and knowledge touch can be established through the emerging technology like AR, VR, and in that way, holograms. All those things are coming up. I think things will move in that direction. But COVID had taught us that how to get connected through technology. So therefore, this mindset has changed. The system is moving towards that. So let's hope that very quickly, in a very short time, we'll be getting connected the way we used to get connected in a physical classroom. Thank you so much. God bless all of you.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor S.S. Patnaik ji. Let me take you all the way to Tokyo now, Japan, where our venerable Ravi Medhankar ji, he's joining us from Tokyo. I always, when I look at him, I say Buddham Sarnam Gacchami, because he is so deeply associated with the youth and he is ready to contribute to our chamber once in a week online free Japanese language training for Indian youth. And that's what is remarkable. I always adore him. Venerable Ravi Medhankar ji, a brief from your side, quickly, sir. Your mic is muted, sir. Your mic is muted. Your mic is muted, sir.
Yes. So I just know that there are many festivals in India in the New Year, and today is the Sankranti. So first of all, congratulations to all for the Sankranti. Buddhism is a very vast subject which contains everybody, every human being. And we have this very first important the meditation, which we do on the Jain meditation in Japan, and also Vipassana in India, and all meditation makes you to sharpen your brain. And that will make you feel, and service industry needs this one. Anything you are doing must have a concentration of the mind, and the mind is the forever, because the Buddha's all teaching starts with the Dhammapad, and that's it. Mano Pubangama Dhamma Manu Setya Manomaya. That is the mind is forerunner. So we have to control the mind, whatever in the service industry or any industry or in education, every moment we need to control our mind, and that will help to you. And as Dr. Sharma has done a few This one, we have some videos on tourism also with him while I was in Chandigarh last time in an NRI meeting. The same meeting, he has invited me and felicitated me. I'm very happy. And now you're welcome in Japan with the TITP program and SSW program. So later on, we will explain to you, and welcome on the free Japanese language classes as proposed by Dr. Sharma. And we hope all this will be a great success of this meeting, which is really internationally and very important. So thank you. And I'm very happy that Union Minister of Education and External Affairs, he is with us today, and pleasant measure. Thank you. So Namo Buddhaya, everybody, every being, be happy. Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu.
Thank you. Thank you, Venerable Ravi Medhankaji. Ladies and gentlemen, join me in extending a very warm welcome to Dr. Rajkumar Ranjan Singh Ji, the Union State Minister for Education and External Affairs, Government of India. He's a visionary. He's always very supportive. He's very deeply, emotionally, spiritually, and wholeheartedly dedicated how the education system in India should be empowered. How should we empower the capacity building of the teachers? How the youth should get the desired skills so that they are employable, they become entrepreneur, they go for startup. Whatever is possible should be taken up in the best possible way. And with education, when he is taking care of the external affair also, I spent last 40 years of my life emotionally and physically with the northeast part of India. When I wore the uniform in the army, my first salary, my first rank, my first posting was in the northeast part of India. I so deeply owe so much to the northeast of India, and through the vision and through the dynamism of our honorable dynamic Dr. Rajkumar Ranjan Singh Ji, we will bring Northeast and North India further closer through culture, through art, through heritage, through education, through youth, through educators, through tourism. And at the same time, Anil Manocha Ji, who takes over as a president from Singapore for our chamber today, should not feel deprived. The Honorable Minister will bring Southeast Asia also as an external affair minister, closer to India, closer to northeast part of India. So, sir, hearty welcome to you. Pleasure to have you with us. If you permit, with your kind permission, can I share few slides before we request our delegates to say few words, and then you give us the inaugural chief guest address this morning. Do I have the permission, sir?
Please.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Very kind of you. We extend a very warm invitation this morning to our chief guest, ladies and gentlemen, the Honorable Education and External Affairs Union State Minister, Dr. Rajkumar Ranjan Singh Ji. The new Education Policy 2020, the future of education and skills, with the innovative implementation which has to be done. Today is the 29th annual convention of our chamber, and we extend a very warm welcome to the Honorable Minister and all the dignitaries who are joining us this morning, and presume that Honorable Minister is opening this particular curtain because we are going digital way, technological revolution, and all these petals which are falling, they are the blessings of the Honorable Minister to this convention. Hearty welcome, North India PRAVASI Divas, 29th Annual Convention 2023, Future of Service Industry 2047. The Honorable Prime Minister of India wants to make it a 5 trillion economy in India. At the same time, the Ministry of Commerce and Industry, Government of India wants to have 1 trillion services exports from India. Ladies and gentlemen, all that is going to be possible with the vision and the dynamism and the patronage of our Education and External Affairs Union State Minister, because we are going to focus on education, skills, technology, tourism, research, innovation, our youth and educators. I wish to bring to kind notice of the Honorable Minister that today's program is from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m., 12 hours non-stop, because we want to accommodate the entire world together. And when we talk about services sector, I request the Honorable Minister, sir, This is, you would be releasing in a little while. That's the Services Compendium for 2023 being assembled, chiseled, developed, researched, polished, and innovated by ICSI. We would also bring to the notice, Honorable Minister Sir would be releasing the Digital Inspirational Lab book. What exactly is that? Is it youth? Is it educator? Is it teachers? So education, empowerment, educators, and entrepreneurship, employment, and economy, all that generates from Honorable Ministers, Education Ministry, and of course, at the same time, our external relations. Today to the whole world, the Honorable Minister, sir, would also be releasing 7 Habits of Highly Fulfilled People, Journey from Success to Significance, which is authored by our immediate past president, Professor Satinder Dhiman ji, as Shri Anil Manocha takes the command of the chamber from today from Singapore. Ladies and gentlemen, when we talk about it, after the Honorable Minister, sir, there will be a special address from the Chandigarh administrator. He would also be joining us. I wish to bring to the kind notice of Honorable Minister, sir. We started in the morning and till 11 we have got the inaugural session. Various speakers, various dignitaries who come on this particular platform, and thereafter, when we have the deliberations, 11:10 to 11:30, Chandigarh becoming a hub of the service industry for North India by advisor to the administration Chandigarh. Thereafter, we will go for special technical session, which will be chaired by eminent people. Shri A.P. Sharma ji will be taking care of future schools. That's a focus, education, skills, technology, and future teachers. Thereafter, our Professor S.S. Patnaik, the Director Chandigarh, he'll be taking future of higher education, digital way, and that would again be focusing on digital technology, which we take into consideration. Technical session post lunch will come on tourism. Like North India has got a lot of untapped potential. A lot of North Indian would like to travel to Northeast part of India. They haven't seen, and that's why the Honorable Prime Minister during the pandemic, when he gave the agenda, Dekho Apna Desh. That means people should take a pledge to travel to different treasures and unexplored areas of India with a special focus on Northeast part of India. We will be deliberating this afternoon, rethinking tourism post-pandemic, tourism as a business for small, medium enterprise. Focus is youth. They should get some kind of an opening for themselves. Then we have a technical session on niche tourism thereafter. And then in the evening, we will be going to Dubai, and Mr. Arpit Duggar will be making a special presentation what exactly is happening in the central part of India and central part of Asia. And when we talk about Middle East and Central Asia, what exactly is going on over there and how India can chip into many things, the future of digital education, technology revolution, all that will come. In the evening, 5:30 to 6:15, we'll be going to Canada, the non-resident Indian for Indian education, where our Madam Anuradha and Surya Vijay Shastri Kotamarkiji, who is the chartered accountant by profession from Canada, they will be talking to us. In the evening, 6:15 to 7 p.m., we have got micro, small and medium enterprise, startups and entrepreneurships in services, exports, and of course, once again, we will be having a focus of services sector. In the evening, we'll be going to United States, we'll be going to Latin America, we'll be going to European Union, and we'll be having the technical session with the non-resident Indian and our chambers, Padma Bhushan, Professor Jagdish Sheth, the patron ICSI, he would be talking over there along with other dignitaries, and our advisor for the US, Professor Vivek Shankar Rajan, will be taking finally summing up of the recommendations. At 9 o'clock, we close this particular session tonight. With these words, ladies and gentlemen, let me just close the presentation, and with the permission of Honorable Minister, sir, a minute each we would like to give, and we would like to listen to the people, those have come from different countries. What would they like to partner with India in education, in youth, in teachers, in research, in innovation, in digital technology. Let's start from Pontrip Shri Narulaji from Thailand. A minute is given to you. What would you like to do with India? How would you like to take the journey forward? Let's hear you for a minute, sir. And then I go to the next person. Your mic is muted, sir. Your mic is muted, sir.
Sawadee krap, namaste, Thai version. My respect to Union Minister. Being a person from Thailand, we are globally known as a tourist destination. My contribution to ICSI and to the global community would be in terms of tourism. I like to participate more. I like to offer my expertise, my resources, and also being a person from hospitality background. I run a service apartment right in the heart of Bangkok. Our location is almost equal to the Connaught Place of Delhi. It's a 35 floor consisting of 400 apartments, and been in this industry for 26 years. And also I'm very much in academics. So it's my honor and my pleasure.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Let me go to Dr. Priya Vishweshwaran to the Houston, Texas in USA. She had been having a lot of sessions that nurses are needed in US. And then I'll of course come to CPA, Vijay Shastri Kotamartiji thereafter in Canada, and neuro coach and health workers and supporting system from India. How would you like to partner with us on this particular forum? Dr. Priya Vishweshwaran from USA.
Thank you very much, Dr. Gulshan Sharma ji. Namaskarams to Dr. Rajkumar Ranjan Singh, Honorable Union Minister for Education of our great mother country, India. Thank you so much to all the distinguished guests. This is a wonderful and great opportunity for us to participate in the building of the workforce of teachers that will teach the entirety of the world. The teachers of India, as Dr. Viss has mentioned and discussed with yourselves before, they are a resource for the entire world. They can go all over the world to teach many different subjects that are currently of need. We identified about 7 different areas in which coaches are needed. We are willing to offer the training for these different 7 areas for coaches to convert our teachers into teacher coaches so that they can offer, in addition to teaching, coaching, which is molding the child into the ultimate version of what the child themselves wants to become. So this, we believe, will enhance their employability all over the world. We are in discussions with some top congressional authorities here. Today I spoke with Congressman Shri Raja Krishnamurthy, who is on the Intelligence Committee, and also with Ms. Aruna Miller, who's a Lieutenant Governor of the state of Maryland. And I'm in touch with a number of educators and public school administrative officials. And together we are going to bring some form of a proposal that will help Indian teachers be employed not only in the United States, where there's a deficiency of 500,000 teachers, that is 5 lakh teachers, but all over the world. By 2030, this deficiency of teachers is expected to grow to 69 million. So India is the only country producing a slight surplus of teachers. So that is a pure goal for the whole world that India is giving. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, very kind of you. CPA Chartered Accountant are Vijay Shastri Kotamartiji from Canada. What's your vision quickly? How would you like to bring Canada closer via education and via tourism and via educators or the youth with India? You got to unmute your mic, sir.
Namaskar, Honorable Minister Ji, and it's a pleasure and honor to be present here. And I'm a chartered accountant, and I believe that education is the very, very important aspect And from Canada, we have a lot that we can exchange between India and Canada. Right now, more than 125,000 students come every year from India to Canada for education. And I'm sure many of them will be returning back to India to serve the great country. In the area of tourism, especially medical tourism, Canada is a very big country, and we have people who need the medical care, and India is a very big area where people can go and have their things done, because here the availability is usually longer than the time that it can be done in India. And there are many people, that's why they travel from India, and the government of Canada does support that tourism. So that is one area which will be very prosperous. And the youth there are exchange programs that can happen between India and Canada. And I, being a Rotarian, we also have many exchange programs between India and Canada. So youth are definitely the future of any nation, especially India being a country with almost 60 to 65% in the 25 to 35 age group. It is something very great. And we are fortunate that we have a visionary minister like you. And I'm sure with your blessings and our cooperation from here, we should be able to do something. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Let me just move on to Reverend Bishop Ignatius Ji. What would you like for children to be done, for teachers to be done in India in collaboration with these NRIs abroad, sir? Short trips, we will move on, sir.
Thank you for inviting me, and nice to see our Union Minister for Education and External Affairs, Dr. Rajkumar Ji, and to all of you. As I just said a little while before the minister came on view, that I would emphasize, if a priority for India, I can talk of our country, a priority for India would be good basic education at the primary level for our children. That's the future for India. If that foundation, basic, competent, adequate, good primary level foundation for our children, everything else which we build and we hope will be building on sand if we don't build this foundation, primary level. Basic, as you know what's happening in primary education in a good part of our country, that would need a good focus. And also very much connected with the basic primary level. I'm talking just because I see what's happening. Empowerment of women. That would be, of course, that's going to come, but that would be another good focus. And what Gulshan ji has been telling, skills for youth because of unemployment. And we are seeing what is happening to youth if they are not channelizing their energies. India with its over 65% young. This is my humble request. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Could I request Dr. Shilpi Mohan ma'am from Central Asia? If you could just share your vision, ma'am, what would you like to do from Central Asia in education for youth, for teacher, for tourism, whatever areas you would like to take on?
First of all, my sincere regards to Honorable Minister. And it will be indeed our pleasure and pride to hear your vision on this forum. I'm a cardiologist by profession, and I practice as a healer, and I'm practicing telemedicine here. And from this part of the world, I have seen that there is so much honor and so much respect for Indian doctors and Indian medical expertise, that if we bring both the countries together and both this part of the world, entire Central Asia and India, and create an influx from this part of the world to India, we can definitely bring a great change in the coming days and in coming years. And by 2047, we'll be indeed a medical hub and bring this dream come true. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Could I go to Texas Lamar University, Professor Vivek Shankar Natarajan in USA? If you could briefly tell what is your vision. You got to unmute your mic and you got to share your vision. What would you like to, your mic is to be unmuted, sir. Please go ahead.
Very good morning to all of you. It's a great privilege to be on the same forum with the Honorable Minister, Dr. Rajkumar Ranjan Singh, sir. You kind of, you're connected to two ministries that are very dear to me because I'm an NRI. And so external affairs is wherever we go, when we see the flag in a foreign country, in any Indian consulate, that's when we, we get tears in our eyes. So this is close, and I'm in education, I'm a professor. So you're having two important portfolios. So it's a two-in-one blessing for me today on this Makar Sankranti Day. My is very, very, in ICSI, when we talk of the services, there are 12 verticals, sir. But in that, I think there's a lot of potential for India to be at the forefront, especially in the area of education, especially school teachers. We have been very passionate about that. Dr. Sharma and I we've been doing many talks, and our patron from today, but who has also been advising us, Padma Bhushan, Dr. Jagdish Seth, has been giving his vision that India definitely needs to be working on promoting teachers as a service exports. And I think there is a lot of action that needs there, and especially in the area of Africa. That's an area for us. The other area that we have been talking about is a need for a dedicated institution that can train more services employees. So probably these are two areas that I think there is a vision that we can take forward, sir, because when we get to meet somebody of your stature, we only have to give the high level vision, and then I think the details will follow. And if with a motivator like Dr. Sharma with us, there is no short. He is a man of details, so all the details flow. But I just want to take, given the paucity of time, these are two things I want to say. And of course, youth is very important because just 2 days back was Swami Vivekananda's birthday. We have to think of the youth. And then, of course, when you talk of youth, everything else falls in place. And we've already seen advocacy for education in the foundation, healthcare, so all of these themes. But it's definitely one institution that can definitely lead to more training in the area of services, sir. That's a vision that I think we can take forward, and especially teachers. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Vivek Shankar Natarajanji. Let me go to Japan, and in Tokyo, there was a MOU being signed between India and Japan that 3 lakh youth to go from India. Today, while talking about North India PRAVASI Divas, when emotionally, spiritually, technically, vocationally, professionally, I'm associated between North India and Northeast India. I would like that we should bring in, some kind of a synergy. And you should take some children, Venerable Ravi Medhankarji, from India, because in that part, it is given yoga teachers, health workers, nurses, others, those can be taken. We have got a lot of ready-made children from Northeast part of India also, besides North India. Why not to give an opportunity to those children? And we should take the Honorable Minister to Japan. We should have his discussion over there, Dr. Rajkumar Ranjan Singh ji, and let him discuss over there and take the agenda forward. Because I still recall that after Honorable Prime Minister, the skill minister that time, Dharmendra Pradhanji, and fortunately now he is taking care of both the ministries, education also and skills also. We should work out a strategy. Focus should be youth, because if the youth is empowered, I think India is going to become Vishwa Guru once again, and we got to focus on employment, entrepreneurship, and startups and everything. So Ravi Medhankarji, what would you like to offer from your side, from Japan, to bring North India and Northeast India and India together with Japan? You kindly unmute your mic, please, sir. Medhankarji, you got to unmute your mic, sir. I think he's taking time. Let me just,
No,
please.
I'm okay.
Please go ahead. Please go ahead.
Yeah. So as I discussed with you, I will be giving you the education on the free on the. Some trouble is there. I don't know.
So no worries, no worries. I'll take your words. All the teachers and the youth, those are watching this program in India, Medankarji has committed, he will give one free lesson in Japanese language to all the teachers and youth throughout India every week. Can I make that commitment, sir?
100%. We have already discussed many times on this point.
Right.
And while I was in India also, because that is my inner will.
Okay.
There should be, and there is a very good chance. And this ambassador had a meeting with the in charge of this one who is giving the training in Japan recently last week. And there is two programs we can take the students from India, that is TITP program, technical training program, and another is SSW. SSW, you need not a written this one, but a verbal. You have to day, if you know, like same like that in America, you go like for the TOEIC. So like that, you just need to speak in Japanese, and you can have a lot of job opportunity and training in Japan. Wonderful. So we will work on this point, and we will love to get more and more Indians in Japan. And with these, I will give everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Because as a religious person, you have to give and give as much you can give to society the best possible way. So that is something very important which we have to take into considerations. And over there, it is important that the youth and the teacher, those are watching this program in India, once in a week, you will have free complimentary training of Japanese language. Prepare yourself the best possible way, because we need yoga teachers. We need wellness teachers. We need neuro coach. We need nurses. We need paramedical people. Why not from India? And I would focus, because the Honorable Minister comes from the northeast part of India. We should give the chance to children there also, and at the same time to North India also. Before I go to my designate president who takes over the command today, I've got two more dignitaries. Shri AP Sharma ji, you brought more than 12,000 people during the pandemic from the Middle East on the various platforms of the education. What is your vision? Because today you're going to chair one of the session on school education, and thereafter I go to Professor S.S. Patnaik for higher education. Shri AP Sharma ji.
Thank you, Dr. Gulshan. Happy Makar Sankranti to all and to Honorable Minister Sir. Minister Sir, let me tell you frankly, when we heard that you have been included in the Ministry of Education, we were really thrilled that after so long, there is a real educationist who has come to lead the education sector of India. So we have high hopes from you, and bringing NEP. I have one suggestion, like in Middle East also, we have 150 schools. And right now from tomorrow, we will be having the conference of all schools in Gulf, which is around 180 schools. So after Corona, lot many things can happen. And so there is some kind of tweaking required in the education system on technology, so that we are a future ready education system in India. And we have very high hopes from you, sir. Thank you and best wishes, sir.
Thank you very much. Could I request Professor S.S. Patnaik, who is developing the technology-based teachers and training of them, skilling them, because if you have got good teachers, you'll have good students. If you've got good educators, you'll have good students, because teachers and students are co-learners now. When AP Sharma ji was talking about, after a long time, we got real educationists. Let me share with the world, Dr. Rajkumar Ranjan Singh ji comes from the geography background, and his pet subject is geography. Tourism cannot go without geography. The world cannot grow without geography. We cannot think about any part of the world without geography. So that is also something very important which we have to take into consideration. With these words, Professor S.S. Patnaik, Director NITER, who is going to share his vision quickly, sir, on to higher education is your today digital higher education.
My namaskar and sincere gratitude to scholarly Honorable Minister Dr. Rajkumar Ranjan Singh ji It is my privilege to serve under him because I am in the same ministry. And to all eminent scholars who are present here, while serving in Northeast as a faculty of NERIST for more than 10 years, I realized when I see my students now in various positions, I realized that it is not the input of the student, it is the ecosystem what you provide to them. And this digital system, the integration of technology has proven that the physical boundary will not be a barrier if the technology can be integrated to our education system. So therefore, my submission to this forum is that the division of the champion professors, which are really a bottleneck for us, especially to take care of remote region and Northeast, definitely is one of my destination. If you can support the support of the champion professor through technology, we can very well map this type of division which is happening at the present situation, and we can reach to the vision what our Honorable Prime Minister, Honorable Ministers are having for this country. With these words, God bless all of you. Once again, thank you so much. Namaskar.
Thank you. Thank you very much. With these words, ladies and gentlemen, many more are joining. I request Dr. Rajkumar Ranjan Singh ji, the Honorable Union State Minister for Education and External Affairs, Government of India, to bring the entire universe together, Vasudhaiv Kutumbakam, and we request him to kindly release our 3 documents also, which we shared initially in the presentation, and to address the global audience also. Ladies and gentlemen, we present, join me in extending a very warm welcome to Dr. Rajkumar Ranjan Singh ji, the Honorable Union State Minister for Education and External Affairs, Government of India.
Good morning, namaste. At the very outset, I'm expressing my happiness to join this meeting team of NRI, Indian corporate and education expert from all over the world, and who have joined the 29th annual convention of ICSI institution, Chamber for Service Industry, which is focused on education, skill, educators, youth, and for growing tourism energy. We all know that the services sectors all over the globe is changing so fast and demand is very high. So with these few words first, let me launch the materials which you have supplied to me. First one, this one. I want to launch this one first. And also I'm happy to launch this. Lastly, it's very happy to launch this one. Dr. Gulshan Sharma ji and others distinguished from different parts of the globe, particularly Narula ji, Priya ji, and Vijaya Sastri ji, and others who just now give comment and support and suggestion of the Indian educations and their willingness to support to India. Because of my throat, I cannot speak properly. Please bear with me. See, we all believe that after 1986, the Indian education policy, till then there was no education policy, only National Education Policy 2020. This is the comprehensive and most pertinent system of education to revolutionize the whole educational system of the India, and also to revigorate our ancient wisdoms and philosophy of our ancient India. So in this context, I have a chance to join PRAVASI Divas in Indore with the prime ministers And I saw all the enthusiasms given by the Indian origins, and they are looking back to their own country, though they are settled in their Karbambhubi, but they always shows their patriotism to India. And that is why in our foreign affairs, our strength is fully supported and built up based on the Pravasi Bharat. They are our embassy. They are our satellite looking towards India about the dark spot and about the black spot, and they have to identify it, and they will create all these things. But our Honorable Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi ji, always give trust to our Pravasi Bharat because they are well exposed throughout the globe and they know where is our deficiency, where is our lacuna. So that's why we built up our strength through the full confidence with our the diaspora all over the globe. See, I'm very happy as you have expressed that my discipline belongs to geography. But one time, Northeast India is a prison of geography, But after, when Modi ji assumed the Prime Minister, it is a growth engine of the whole nation. So now the landlocked geographical prison transform into land link with the Southeast Asia and furthermore. So we are using our geography as the platform for our growth. And perhaps all of us well aware that education is a state subject in India. But however, very recently, our Prime Minister has reformed it as giving the constitutional protection that is right to education for all the citizens. And that is our commitment. And this is also linked with the Sustainable Development Goal of the United Nations. So we are giving all the facilities and we are trying to fulfill the national commitment through this National Education Policy 2020. In this National Education Policy, we are proudly saying that this policy provides affordability, accessibility, and accountability. And also we are preparing the job employability by the 21st century. So with all these concepts, we are preparing our education policy and implementing right from 2020 till now. So during the pandemic, perhaps all the world was grief economically and everything. But education is just like a blood circulation in human body. We cannot stop during the COVID. And that's why lots more innovative ideas were coming up. That's why we are preparing now digital platform. Even we are hoping to establish digital universities. Of course, there are few examples are already exist in India. Perhaps all of us well aware that Indira Gandhi National Open University, IGNU, and also University Grants Commission, countrywide classroom. The end distance education system was the former practice. But after the COVID, post-COVID pandemic, we are revolutionized all these systems. And earlier we are having only 10 channels of under PM-eVidya. Now we are providing 1,200 separate channels for each and every standard of the schools and colleges, universities, and over and above, National Education Policy given a freedom of choice. There is no restriction, openness, and also with this we are opening the academic, the account, bank account also there. So that our new generation should be equipped with affordability and accountability, and also there should be employability. Perhaps one of our friends mention about the Indian population dependency. We are having, it is true, we are having more than 65% of working population, and these are mainly below the age of 35 years. If we train and give proper skilling, and then we may have the what you call opportunities opened by all over the globe, so that we are also. I just want to remind that our Prime Minister very frequently said that we should be the Vrishya Guru. So it is not, but of course, Gulshanji mentioned that Vrishya Guru. You said that. That is, you correctly said that, because 3,000 years ago, the world first university was Takshashila and Nalanda. These are the center of higher education. All the peoples of the globe came to here to gain their wisdom, learn philosophy, mathematics, yoga, archery, astrology, so on and so forth. Now that Prime Minister, through this national education policy, we are revigorating our wisdom to the modern technological age. So this is the compactness and total preparation for revolutionize of our education and delivering to the world. And as a result, our nation should be knowledge-based nation, and that's why we call it Vrishya Guru. So coming to the point of the ICSI, and I would like to concentrate to my northeastern India. You know, northeastern India, we are having more than 250 ethnic communities, and also 250 indigenous knowledge system. Our way of life is different. Language and dialects are diverse. But of course, we are in a region called Northeast. If you could give a particular trainings which is suited for the different community, it will be more the opportunity for the Northeast India, and they can expose to the world, and they can contribute their services to different fields of the humanities. In these sectors, most probably Dr. Priyaji has mentioned about the nurses. We, by birth or by virtue of our Northeast India, our peoples are fond of hospitality and human services. If you give more appropriate technology to them, then we can excel. One of the examples which I feel that we have a lot of nursing institutions all over the Northeast India, and their service is also loved by different part of the country. I know Japanese and Korean peoples, they like it, our nurses. But in this context, I would like to propose the ICSI to provide, of course, one scholar from Japan is ready to give the free of cost of language teaching. So my idea is that in all the nursing schools or institutions all over India, more particularly to the Northeast India, to have this Japanese language and Korean language, not only the language, please also educate the work culture of that particular country of the nation so that it will behave properly. Then these things I would like to say that. So with this, I would also like to mention that all over the globe who are Indian origin, they are ready to help through this ICSI to promote the training for service and also to recruit our youths and youthful to the service of humankind. I hope this 29th annual convention of North India PRAVASI Divas and North to Northeast India will bring a good future and bright future, and certainly it will ignite the hidden energy of the Northeast India to a proper forum. With these few words, I wish the convention a grand success. Thank you, Jai Hind. Throat problem, I cannot.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Very kind of you. You had been having a very hectic movement. You are going to PRAVASI Divas. You are going to various other forums. I have seen you. You have been traveling extensively. Sometime you are somewhere, morning you are somewhere, evening you are somewhere. And I think external affairs and education together being taken over here. It's a deep gratitude from our side that last evening only you came back and still you made it this morning for us. And we know, sir, how busy you have got the schedule. Under your blessings, we'll take the agenda forward. And may I request Shri Anil Manocha ji, the designate president who takes over from Singapore now, to propose vote of thanks for the Honorable Minister this morning before we close the session.
Good morning and festive greetings to all. Excellency, it was heartening to listen to you. And we are really excited that you have raised a lot of relevant issues. I come from a water sector and I'm based in Singapore. And through ICSI, we would definitely like to support whatever way we can to our country. And when I talk specific to water sector, we have been providing water-related solutions to neighboring countries in Northeast like Myanmar, Cambodia, Laos, and we have very successful stories there. We are aware about the problems of arsenic, we are aware of the problems of water issues. What I can suggest here is that water education is one of the relevant education which can be imparted to people, and water as a profession is a recession-proof profession. We have seen the water sector growing during COVID, and we see a lot of opportunities emerging. We are seeing a lot of gaps emerging. So for that purpose, there are special courses which have been designed, which can be offered. And we can integrate and offer water-related global solutions for India. In a water sector, we always say that water could be a global problem, but solution is always local. We have understood about sustainable growth. We also know that if tourism sector has to thrive, water has to be pure. India has to go towards Sustainable Development Goal 16, where water is one of the aspects, and education and other things which can integrate it. And I will also say that integration of technologies, IoT will say, but integration of technology is very relevant to sectors, including water, hospitality, and others. So with this, we will like to say our appreciation to you and your guidance, your presence, and hopefully we will integrate more with you and see how we can do justice to our experience overseas and how we can bring it to India. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Anil Manocha ji. Honorable Minister, sir, before we close this particular session, once again, on behalf of the entire team of the ICSI, International Chamber for Service Industry, our new president who takes over today, Mr. Anil Manocha from Singapore, will try and bring a lot of synergy between the Southeast Asia, Northeast, India, a couple of other places, and will take help of all the NRIs, those are deeply associated with us in the different countries. And we hope we will continue getting your blessings, your patronage, your support, your vision, and your dynamism so that we can take education, educator, youth, skills, entrepreneurship, everything together holistically in a beautiful ecosystem. Because one sentence which you have given me today, which I took, is education is like a blood circulation in the body. Oh my God, that is remarkable, sir. I have noted that and I will use it in my future programs. That's what is the vision of the Honorable Education and External Affairs Union State Minister of India. Pranam, sir. Thank you very much for joining us. Thanks a lot, sir, and wishing you a wonderful day ahead. And we keep continue getting your blessings, sir. Thank you, sir. Pranam, sir. Pranam, sir.
Pranam.
So, ladies and gentlemen, let's move on in the journey further. We would be joined by the advisor, Chandigarh administration, who wants to make it a carbon neutral, carbon free, everything coming up in a very big way. And people, those who have joined over here, he will be with us in a short while. Meanwhile, I would request each one of you, if you wish to share something to take the agenda and the vision forward, before we get at 11:10, the Honorable Advisor to Chandigarh Administration as per India's time. I have got 16 plus 10, 26 minutes to do justice. Should you wish to know a little bit more about Compendium of ours, we will share a little later. But if somebody would like to share a vision, we can take the agenda forward. Anybody? Yes, please
Dr.
go ahead.
Sharma,
Please go ahead.
I'm in Canada and it's past midnight, so I would like to go to bed. But before that, I would just like to say that actually nurses are also very much required in Canada, and the Honorable Minister has said that Northeastern India definitely needs education, and we are here to support anything that is required through ICSI, and commend you once again for what you're doing, and we'll see you again in the evening. So good night and good morning to everyone.
Have a nice sleep. Thank you very much for being with us so late from Canada. I'm so grateful to you. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot. See you in the evening for your special session with other colleagues. Thanks. Thank you very much. And meanwhile, let me just see, Dolly Basin ma'am has also joined from Learning 321. She's an engineer by profession and technology based, talks a lot for tourism. We will take her. And who would like to share the vision further? If anybody has got any idea, anything, because of course I can bring in a lot of inputs from our side. But today is the day when we wish to listen to you more. Anybody would like to share any vision? We have a time. Professor Patnaik sir, how would you like to bring the technical trainers, technical teachers in Chandigarh, in North India? Because Reverend Bishop sir is also looking forward to something should be done by Professor Patnaik for our children and for our teachers. What is your vision, sir?
My focus is more teacher centric, because being a director of National Technical Research Training Research Institute, my prime focus is to make the teachers more flexible through this technology integrated learning and teaching. And especially when I see the metaverse world, the way things are moving towards the metaverse world, there is a lot of requirements that a fast forward mode of making our teachers ready for this metaverse world to cope up with the requirements of these industries, plus also integrating those technology in our education system. As you know, we have technology, we have experts, but that's not sufficient enough for this country. And if we can create a panel of champions, professor, I name them. So they may be assistant professor, doesn't matter, but I say them as champion professors. And if they can spare their variable time to connect to different part of this country with their expertise, then an institute like mine, we have 4 such institutes in the country from the Ministry of Education. We can really take a proactive step to connect these institutions who are looking forward to go for this fast forward mode of learning with the emerging technology, so that their teachers can be empowered and their students can take the benefit of their knowledge gained by this gained from this champion professors. So therefore, it is time now. Let's, if you can help us, this forum can help us to create a panel of volunteer champion professors who are well versed with the emerging technology and who can give certain amount of inputs to our teachers, so that they get excited, they adopt the technology very fast, and we start integrating that. Especially, I'm seeing that the way our telecom sector is growing, like 5G will be there shortly, and we are going to really encompass that, bypass that with 6G technology by 2028, as told by our Honorable Minister of Railway. So therefore, with this type of options of high-speed data network, we really can base this barrier of not having a physical contact. This physical contact, the cyber physical integration can be very well established. But for that, we need the people who are already using those technologies to come in, because people like me who is very fond of technology, we are very limited here, honestly, and giving them the low cost solution. Like in country like ours, if you are asking to spend 1 crore rupees or like 50 lakhs rupees, then it is very difficult for all the education institute to come for that. But if there are many such free open source tools, free technology available, which are not told to them. So that's the reason now it is time the friends who are using this type of free technology, free tools, and are well versed to give some, at least 1 hour, 2 hours insight to these people. These people, let me tell you, in a year we trained around 60 to 70,000 technical teachers. Everybody is excited. There is a change mindset I see. But only bottleneck is that if you ask them to go for a lot of investment, they cannot. The management cannot, because in India, the private sector, they take care of almost all 85+% of higher education systems, especially the technical education system. So therefore, low cost investment, free tool, and skill developed through this low cost technology, which can really embrace the emerging technology. If you can give us a panel of this champion professor, it will be my responsibility to see that we connect them, take their time as per their suitability, and connect to the masses and reap the benefit in a very short time, so that real digital education system of the country grow the way it is expected in the global scenario. This is my humble submission to this forum. And once I'll be meeting my mentor, Dr. Gulshan Sharma ji, we'll be sitting in my office and we'll be discussing this in a very, but this is what is in time. Like, I need more experts to integrate this. Almost all 2 lakhs teachers, all these 4 institutes which we are training every year. So that is a big thing, and that will change the technical education scenario of this country.
Okay.
Thank you so much, sir.
Wonderful, wonderful suggestion. And like our Venerable Ravi Medhankarji had been very kind to offer his gratitude and services. I'm going to say, I want to be a student over there. So when I learn Japanese with him every week, I would be so privileged and obliged, and so should be our teachers and youth across the country. Ladies and gentlemen, the advisor to Administrator Chandigarh is so dynamic and so visionary. He wants to make the entire Chandigarh carbon neutral. He wants to make everything green, serene. And he says that let's go in such a way that we should empower, and Chandigarh becoming a capital for the youth, for the teacher, for the educator. So Professor S.S. Patnaik Saab, when he's located, situated, and stationed in Chandigarh, today the demand and supply will come together. We would request the Honorable Advisor to Chandigarh Administration. He can give the blessings to us, because all the colleges, all the institution, all the experts, like one of the lady, the other day I met with the principal, Mrs. Nanda, in Sector 20 B.Ed College in Chandigarh. There is a lady called Dr. Nisha Singh. She's a mathematics teacher. She's working on mathematics with music, music for mathematics, how children can learn mathematics better with music. Why not we all should work in the direction where something new should be brought in education ecosystem. And that's what in the morning, when Reverend Bishop Sir also made a mention that school education, foundation education, basic education should be given more emphasis. Today, of course, when we go ahead with Shri A.P. Sharma ji, the eminent educationist, because I heard him from all the way Doha, Qatar, and Dubai, and Abu Dhabi, and Sharjah, and Kuwait, and other places in the entire Middle East. He brought such a big, 12,000 people stormed together during the pandemic. It was great learning at that point of time. So Patnaik Sahab, during your today higher education, which you will be sharing, the session, you should take this agenda forward. And people, those are joining us today, if you see it on the YouTube, we have got 1,100 approximately people, those are watching this program from world over. If that is the kind of a participation, as the day will progress, as the day will move ahead, more of us, we should share our vision on this particular platform. We want to encourage everybody the best possible way. Let me just request Venerable Ravi Medhankarji wanted to say something. Please go ahead.
Yeah, so as we discussed earlier also, So we will go for this technical education and also for the language education. Another thing which you mentioned already, that when Dr. Pradhan was in charge of that, then it was committed for the 2 lakhs people to come to Japan.
Three. Don't reduce 1 lakh for me.
1 lakh for you. Okay.
No. It is 3 lakhs. 3 lakhs. I know.
3 lakhs. Yeah.
I've seen the
But,
document.
Yeah, but I think not 1,000 people have entered till now, because it is the showing that data is showing 700.
Sir, they were waiting for you when Venerable Ravi Medankarji will come and we will accelerate the pace. Now, Professor Patnaik has also told, other dignitaries have also made a mention, and Dr. Priya ma'am is also posting over here. Work out. Let's work out in that particular direction.
Yes. Yeah, let's work out and let's start without fail. And we don't have to wait for this month and this day. And this is a very nice day. Today is also Sankranti day, and the very nice day. So let's start from this, and you fix a day and time we will do. A day will be minimum 3 to 4 hours a class, and that will suit them, and that will let them to come within 6 months to Japan. So
Okay,
that will
great. We will work out a strategy. Let me discuss with Patnaik Sahab, and we will try and work out how we should take. I'll discuss with Reverend Bishop sir also, and how we can basically, because he also needs a lot of skilled professionals. He needs a lot of teachers who can impart skills. He needs a lot of volunteers who can help the youth. I personally feel that all of us together. Now,
Yes.
one question which comes to my mind, I always think, when I look at Chandigarh, if Chandigarh can be such a beautiful modern city, and it can be neat, clean, green, where everything is systematic, everything is moving so beautiful, why not to bring Chandigarh closer to my new president, Mr. Anil Manocha, because he comes from Singapore, and Singapore and Chandigarh can have a synergy. We can develop a lot of things between Chandigarh and our Singapore. And that's the way we should think. He's smiling, because with water, we will have other things also, because the entire water has been taken. Dr. Priya ma'am at the back, I think there is an ocean at the back, or there is a sky, I don't know. But Priya ma'am is sharing something at the back. So, sir, Singapore, if I see in 1960s, if I see in 1970s, if I see in 1980s, it was a vision of someone, what Singapore has become, where Singapore is today, what Singapore used to be. So we got to take the best of practices of Singapore to Chandigarh, and then to rest of the countries, whatever we can work out. Anil Manocha ji, now when the advisor come, I would like that you should also share your vision a little bit with him initially when we introduce him, because how we should bring Singapore and Chandigarh also. And both the things can come together. And here comes the advisor to the administrator Chandigarh. He is already here, and he should be joining us. I think we'll start the session in a little while with him. Meanwhile, Anil Manocha ji, Bishop sir, would you like to say something? Your mic is muted, sir. Your mic is muted, sir.
I'm looking forward to what you all are just discussing, but I'm more on this in the sense, let's begin with something very concrete, and we start, and there's a synergy already.
Wonderful.
And we have infrastructure which we can make available, and if it is focused on the lines of what we are talking, ready to help.
Wonderful. I can see the advisor to administration Chandigarh, Dr. Dharampalji, the Indian Administrative Services. When I talk about our Chandigarh being a beautiful city, neat city, clean city, and having a dynamic bureaucrat who leads and who takes care of the entire command, they can do wonders together. Sir, if you're ready, then we will just take on the journey, and we go, although we are 2 minutes before time, but if you permit us, I would like to take a liberty to invite Dr. Dharampalji, IS officer, who is the advisor to the administrator Chandigarh. Last year also, he had been very kind to address and speak to the galaxy of the non-resident Indians. And let me share with everybody, if you see last year's video, 28,000 people have followed Dr. Dharampalji with regard to last year convention, his views, because he was so articulative, and the vision which he gave it last year, that was something that how Chandigarh has to emerge. Now, while extending a very warm welcome to Advisor to Administrator Chandigarh this morning, we few days back made a presentation to him, and he was kind enough during that particular presentation, he invited his entire education team, and we told him, besides green, serene, clean, beautiful, and positive energy, which is all around with his vision, why can't we make Chandigarh as a capital and as a hub of youth with education, innovative education, futuristic education, along with the skills, and of course, with the fragrance of the tourism, which has also to be taken into consideration. I also wish to share with our Advisor to Administrator Chandigarh today that the new president of ICSI is from Singapore, and I consider Singapore and Chandigarh has got lots in common. Whatever Singapore has attained from 1975 till date, I think there's a lot which can be brought from there, this side. And at the same time, a lot from Chandigarh can be taken towards that part of the world. And just we heard the little while before the Honorable Union State Education Minister of India, and he gave the vision that how he would like to take through his efforts through the Ministry of External Affairs and Ministry of Education. Dr. Dharampalji, are we ready, sir? Can we go ahead with your vision? If you're ready, sir, yes. Ladies and gentlemen, let me formally extend a very warm welcome to the Advisor to the Administration Chandigarh, Administrator Chandigarh, Dr. Dharampalji, with his vision and with his agenda for 2023. And our request to him would be, let's make Chandigarh a hub and a capital of education, educators, counselors, trainers, teachers, coach, youth, and wonderful, vibrant ecosystem of education system of Asia. With these words, Advisor to the Administrator Chandigarh, Dr. Dharampalji.
Thank you very much, Dr. Gulshan, Sharma, DG, International Chamber for Service Industry, distinguished guests from across the globe, live audience on YouTube, ladies and gentlemen. Let me first wish you a very, very happy New Year, happy Lohri, and happy Makar Sankranti. I would like to extend a sincere appreciation to entire team of ICSI, International Chamber for Service Industry, for their efforts in organizing this 29th annual convention, North India PRAVASI Divas 2023, with the theme of Future of Service Industry to 2047, focus education, skills, technology, tourism with NRIs. India has proudly completed 75 years of independence and is marching ahead on the international stage. India is making tremendous progress on economic front, while all other economies seems to be struggling, but India is emerging as one of the fastest growing economy in the world. Our Honorable Prime Minister has declared next 25 years to be the Amrit Kal, and during this period, the dream of Viksit Bharat is to be achieved. Service industry is a key player in developing global economies. Chandigarh, the city beautiful, has a tremendous scope for service industry with key segments of services in the city, IT, ITS, tourism, medical value travel, clean environment, startup, etc. Educational services with technology have taken education to next level of growth. The administration of Chandigarh has been committed to creating a progressive business environment with quality infrastructure and digital connectivity. Chandigarh has adopted technology in a sustainable manner for education, tourism, skill development, people, society, region, achieving SDG 2030. The key policies are to address social, economic, and environmental challenges by encouraging public and private investment in these sectors, and to effectively deliver public services to serve the people better. We have set ourselves a target of making Chandigarh carbon neutral by 2030. A series of measures have been taken to achieve this objective. We want to develop Chandigarh as a model solar city. We have already achieved a installed rooftop solar capacity of 55 megawatt, and we want to enhance it to 75 megawatt by August 2023. All the government schools, I'm very happy to announce that have been already become a carbon neutral. Our our model jail has also become carbon neutral, which means that all its energy requirements are being met through the solar panel. And we are gradually replacing all our diesel buses with the electric buses in a phased manner. And we want to develop Chandigarh as a regional hub, as Dr. Gulshan has stated, for education, health, IT, and commerce. Innovation has long been part of human existence. I remember, as was mentioned by Dr. Gulshan Sharma, he gave a presentation in my office in the presence of my education officials, where he talked about ICSI finishing school initiative and digital inspirational lab concept. Digital Inspirational Lab is a technology innovation for empowering youth with future skills and capacity building of educators with equity, diversity, sustainability, vocationalization of education and other skills, achieving the sustainable development goal in the entire educational ecosystem. I would advise all teachers, educators to take benefit of such an initiative, which will help us to inspire us to strengthen our education ecosystem, our knowledge base, inculcate employability, and refurbish the moral and social values in our youth. It should assist us in the process of building a healthier, cleaner society with more social acceptance and recognition, and where the people are also happy. I once again congratulate for your successful deliberation in this online convention, and particularly wish our distinguished guest from abroad a memorable experience. On our behalf of Chandigarh administration, I would like to extend a very warm invitation to all of you to visit Chandigarh, which is the first planned city of the country. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for your kind words, and thank you very much for your kind presence. Before I request our president from Singapore, Shri Anil Manocha ji, to propose vote of thanks and to share the gratitudes with you, we would like to share with you, sir, with your blessings, when you gave the time for the presentation with your education department, we are going to set up 2 inspirational labs in Chandigarh as a CSR activity. One we are bringing with Professor S.S. Patnaik, that is in the knitter. We will be working on the central part. It's in Sector 26. And secondly, the other day I had gone to the B.Ed college in Sector 20 in Chandigarh, and 400 vibrant youth along with their teacher. And Dr. Sapna Nanda, the principal over there, along with her teachers, we are going to set up the inspirational lab to make the trained teachers from Chandigarh for entire India, then for entire Asia, and then further moving up across the globe with all our brothers and sisters, Indian diaspora. Under your leadership, we are starting that journey, sir. And I would request Shri Anil Manocha ji to propose the vote of thanks for the advisor to the administrator, who is the designate president who takes over the command of ICSI from Singapore today. And let's bring Singapore and Chandigarh also closer to each other. Anil Manocha ji.
Thank you. Thank you, sir, for your talk. It is heartening to note that Singapore is going towards carbon neutral by 2030. Personally, I come from a water sector, and we have been working in the field of water and environment for almost now 30 years. So we have given quite sustainable solutions. Probably water also have some role to play when we talk about carbon neutrality, directly or indirectly, and which probably requires a policy tweak. So if we look back to history, when India needed green revolution, Punjab was the place which came first and we embraced the green revolution. But it came with a very heavy cost. And today Punjab is considered as a cancer capital of India. So probably a policy tweak is needed where we respect water and give it a right value. It will require a political intervention, it will require a technological intervention, and it will require educating the users about water. So through ICSI, we can bring that value addition, which probably can help to save certain lives in the country and which can probably revive certain water-related resources. On behalf of ICSI, as Mr. Gulshan Sharma ji has said, that we are going forward towards tinkering labs and providing education. We will see what we can do from Singapore and what type of support we can render from Singapore to Chandigarh. With this, I would thank you once again for your presence and thank you very much for being here.
Thank you. Thank you, Advisor Saab. Thank you very much. It's always very kind to have you with us. You're always very supportive, positive, energetic. We extend a very warm invitation on behalf of Advisor Saab. Please visit Chandigarh in the year 2023. We would love to bring you over here. Our Festival of Gardens is coming in the last week of February. And in the month of November, you have got Chandigarh Carnival. Besides that, for your film shooting, for your TV serial shooting, for your music album shootings, for your media entertainment and other areas, come to Chandigarh. It's a beautiful city. And as far as education, we will work in the direction through the Digital Inspirational Lab. The day will come, and in the tenure of the Advisor Saab itself, we will prove it that Chandigarh becomes the capital, skill capital for the education, for the youth, for everybody. With these words, our gratitude and thanks to Advisor to Administrator Chandigarh. Thank you, sir, for joining us this morning right over here. Thank you, sir. Could I now request Chitra Kapoor ma'am to kindly take on, and we move on with the first technical session, Chitra ma'am, and that has to go with AP Sharma ji. The people, those who have joined you over here, take their blessings. Look at the Priya ma'am also. It's the middle of the night in America and she's still over here. And Bhante ji, it's for you, it's fine because it's just you are 2 to 3 hours, 2.5 hours ahead of us in Japan. So you kindly stay with us because more and more we would like to take from you by the time we close the session by evening. And we all need a lot of help and support from each other. With these words, I request my colleague, Dr. Chitra Kapoor, to take on the session. People, those joined me this morning in the inaugural session and for Chandigarh special session, my deep gratitudes and thanks to all of you. हमारे अंदर क्या चलता है, हमारे बाहर क्या चलता है, इनर इंजीनियरिंग क्या है और बाहर इंजीनियरिंग क्या है, संसार के सामने क्या होता है और हमारे साथ क्या होता है. Sometimes there are lots of things which goes on inside, but you don't bring them outside because you got to have the show go on. And from here, I got to move on for another thing. I'll be joining back in a little while. And I would request, ladies and gentlemen, today's entire event has been packaged by Chitra Kapoor ma'am and her team. I'm just taking the credit to be over here, but otherwise it's my team. They work very hard and they know I'm a very tough crack from the armed forces. With these words, Chitra Kapoor ma'am, hearty welcome.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And a warm welcome and good morning, good evening, good afternoon to everyone who have joined us across the globe. And it's a pleasure for me and a great opportunity to really connect with all of you and present the session. So we are about to start with our first technical session, that is on school education. And when we see, though we have heard everyone, especially the distinguished chief guest, sir, was talked about NEP 2020. And seeing that there are a lot many scope and there are a lot many improvement which going to be take place in the coming years, not only months, not only weeks, for education all over the globe and specifically in our country as well. So this is a very relevant session that we have presented. And I must say that before I move on with that session, I would like to go with a few slides onto what this particular session is and how we move ahead. So just give me a minute and I'll share my slide with all of you, and then we'll move on. So ladies and gentlemen, who all have joined us, we are about to begin this session on future schools. This is our technical session 1. And in this, we'll be focusing on education, skills, technology, and future teachers. And I'm pleased to present Shri A.P. Sharma ji, eminent innovation educationist, not only from India, but he has been experienced across the globe in the various part of the world. And he has been associated, as Sir told, from the very beginning of COVID-19 when we have started this webinar series, and we have thought of capacity building and empowerment for our youth and for our teachers. So very rightly, he is chairing this session and he will be guiding throughout the journey. So without wasting any time, here I am presenting the technical session 1 with Shri A.P. Sharma ji, the eminent innovative educationist. I wish you namaste and happy Makar Sankranti, sir.
Thank you, Chitraji.
I request to chair this session from here, and we'll begin the journey.
Thank you, and happy Makar Sankranti.
Ji, sir.
I think we are already before time.
Yes,
so
sir. Yes.
Not an issue. The only thing is when we talk about future education, so I will take the people who are already on the panel, so we can talk to them and can take their views. So basically, when we are talking about the future education, then it is like skills, technology, and the future of education. Now, after 2020, not many changes have come. It was unanticipated. Nobody anticipated that there will be Corona, there will be online education, something like Zoom is there, something like Microsoft Teams are there, and then we can talk to them. Only few corporate groups used to have their sessions and meetings on these Zoom and Microsoft Teams, and even the Google classrooms. All of a sudden, that has made our teachers trained. Slowly, they got training and they could acquire enough knowledge so that they can run the show. So here, when we talk about future education, I said in 2019, when we had a big conference, we were talking about technology, we were talking about skills, we were talking about vocational education and all. And we never talked that there will be an emergency and our teachers should be well equipped with that. So nobody can think about future and nobody can think about future education. But yes, we can anticipate on the basis of certain parameters. For example, what are the future jobs which are again anticipated? Because such kind of future jobs will come, which can't be imagined by anybody. There will be education system in which, when we are preparing our engineers, doctors, other technicians, when they will come in the field, they will find different challenges. So the foremost thing is that when we teach our students in school and colleges, we need to equip them certain skills, and these skills are how to learn, design thinking, entrepreneurship mindset, and all those kind of things by which they can get into the picture. And when they really have any kind of challenge, they have answers to these questions. And when they have answers to these questions, they can really find every problem as an opportunity. So here, one thing is very clear, that school education will be very important to give a foundation. And then IT sector will be one of the important sector which technically should be sound enough to give teachers a platform so that they can proceed further according to their capabilities. So here, who all are available?
So Mr. Tyrone sir is there.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, Mr. Tryon, if you can come and give your comments that what all challenges you anticipate by 2025.
Tyrone sir, if you
Yeah.
he's there.
Welcome, sir.
Good afternoon. Good morning, ma'am, and all the important personalities at this event. You know, one of the biggest challenges I feel here in India, with a lot of good things happening all over the country, but the way I look at it, number one, teachers must be given the job of only teaching. Now, if you look at in India, what happens many times, teachers are used for census, for election work. Now, if you start taking teachers away from the classroom, then the students suffer the most because the teacher is absent. And one of the demands of the teachers are, let us do our job. And their job is to just teach. And yet they are many times withdrawn from the classroom and made to do jobs that are non-teaching in nature. So I think this has to stop. And in fact, there is a ruling that teachers must not be used to do other jobs except teaching. So this is the biggest challenge which I feel, and the biggest losers are children. So if this can be stopped once and for all by the government, then we will have real education taking place instead of part-time education that happens. That's the way I look at it. Now, because of the COVID, we were forced to change. And we brought in the concept of blended learning. Today, because of technology, we can, even if there's a sudden emergency that we can't go to school or something like that, the child doesn't lose out because of online learning, which can happen immediately. Today, a lot of people do have the technology at home. And so this blended learning is a wonderful way to go forward. That's one of the biggest things that came because of the COVID. So that's what I look at it. And as Mr. Sharma ji said earlier about jobs that will come in later in the decade, we need to prepare our children for that. So we need to have a very open mind and grasp anything that comes our way which can benefit our children. Another big challenge is money. We need to fund education, the education sector, much more than what it is. It's been promised but not delivered yet. We were promised 6%, we got 2.9. So if we want to uplift our country, we need to educate our children. And that's the way I look at it. I'm not blaming anybody, but right from the beginning, when we became a free country, had we spent more money on education, number one, our population would have been in check, our children would be having better skills and get more opportunities for employment, and overall health would have been much better than what it is. So I feel if money is promised, money should be delivered. Now, if I take the case of Meghalaya, more than many times, it's teachers are on strike because of lack of pay, okay, which is a terrible thing. They have worked, but the government has no money to pay. Now, what amazes me is why there is no money for the teachers. And who's the loser? The children once again, because the teacher is not attending. However, what I'm saying is, if you're promising money, give the money. There shouldn't be dilly-dallying. Classrooms need to be better, more comfortable for the children to learn, more technology in the classrooms, all right? And the biggest thing we should give our children is trained teachers. We need trained teachers in the classroom, teachers who understand children. You know, we may be having many literate people, but are they truly educated to understand the sentiments of a child? There are cases, I mean, there are umpteen cases where the teacher is pretty insensitive to the young child. And what does he become? He becomes eventually a dropout. That is because the training is faulty, or the training is not good enough. Or we have people who are not fit to be teachers, but have become teachers. So we need to have good, excellent teacher training facilities, whereby students get the best of the teacher himself. So I believe funding should be there, technology should be there, and better teacher training facilities. These are some of the issues that I feel need to be addressed. Once we have this in line, we will take off and we will become the Vishwa Guru of the world. We can, because there is now that spirit of wanting to become the best. That's the way I look at it, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
That's great, Mr. Tryon, and I will take the advantage of Reverend Bishop Ignatius being here. When Bishop was talking initially, he was talking about the country which will be having 65% youth and the college education. What do you expect, sir, from the school education, so that we laid a good foundation for the higher education, and particularly thinking about a revolution education 4.0?
Yeah, keeping in mind what was just said by DeBras, there's a focus surely should be on primary education, but what is happening in primary education at the grassroots. The inadequate number of teachers, the facilities, what was just talked about, and also what DeBras added on lack of pay for the teachers. See, these are very vital issues. So what I would suggest, Sharma ji, is if our education system can focus properly, as much as we are focusing on elitist IITs and high technical kind of education, but when you have a large percentage of children who are not getting even an adequate formation, basic education, you are building on sand in the long run. We are building on sand. The foundation is weak. So the foundation is the children. And the children are the youth who will be in a short time. They will be the youth. So that basic, it's up to you all, the education minister, all of us, how we can help to bring education at a competent level, competency at the primary level. The focus is on these big things. Yes, that is needed. But when the foundation is not, I'm just saying from my heart, because I see what is happening in private schools, in the basic classes, in the nursery classes, okay, but what's happening in government schools, what's happening in the non-formal side, these are the areas where we have to bring back the focus. Others, again, we are going into high investment on high things, but a vast majority are not benefiting. And if we look at the world where countries develop, you take highly educated countries where there's high standard of living, basic education was a big focus. That was not neglected. And that's why those countries today are standing on their feet, because basic. And just recently, very interesting, Prime Minister of England, Rishi said he's enforcing maths, in the class to, I think, a higher class, compulsory. See, the basic, that's very basic. I'm just saying. Thank you very much for giving this chance.
Thank you, sir.
So you have said very useful things, and I believe that the foundation is very important. Like when we sow the seed, and seed is transforming into a sapling. That is the time if strong roots are there, and if we have an amazing kind of upbringing of that sapling, then it will become a great tree. And what is happening in India, that right from the kindergarten, we teach them with the concept of a different kind of learning, and that is rote learning. A for apple, the whole class knows A for apple. Right now also, if we ask anybody, what is A? 90% people will say A for apple, because that has been put in our mind that A for apple only. So right from that level, there should be an imposition of experiential learning, where children experience, they learn from experience. Since the acquisition of knowledge has become now what we can say not enough, there should be creation of knowledge. I was in the NCERT conference, and there most of the people were talking about that acquisition of knowledge, and applying knowledge is very important. I said, no, India should think beyond applying knowledge. They should think about creation of knowledge. And since we are stopping our education wheel at one particular point, that, okay, application. Yes, application is very important, rather the most important. But one should give an opportunity to think beyond, think out of the box. Consider there is no box. And then when we give children experience at that level, they will ask questions which has never been asked. I feel it very, very interesting. And I have certain kind of illustrations where children have very different kind of thinking. In one class, I made a cloud kind of thing in class KG, and I asked, what is this? I said, then all of you write. So they were trying to write, they were unable to write, then they were whispering. And then we could find that there were 20 solutions to that particular drawing. Few were saying, this is clouds. Few were saying, this is popcorn. Few were saying, this is ice cream puff. Few were saying, this is my dad's shaving puff. Somebody is saying, this is soap. Somebody is saying cotton, so many things. And then we said, explain why it is cotton, why this is so. Again, voting was done. And then finally, all of them decided that this is cotton. Good. So children learned so many things that not every time one child is correct. He may mold if there is a more important reason, more focused reason, or a stronger reason somebody else is telling. They are learning at their level. Because otherwise you will know that today, all these students at this particular level, KG level and all, they are like a student. They don't listen, and they are very much rigid on their issues because we pamper them too much. And then parents' role is very important in foundation. So simultaneously, there should be parent education. In parent orientation, we can teach that this is what we are teaching child in a school. We are teaching them gratitude. We are teaching them experiential learning. We are teaching them so many things. So you also apply same things. Now at home, if somebody is licking the wall, the parent will say, don't do it. There is no use of using the word of don't. If you will use don't every time, the child will become a don'ty. And then every time he will say, or his mind or his subconscious mind will say no. Instead of that, give him reason. There are so many reasons, so many ways of putting up reasoning that, beta, if you will eat this, this will happen. See, this guy is having this kind of face, this kind of disease, this. That's why if you want to do. So stop using the word don't. Then you will apply reason. Then you will say reason. Don't go outside, it is sun. Why? Don't tell that. If you will go outside the sun, this will happen. Now child can decide. So child feel I am a decision taking ability I have a decision-taking ability on the basis of certain reasoning being put up by my parents. And that level, this reasoning, this experiential learning, this out-of-box thinking will make a very strong sapling with strong roots. And that will one day will become a fruit-bearing tree, which may have a different kind of fruit, which nobody has imagined. So, Mr. Tryon, if you are there, or I think Pushpaji is also in. So I will take first, I will ask question to Pushpaji. Pushpaji, introduce yourself, and then just let us know the importance of education like numeracy, vocabulary, because see, our country has done very bad in PISA, in those kind of examination, which are standard examinations being conducted by international bodies. Our country has done very bad, and last time we could not place ourselves into that particular examination, and rather we withdrew because of a frightening kind of assessment. Now CBSE has introduced SAFL, so that they can improve. What do you think about it? That how we can empower teachers, how we can empower our students at primary level?
Thank you, sir. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, we can.
Yeah. Thank you, Sharma ji. It's like I was just listening to your thought process, and it is wonderful. Like whatever you have said, it is really required in the contemporary era. So I am Dr. Pushpa Kataria. I am working as an area chair and associate professor with one of the reputed institute in management in Northern India, which is called Doon Business School. So I have been in this education sector from last 20 years. And my journey, I started, of course, with the graduate program and, postgraduate program. So I have been teaching and, able to understand yes, of course, what you have shared is absolutely right. Now, when the level of education, so I have seen that 2 decades in my experience, and I have seen the drastic changes that has taken place in the pace of education level and growth of education level. We have improved on the digitalization. We have seen wonderful application of technology in the education sector. But what is a challenge for today is the communication, which is very, very aptly shared by you. Now, basically, the tools that we are talking today, yes, we have improved. We are trying to make a better connect between a teacher and a student with the help of different communication tools here. But in spite of that, somewhere I feel like we need to work hard on the communication skills of the student. So, sir, I would like to share with you that though I have not yet teach with school, but I hope
I think some bandwidth problem with ma'am.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Mr. Tyrone, you can take up the question. So the question was how we can improve, let me say, how we can improve our ranking in PISA kind of examinations, because at that level, reading comprehension is very important. We said LSRW means listening, then speaking, then reading, and then writing. But what is actually happening in kindergarten, primary, they all believe in put emphasis on writing first. So your comments, please.
Mr. Sharma ji, as you rightly said, there's too much of focus on rote learning, which is actually detrimental to the growth of the child. And if you look at the PISA ranking, it's got to do with thinking. You should know, you should have the knowledge and the ability to think, as you rightly said, out of the box as well, which is, I've heard it a number of times today. And that's very true, because our children are so used to rote learning, they've learned everything by heart, and the thinking is neglected. And that is one reason our PISA ranking is a dismal scenario. Now, the only way I look at it this way is allowing the child to express himself, the ability to take action, as you said that earlier, to take a decision, and that happens when he thinks. Okay, if he's not allowed to think, then just follow instructions, and he's not given that freedom to take minor decisions for himself at that young age, he's not being allowed to grow. So children must be encouraged to take decisions, small decisions, and allow them to, to go forward. And hopefully, when they come a little higher up in school, and India would then do better at the PISA ranking than what it is presently. And again, as you even NCR or CBSE has done it, improving the quality of education. But I go back to point A, that we need people who are passionate about teaching. If we don't have passion, it is just a routine and nothing more. So, like again, I said, we need good teacher training facilities. I'll give the example of Meghalaya. We have, in a state of Meghalaya, we have only 5 B.Ed colleges. Assam has got 200 plus. And it just shows how serious are we in addressing the teacher shortage. So we need good teacher training facilities, and we need people who are passionate about transforming the lives of young children who will eventually take decisions of their own as they become young adults and go on to become truly wonderful human beings in the long run. Now, along with this, I think we need to bring in education on sustainability. We are using up our resources too fast. Okay, as we can just, you watch the stories that are happening in Uttarakhand, Joshimath, that town is sinking. We are so engrossed in having a good life now, we are forgetting about the future generations. So sustainability is a subject that needs to be brought into our education even now. So that's what I see, Mr. Sharma. And of course, vocational training would be an ideal thing to come in. Again, that comes with funds. We would like to have vocational training, but funding is an issue that needs to be addressed with all seriousness.
Yeah, yes. Very well said. Whether it's Meghalaya or maybe, the Chandigarh or maybe Bangalore, one problem is there that teaching profession has been put up on a second or third pedestal. What does it mean? Most of the teachers are not teacher by choice. They are teacher by compulsion, or there was no other resource, so let's become teacher. So very simple thing is there that first of all, we need to improve the B.Ed system. Like teacher education system, there it's very heartening and a very bad feeling that there are many B.Ed colleges which are giving degrees, and they call it that non-attending degrees. Means teacher is not attending, teacher is, or the B.Ed student is not attending the college, is still getting degree. So those teachers, they are ruining actually the whole system of education. So in B.Ed, there should be very, very important and very harsh decisions are to be taken up, and we should not allow such kind of education institutions who are giving such kind of B.Ed. And every time you are talking about PISA, I'm talking about PISA. So let us tell or let us reveal the position of India. Like last time when it happened in 2015 or 16, I think, the India was at 83rd position out of 84 countries. And this time India was supposed to appear in PISA examination in 2022 because it was happening 21. Then due to the COVID, it was postponed to 22 March. But India didn't participate because when they tried to check inside through the SAFL, they found that still they are not on the front seat and they can't take it up. So I was that time, I was helping the Ministry of Education here from Qatar, because in Qatar we used to participate in PISA and our position was very good. Even as a school, we were at 20th position in world. So that was a very different kind of feeling, that until and unless we change the system of delivery of education, first of all, the teachers who are teaching in B.Ed colleges, to the teachers, they are serious. So the teacher who is trying to become a teacher is a serious teacher, equipped with all instruments, equipped with knowledge, and above all, equipped with compassion and passion. That is very much required. Then teacher will put up his heart and soul into the education, heart and soul into the classroom. Then whole system will change. Otherwise, if somebody is thinking that teaching is a job, then they should not come to the schools to teach. Teaching is not a job where they are coming and just like clerk does the filing work and all, not at all. They should use the subconscious mind. They should be energetic and they should come to the school with vigor and compassion and to give children love and affection by which they can grow. So different kind of concepts are coming there. Pushpa ma'am, are you there? We lost connection that time. I can see you are there. If you can come on video and audio. And, Chitraji, anyone else is there, or let's move further?
I think there is some connectivity problem.
Connectivity problem. Even iPhone also there.
Ma'am is for the next session. She has just joined to listen to. So, if you allow me, I want to ask a question to the honorable.
Please go ahead.
And to Tyrone sir, anybody. So nowadays, especially in education, we were listening that we are moving from technology 4.0 to technology 5.0. And this is because they have basically stressed, or they have recognized that apart from technology, the human factor, the life management skills, and the emotional factor is very much important in education. So can you please throw some light on this particular shift from technology 4.0 to technology 5.0? How much it is effective in the future education?
Actually, this terminology of 4.0 and 5.0, these are all imaginary, because we don't know what was 1.0 and 2.0 and 3.0. They keep giving these jargons for the purpose of impressing upon, the technical words. But yes, we can call it a revolution. And revolution which we were expecting in 2030 with sustainable goals of SDG sustainable goals by UN and all, that has emerged as the specific goals, and we need to work harder. And the time has come when we need to tweak in the system in 2022, 23, 22 has gone, 23, 24 itself. What are these? You have taken up one very interesting point is about emotions. Yes, due to the corona and these 2 years, the loss of education and loss of touch, loss of friendship, loss of community work and all has really emerged as the villains for Indian education system, and children have gone through such kind of mental stress, which we can't imagine. A child of nursery, KG, he did not come to the school for 2 to 3 years. Similarly, class 11, 12th, they had mental stress. So the whole system should develop. In education system, we should develop certain instruments. Emotionally, we can make them strong. They should be able to resolve their conflicts. They should be able to improve themselves, being the best version of themselves. And that kind of thing as a principle I found in schools like 9, 10th, 11th, 12th. Now children get into depression very easily because they have heard this word so many times. Depressed. So even if they are not depressed, they feel depressed. They say, okay, the Padukone is under depression, another hero is under depression. So they think that, oh, this is a very heroic word. This is a very interesting word. And this FOMO, fear of missing out, This generation has the problem of fear of missing out. They find somewhere they are missing out. So certain kind of skills are to be developed, which are related to their emotional quotient, as well as the quotient related to any kind of critical situation. That is to be developed so that they can become stronger children. It will not be cakewalk. Now, after the corona, children pray every time. Ek baar phir se, if things can be online, then it's good. They have a fear of coming offline. And last time we faced problem, children were unable to write because they were not into writing practice for 2 years. I think the same is with the same kind of feelings will come from Mr. Tyrone.
Yes, yes. Sorry, your mic is unmuted, sir.
Well, the views that Mr. Sharma has just raised is so true, and it's applicable everywhere. The 2-year loss of caused by the COVID is actually moved children backwards. And as teachers, now that we are coming back to a more regular system, we need to encourage our children. Okay, we've had a little backlog, but we can bounce back. And being compassionate can help a child to bounce back, along with the benefits of the technology that is now available from with children having the means of having better technology, and the schools too. But as the bishop rightly said in the beginning, we have focused only on the big things and neglecting the small things. That is the primary education. And he's so correct over there, because I come from a pretty a state like Meghalaya, and I move around and I see how lower primary schools are. They are in a very poor condition. You know, if you don't even have proper furniture for sitting, a proper classroom, clean bathrooms, children are reluctant to come to school. That's because we are looking at the IITs and the NITs, or maybe medical colleges, but forgetting the most basic educational structure in the country. We need to put that in order first. And the bishop was so correct. You know, we tend to overlook it, but he brought us back to ground zero. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Sir, here a question again arises. Like we talk about skills, and particularly now in this scenario, as I have mentioned earlier also, the social emotional skills, the life skills, very important for students. So I want to ask that in the present situation, does the administration of any school, I'm not talking about the big schools, they are definitely working on to that, but I'm talking about the small schools or the developing schools. Are they really focusing on developing those skills, or they are just focusing on the study part, the theoretical part and the traditional part? Because I think to inculcate that thing in the student, first we need to have a good administration on the higher level, top level in the schools. The structure should be there, the infrastructure and the setup should be there, the policies should be there, and then we can implement that to the student level. What are your views comparing Indian scenario with the world scenario? What setups and what structures do we can find there, and what is there in India? What are your views? First, Sharma sir, and then I want to hear from Tyrone sir as well. Thank you.
Sir Ignatius is also there. Bishop Ignatius sir is also there. We can take his views first. Sir, give your views, like especially on the ecosystem and environment and what Chitraji has talked about.
Anyway, I never imagined that I would get sucked into this, but I am very concerned because what you all are, three of you have just spoken. Yes, there is that traditional way of teaching, as you said, you know, A is apple, B is bumblebee, or C is cat. we have to think out of the box. And there I listen to you all. I could learn from you all. Of course, as the president of our education society, schools, we are working in towns, in good schools, but we are also focusing in village schools. A good part of our income, which we get from our schools, we are putting into our village schools, because the village schools is the area where the simple children, Now, for example, in Chandigarh, we have a place called Mani Majra. Mani Majra. I can see Chitra Kapoor nodding her head. Mani Majra, that's a whole world in Mani Majra. But there we have a small school with a lot of our investment going into lakhs for those simple children, because I meet those children. There's a fire in their soul. There's a fire in their heart. But they're looking for a better education. Their parents are looking for better education. So I would say I would be more on listening to you all, how we could go out of the box, make education viable. That's our contribution that we can do. But just I want to also keep at the background, there's something already coming in my mind about, at least now with the youth also, so many are unemployed. How could, somewhere from the corporate sector, from the educational sector, from the government sector, we team up to so many unemployed youth, at least some basic skills where they can stand on their feet. Many of them are going into all sorts of, harmful things in society, that XYZ. But how can at least even now the youth, how are they sitting at home, they're on their whole time on the mobiles. So many things are happening to them. That's my great concern. They're getting into wrong company. How they could be, their energy be channelized. So I do agree. Chitraji, you asked a question. Sharmaji, you asked. I leave it to you all to help us, and I will cooperate. Gulshan ji is already in touch with me. And in fact, we have fixed an appointment to go to a particular place where there's an infrastructure. I want to use that for the good of our people.
Yes, sir. Thank you. It's really heartening to know your vision and actually what you are doing. Basically, what I noticed nowadays, the education is in a very different mode. Like when I compare education in India as well as education in Gulf countries and England, there is a lot of change. Here, every child is confused. Now, you will be surprised to know that mostly IITians nowadays, after completing their post-graduation or graduation, what kind of job they are looking for? They're not looking for their discipline of engineering, which they have done. Rather, they are looking for coaching classes. Now, most of the coaching classes, these IITians are coming, and then coaching classes are advertising, okay, IIT Delhi, the guy has done chemistry, IIT from here, and this engineering and all of them are coming in coaching, and coaching is not education. Coaching is just practice, and practice. Because I noticed that there are 200, 150, 300 students in one class, and this person is coming with the LMS, learning management system. He is opening his the PPTs and showing it to children, whether children asking question or not asking question. Out of 300 students, there is no dividend which will come out. But there is a rat race that when they go to Kota, when they go to the Hyderabad and Delhi and few important cities, what is happening there? And this is what I'm telling you, that the IITs are going for this kind of system. And what is happening in the schools? In the schools in India, it is happening that in class 11th and 12th, children are not coming to the schools. There are such kind of admissions. I'm sure not in Meghalaya, but in Delhi, in Chandigarh itself, there are dummy admissions where child is not coming to school at all. The school is giving full attendance to these children, and these children are actually going to coaching centers. This dummy admission and all is killing our children's emotional thinking. These dummy admissions and this whole system is taking them out of the school education. And in school education, when they are teens, when their hormonal development is at the peak, that time if they are put under pressure, So what is happening in Kota, you know, sir, in one particular year, there are around more than 70 to 80 suicides. So why it is happening? Because we are putting too much pressure on children of competition. And same thing is happening. Like in India, most of the parents look at two professions, either doctor or engineer. So if they are not getting into IIT, they are putting them into such kind of engineering colleges, which are not having proper infrastructure. That's why the unemployment in engineering itself is around 90%. 90% engineers are unemployed or underemployed. So you are telling very correct that this big, the big population or big chunk of the population should be put up somewhere meaningfully. Otherwise, they get into all wrong practices and wrong things. What Chitraji was talking about, the systems, difference in system. In foreign, there are accreditation policy. This means after every 15, 20 days or after every month, somebody will come from ministry, will go to the classes, will check how teaching is going on. Are there enough teachers? Are there enough books? All books are being taught. Whole process is going on properly. So there is a check. And if there is a check, then people get into practice. And that becomes their habit. If there is a check, there is a regulation, it becomes habit. In India, there are no checks. There is no accreditation policy. And now I'm listening that accreditation is becoming compulsory. There are some agencies which are coming up. So accreditation is very important. And right from beginning, whether it's a kindergarten class, primary class, or middle class, there should be certain kind of expected outcomes. That these are the expected learning outcomes which are to be met by the students. And then the teachers and principal should check whether these are met 100%, 80%, 70%, 60%. Otherwise, what is happening? You know what are expected learning outcomes, but you are not checking. You are not giving a remediation to that. So the child with the very poor foundation is coming up to the primary, coming up to the middle, to the senior school, and is creating chaos. Over to you, Chitraji.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your deep insight. Now, some views from Tyrone sir on the same topic, and then I would like to ask what ma'am is. Pushpa ma'am, if you can unmute your mic and listening to us. After Tyrone sir, we'll straight away come to you to get the answer for this question, for this particular discussion. Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah,
Tyrone
sure.
sir, over to you.
Thank you, ma'am. You know, the points that Mr. Sharma raised just now, I can visualize them here and experience them here in a place like Meghalaya. I'll give you an example. In 2021, the best B.Ed college in Meghalaya, for some reason, the license was revoked. It was a staffing issue. Subsequently, they got their staff, okay, and they tried to get the license restored. And since I'm very friendly with the Don Bosco B.Ed people, I spoke to the education minister of Meghalaya. I said, you know, pull strings and let's get this college back on its feet, because their staffing issue has been addressed. The first question he asked me, are you a stakeholder? I said, yes, I am. He says, how? You're not on the staff of Don Bosco. I said, I agree. I run a school. And since I run a school, I need trained teachers. Believe it or not, nothing happened. It was only when I approached Dr. Gulshan Sharma. He managed there in Chandigarh, he managed to make things happen. And in last year, it was restored finally. So when you have a man in charge who cares two hoots about the quality of education in the state, and he's the education minister, you're having it in many other states where the top man is least bothered. And when you have least bothered people calling the shots, you're in a dismal situation. And I'm so grateful to Dr. Sharma, who managed to, you know, call him what, pull strings or his influence, it worked. And Don Bosco got back its license to start the B.Ed college. And if we need people, as Mr. Sharma rightly said, we need people who are passionate about their work. And that will apply in every sphere of work, not just teaching, but anything, be it medicine, engineering, even if you're a social worker or a politician. Give the people their best. But if we cannot look beyond ourselves, we are a selfish breed of people. We need to go beyond that. And unless we start looking beyond ourselves, we are doing nothing. And regarding what happens in quota, it's a rat race. And at the end of the day, our children become rats, not individuals who can change the world. It's sad that our children are being driven to quota or even other centers. And as last year was a terrible year in quota, there were so many suicides. Young children of 16, 17, not a single counselor in those schools. Now, counseling is so important. That needs to be there. And how many schools have counselors? Maybe the elite schools have it in the cities. The corporate schools have it. The government schools may not have it. So that's the way I look at it. We need counselors to guide children, and we need compassionate children and teachers with passion to improve and transform lives. Ma'am Chitra.
AP Sharma sir, I think we need to structure everything from the top level, because if it comes from there, only then it can be implemented down to the students or to the required person. I hope that you agree with my point, sir.
No, it's correct. It means, if you talk about a good school, then first of all, if you talk about private schools, then the owner should have good goals, that he is not running the school to earn profits. He is running a school for service as well as marginal profits, even if profit is required. Now, a lot of convent schools, a lot of good societies are there who are running the school with that reason, and all those schools are doing very good. So yes, it starts from the top. So if there is a lot of pressure that give more admissions instead of 30 students in government schools and many private schools, the number of students in a class is 70. Now, how the teacher can teach 70 students in a class when we are talking about differential learning and teaching the students of different caliber. So whenever a teacher is teaching in the class, actually he is teaching only 30% of the students, because when he is talking higher level of things, higher order of thinkings, then only intelligence. When he is coming down to lower level of things, then intelligence are not listening. Only below average are listening. Average are listening whatever is coming to them. So 30 means in whole period, 30% people at a time are listening. So nothing can be achieved. And when it is coming from the top to bottom, yes, things may change, because then teacher will put up, when teacher has 30 students, can really teach. Otherwise, it's like a lecture. They can't have experiential learning. They can't have. And now CBSE is talking about competency-based learning. And there are certain competencies which has been decided, and which can be decided by the different schools. I'm not talking about government schools. In few metros, government schools are doing much better than the private schools. That's amazing. And the government should be given credit for that. And then the government should rely on one simple issue, that education is a birthright of every citizen, every future citizen of the country and citizen of the country. So looking into this, if we talk all this, like when Tryon sir was telling about these, the quota thing and all, counselor and all. Now resilience has become very important factor. And it is required when we talk about the mental health of students is very important. But the mental health of a teacher is more important, because if teacher is happy, he will teach better. If child is happy, he will learn better. If parent is happy, everybody is happy. So this happiness starts from top to bottom. Principal should be happy. Then teachers should be happy. Children should be happy and parents will be happy. So mental health issues are there, and there should be binding of counselors in all schools, as well as occupational therapists, which CBSE has put on. And in coming year, they will be rather forcing it with all their means. Chitraji.
Right, sir. I think ma'am have again some internet problems, so she's not there. So again a question, when we specifically talk about the school education and the teachers, specifically the B.Ed one, the government has now made the provision that B.Ed will now be of 4 years. Will these kinds of changes going to help in the quality of teachers that those are going to come out of these B.Ed courses? Tyrone sir, want to ask first from you and then to Reverend Bishop sir and to AP Sharma sir as well.
I think it's, making the B.Ed course 4 years, especially after class 12, okay?
Yes, yes.
I think those children are too young to take that decision, because many times they may become teachers, they may enroll for education, but from what I have, because I interact a lot with the B.Ed principals here in Meghalaya, and they tell me that it's a little too soon this decision was taken to make it 4 years. Because a lot of times, young children, they're young adults, they lose focus and maybe they find other jobs or other careers more attractive. And with the way the salaries that teachers get, it's peanuts what they really get. So no one wants to work in a career where the money is lacking. And I keep referring to Meghalaya because I see it for myself constantly, where teachers have to go on strike to get their pay. Now, if someone keeps reading in the papers, teachers are on strike. I'm talking about these are all SSA school teachers. So if they have to go on strike to get their money, the people who are already studying to become teachers will be thinking, what future am I getting into? So I think this 4-year course was made in haste, number one. This is my belief. It was not fair. Let them finish up their BA or BSc, BCom, and then take a call. To push them after 12, they're just 17 years old, is a little too soon. And plus, there's no proper guidance. Oh, my friend is becoming a teacher, I'll become a teacher. My friend is becoming a lawyer, I'll go for law. That's what it is, because there's no guidance at all. And unless we have counselors to guide children, because frankly speaking, many times parents are pretty ill-informed. In fact, they say, as Dr. Sharma rightly said, the jobs are just engineering and medicine. But that's it. Whereas if you have a counselor, he'll be working with your strengths and say, this would be a good option for you. So we need counselors, and this 4-year B.Ed, I think, is a waste, frankly speaking. Because if you talk to the B.Ed colleges, they tell you, actually 1 year was good enough, now it's become 2 years, and now 4 years. It's a waste of time.
Yeah. Kindly correct me if I am wrong onto this, but I think that when we see people going in Indian Army for the armed forces, they are like serving their nation. So the teachers, those who are coming into this profession, they also think like they have to serve the nation, they have to build the future. So with these remarks, I would like to have some views from Reverend Bishop, sir, because value education is also very important, sir. Your particular views.
I go along with what Debras has just spoken of, some of the problematic areas which we have to deal with regarding B.Ed. As he said, it's too young for a person. I do agree. Yes, one important point which AP Sharma ji had mentioned little before we came into this. He mentioned about this, actually it's a time bomb, this coaching institutes which are going on. As he said, in 1 year there were over 72 suicides. That is what is reported. There are many things would be hushed up because families have to keep their name, etc. See, we are sitting on a very problematic area, and it is like a time bomb ticking that children after 10th are leaving our schools and going into coaching centers and also dummy admissions in some elite schools where the whole values are completely different. Elite schools are taking children and putting them like in dummy admissions and taking the income, etc., etc. That's, really morally we are hurting the very foundation. What are those children coming out? What values will those children have when they themselves are seeing a complete discrepancy? On one side, they have to pay so heavily for these. Parents are burning a hole in their pockets in these coaching schools. And what Sharmaji's mentioned, IIT top brilliant students are getting into coaching institutes because there's fast money coming. See the whole value system. And as he said, we are dealing with a very complex issue where from the top, we have to make clear guidelines of these schools going into coaching centers. And coaching centers also, there are vested interests. I'm not going into that. Vested interests who are wanting these coaching centers because they're earning like anything, but at the cost of young lives. So I just keep that issue on the hot burner. It has to be something we have to deal with. And students moving out from one school just because they have to go to another school where they are just using the name and the admission, brilliant children joining a school, and they're getting the publicity as, getting rank holders, number 1, number 2, number 3, but who are going for coaching centers, and our schools are taking the name that this student is in our class. It's all a dummy admission. See the whole value system. This has to be really looked into. You all as educationists know more about it. The other area where I'm very concerned is, as it's happened even now with COVID, I'm getting from principals feedback, both from co-ed schools or boys schools or exclusive girls schools. Children are into all sorts of things because of during the 2-year COVID period, psychologically, emotionally. Some of them are doing things which are harmful to their own bodies, coming, and a lot of, turmoil within this teenager. So need of good counseling, good counselors, because our children are going through lots of things which have happened. And with the mobile, now access to so many things from very young age, they are going into areas which are harming them mentally, spiritually, psychologically, and they are coming into all sorts of problems. So these are areas where we would need to also pay attention. I go along with what has been said, and I look for more insights and help for our. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. AP Sharma, sir, your part on to this.
Yeah, very interesting questions were raised by Mr. DeBras and Reverend Bishop, sir. About salary of teachers. Very interesting. When we want to compare our education system, then we look into the PISA rankings and all, and then we try. Most of our governments now started sending teachers to UK and Finland and Scotland and Singapore, and they say, see how good education is there in Singapore and Finland. Yeah, that should be good, because in Finland, teachers are paid highest. Teacher salary is highest, and their place in the society is considered as the topmost. So they believe that all other occupations, all other trainings, all other systems, everything depends on, and the future of the country depends upon teachers. So there should be more and more excellent teachers coming to this field by choice. And nowadays, as Mr. Tyrone said, that it's the first thing which can influence them is salary. So if there are good salaries for excellent teachers, it is not harmful for the country, rather will be excellent for the country. Now, I know one of my friend who is an IPS officer, and he was the commissioner of police in the state of Kerala. After that, this particular IPS services, he worked for around 14-15 years. Then he went to USA, did his MBA, came back, and then joined one industry, MNC. After multinational companies, for 2-3 months, he thought it's not a good thing, and he started coaching. He started a coaching center. In coaching center, he is earning a lot of money. And his wife is an IAS officer. So what is it? What is that important factor? The important factor is money. There are many people who will tell we want to come in education for service, but they leave one school to go to another school, and they say that there are better prospects. And what are these better prospects? Is better salary. Nothing like it, the environment and all. And right now also in education, if you know about the regional colleges have a 5-year degree in which they give the graduation degree as well as B.Ed degree, which is a beautiful system. So in the regional colleges, there are teachers who are really amazing, and they know that they will become teacher, and they are taught for that point of view, that how they can provide the quality education to children as per the latest pedagogy. Now, if that is coming as the 4-year or 5-year course is good, but what I know is that after graduation, those people who wants to go for B.Ed courses, they are increasing the time for that also. That will not change until and unless we change our B.Ed system and B.Ed training course, B.Ed training institutes who are taking admissions like non-attending admissions and all. And you will not believe that most of the medical colleges, engineering colleges, B.Ed colleges, whenever their inspection is to be done, they import people from big cities for that particular day only. I know many such kind of colleges, B.Ed colleges, even medical colleges, where not only they import the doctors from other places for that 1, 2, or 3 days, rather they import whole machinery and furniture also for that particular reason. And in AICTE news channel has got one very big hospital and medical college in Mumbai. If you will Google up, you will find out. And that was very reputed. So if this is it in the system of education in India, then one must think. One must think in a different way. And since today, Dr. Rajkumar, Honorable Education Minister, has agreed that he will really put up strings tight on accreditation, then the things will change. There should be complete check and balance. Then only things will change. So making education as the core sector and considering education as the fundamental right of every child, these changes are required. Reverend Bishop Ignatius has given very good views right from beginning. And I'm really impressed that if such kind of people are there in education, then education will survive. Yes. Education will survive. Otherwise, the education will take a dip. There are certain kind of mass pulling education industries in India where people are spending 2, 3, 4 lakhs rupees for IIT, for PMT, for IAS, for UPSC services and all. What happens if they are not selected? Most of them don't get selection. They get into depression and many things. So we have to make our children skillful so that they have some other alternate. If they are not getting into medical, if they are not getting into engineering, if they are not getting into civil services, they have an option. And many a times we have seen that the other option works better than the main option. As I gave you the example of my friend, that being an IPS officer, now he is very successful, and he gives he is coaching a certain class of society free of cost. So this is giving a service as well as doing a great work. One of my student here also is a DSP, and he is going to nearby village and every Saturday and Sunday, he takes classes for civil services. He is preparing children from rural areas for civil services and not charging a single penny.
Okay.
So we need such kind of young people who are at a very influential post to pull up those people also, those brilliant minds who are not coming in the mainstream because of money, because of resources. If we utilize those minds of India who are in rural areas, right from Northeast, Meghalaya, Bihar, Jharkhand, everywhere, I think we will have a better country to live in.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. And I think with this, we have come on to the end of this particular technical session 1 on school education, the future of school education. But before ending or winding up this particular technical session, I would like to have one minute of your winding up views on what do you think about what is the future of school education in India? A minute views onto that. We can start with Reverend Bishop, sir. Sir, your kind views on how you look at the future of school education in India and our young minds.
Well, you caught me. इधर से पकड़ लिया हमको.
नहीं सर, बिल्कुल आप अपना दिल की बात बताइए. आप तो बच्चों से काफी मिलते रहते होंगे. आप क्या आज की नौजवान पीढ़ी को देखते हैं?
I would always say we are people of hope. I would say we hope that somewhere this wisdom of the light of God penetrates the closed minds, closed hearts, and we do something for the simple primary children. Yesterday during Lori, I saw with my own eyes. I was just saying, let me see. I went there, man selling wood with his wife, a small baby in between. She is holding the baby, taking care of the baby. And a little boy, not more than 2.5 feet. He is also pulling the wood from the pile and putting on the taraju and helping his dad to weigh, and they're getting just tuppence for the wood. And people coming in big cars are bargaining where he's telling, Sahab, ye 250 ka hai. They're giving him 200, and it is getting late in the evening. He has no choice, but he sells it at the price. People sitting in big four-wheeler AC cars are bargaining for that 50 rupees. Looking at that, I was just telling myself, what values, where are we going? So coming back to your question, Chitraji, I have hope that somewhere wisdom will percolate and people will realize that we cannot, neglect a vast number of people and become rich at their cost. It won't last for long. Something will happen, something will burst. We cannot allow this to continue where a few are taking everything, a vast majority are being marginalized. That cannot continue for long. We are sitting on a time bomb. Already there are indications, but let's pray. Let's pray that in our education system, with this new policy, with the certain guidelines, certain precautions, we take care of real values, as it has been pointed out, values in our education system. Yes, I have hope. We believe in hope. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Tyrone, sir, over to you.
Number one, I think this has been a very enlightening session with Mr. Sharma and Bishop Mascarenes. And yes, there is hope. And I think we will find a way to go forward and really not just make our children literate, but make them truly educated. And that is going to come about, which has been pretty unanimous with Mr. Sharma and the bishop, and even Ms. Pushpa, who was there for a very short while. I think we need to have passionate teachers on board. And once that happens, we will get what we want and become the Vishwa Guru. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Pushpa ma'am, if you are listening us, please your view on the future of school education.
Thank you. First of all, regret because there has been a lot of internet disconnectivity from my end. So I was just listening to, the conversation part. I'm so happy and glad to see, everyone focusing on same concern. Yeah, in the present current century, now, we are in the stage of, technology development, and development on the various global forum. So today we should think about, along with the quality of education, so very important for a student to teach what is a civic engagement. So as rightly said, we are moving on to the higher education, but the social connection and, empathy factors among students, we are seeing that, slowly that is getting degrading. So again, I'll continue with the same word, hope. The new education policy culminates some of the, wonderful aspects of human life, human values, and forge social collaboration in achieving one goal, that is good education for our kids. So with this, I would say that, yes, it is the responsibility of the society. We need to work hard along with the technological upgradation, digitalization on one side, but we need to also teach our kids what are the values of social skills, social collaboration among society. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. And finally, our session chair, Shri A.P. Sharma sir, your final views on today's session and the particular theme.
Yeah, Pushpaji is giving hope. Reverend Bishop has given hope. And I and Mr. Tryon always hope. Because if we believe there is a God, then God will give us wisdom. God will give wisdom to our politicians, our administrators, and things will change. And I'm quite hopeful that India is on the verge of a great decade. And of course, by 25, our education system will do certain kind of changes to become a great education system of the world. Thank you so much. Thank you so much to all the participants.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
With this, we are now closing our technical session 1, that is on future of school education. And we are starting with our technical session 2, that is on higher education and future of higher education. And in particular that we have with us Professor S.S. Patnaik sir, who is Director NITR from Chandigarh, and he will going to chair this session. So without wasting any time, I would like to welcome all to my session chair and all the dignitaries over here. I would like to hand over the session to Professor S.S. Patnaik ji. So, a very good afternoon.
Very good afternoon and namaskar. Thank you, Chitra ma'am. I would like to know how many speakers are on floor, because I see only Professor Ramakrishna, and I am supposed to have 5 speakers along with me. It is a 45 minutes allocation.
Ji. So I would like to say if everybody can once on their cameras and switch off their, unmute their mic and cameras on, please. We have ma'am also there from NIPA.
Arti ma'am is there, okay. Then
Yes. Rahul Agarwal sir is there. Shri Sachdeva Ramakrishnan ji is there.
Professor Kaur, is she there?
Sir, I'll check with everyone till the time we can start the session.
Then we can start, because I was hoping if I get the prior information, then I can do the allocation of timing so that each speaker can be allocated. I'll go with that, assuming that 5 people are already there and 45 minutes. So my submission to all the eminent speakers that we take 7 minutes each, then keep 10 minutes for question answers and summing up the things. That's the way let's follow. Then in between anything can be taken care. So to start with very quickly, the topic of the day, or the topic which we'll be pondering upon, is future of higher education, digital way. So when I look into this topic, and because it is very close to my heart, because I am a person who is in this institute where even the country, when they were not even thinking of digital education or knowing even digital educations, we established the studio. We used to train people how to create video lectures. And today, the second largest of the studio is housed in my institute. So therefore, when I joined this institute way back in 2004, coming back from US, I used to teach how to use ePen in 2005. And 2012, we used to conduct training programs 6 hours a day, 5 days a week using Google Hangout, connecting 9 nodes, subsequently 15 nodes. So even before the era of COVID, this institute was teaching the technical teachers to how to become digitally empowered so that the future education system can be handled. And therefore, the people who were trained in Chandigarh, they were absolutely not having any problem during the COVID time, except the availability of technology. But in terms of using the technology, they were not having any issues. So therefore, I personally feel after the COVID period, the education is no more within the classroom. Because I see this is a COVIDial type of education where you have contact mode, you have open learning, you have virtual learning, you have immersive learning, you have distance learning and lifelong learning. So that way, if you see, if all facets of education systems are to be brought in, basically I see that we are not creating teachers, we are basically creating the reverse engineered human being who will be taking care of the society, who will be taking care of the student, who will be taking care of the industry, who will be taking care of all ethics, values, and regaining our own past glory, so many aspects in a short time. So therefore, without integration of technology, it is not possible because time is short, many things to be learned. So unless you create a lot of platforms together, it is not possible. Therefore, this is a aptly chosen topic like future higher education digital way. I just leave it to the experts. Before that, I want to tell, when the people, they go for dialysis, it is said commonly that they come running. After a few months, they come walking. After a few years, they come sitting. And after a few years, they don't come at all. So if we don't integrate our technology to education system, we are already putting our education system in a dialysis mode. So we'll see that the day will come when the patient will not come, and therefore the education system will have a very free fall type of situations, a catastrophic situation for us. Fortunately, the national education policy has given a lot of openings for us in this country. But philosophically, this is not unknown to everybody. Many of us, we know philosophically what are things to be done. Suggestions are plenty, and this is well documented. But the right kind of pathway to implement, that is the present challenge. So how to really implement so many good things in a very short time to achieve the status of Vishwaguru, that is the big challenge. So when we talk about integration of technology, the question of affordability, acceptability, adaptability, impactability, immutability, all these aspects are to be looked into. Because this is the way, the practical way we face challenge. Secondly, when it comes to the challenge, I see that in education systems, curriculum, instructional material, and instructions, they are the pillars. So if you have a good curriculum, if you have a good instructional material, and there is a good instruction in the classroom, it will have an impactful effect. So this CII in a digital era, how it has to take care, how to take care of these things, especially when we have a challenge of curriculum, when we have a challenge of quality and immersive instructional material, when we have a challenge of remote assessment and evaluations, we have a challenge of skill and hands-on labs in remotely to control them, remote mentoring and monitoring, motivational learning, work-based learning, technology integrated pedagogy, deep pedagogy. So like that, many challenges are in front. So my submission, my request to my fellow eminent panels. So please give a pathway to this type of challenges, which you may have also many in your mind. So to start with, can I request Professor Sachdeva Ramakrishnan to take up further? Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Patnaik. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much for bringing me to your esteemed panel. I think you have set the context very right. I also wanted to try and thank Dr. Gulshan upfront for passionately inviting me. It's an invite I can hardly decline. But Professor Patnaik, let me qualify in some ways my position on the panel. All of you are, I think, esteemed educationists, and you have done a lot more in the sphere of education formally. I tend to come from the receiving side of education, more as a beneficiary or a benefactor of what the classrooms and universities output as we run companies, right? And we absorb talent. So I'm going to put that frame of reference to my comments. You made some very, very valid points about how do we equip students to become actually greater citizens for the world, right? It's so, of course, I think every parent would expect the child to be, if you might, economically worthy. And what that means is for the investments they do in the child's education, that should pay off either resulting in a good job, a stable life, and then, of course, help the child have a happy family, be able to sustain himself in the community, and just the regular aspects of well-being, right? Which I think is the practical value one derives from education. So just let me pause back. I wanted to talk of what I call the yin and yang of this topic of digital education. And what I mean by that is I wanted to talk of the balance that is needed between, as you said, Professor Patnaik, so well, education for living or education for life. And what I mean by that is there is obviously the short and mid-term expectation for universities to produce graduates, as you said so rightly, through its curriculum, through instructional materials, through instructions, and let the students leave the portals of the university to be employable, right? Whether in this or that industry. So that's, I think, the practical aspect of the living, what I call the yin of education. The yang is, of course, there is a greater expectation as human beings to apply consciousness, imagination, to forward living standards, ensure the well-being of fellow citizens who are perhaps marginalized or less fortunate, do greater good for the world, right? And that's what I call the longer arc of impact of education. So I think that balance is extremely important, even as we design curriculums. The second thing is what's clearly happening in the digital world is that, in our view, it's creating universal access of education. Earlier, education still was quite elitist. You had to enroll yourself in a college. That means your parents had to have the affordability to send you to a good university. And that put you on a good learning pathway to be kind of economically and socially useful to the world. Someone less fortunate, less privileged wouldn't have that access. But today, through digital content, and with, in that sense, cubes of knowledge getting cheaper or more accessible, there is more courseware, more materials available to equip someone to at least have a living or even flourish as an entrepreneur. So I think the universal accessibility that digital platforms provide in education is a huge one. The second thing is very empowering. And what I mean by that is, at least in my time, we had to go religiously to the class. I used to be a front bencher. And if the teacher erased the great notes he wrote on the board using a duster, then someone who had not written that in time would have lost that piece of education, right? So today you have even equipments in classrooms which are more digital. You have, screens where you can handwrite or project, you can print, you can email to students. So it's got a lot more engaging and empowering. 3 is, I think, digital creates a very democratic process. Again, a level playing field, both from accessibility and the fact that today students can kind of, if you might, counter question a professor or a teacher. So the teacher is more a facilitator in today's world using digital than purely imparting rote learning, where it's a one-way dialogue. He just imparts the curriculum, of course, hopefully efficiently, but he has no real-time means of figuring out if the students have absorbed that lesson. Has something changed in their mind? Has it impacted their thinking? Has it influenced their ways of dealing with situations? So it's got a lot more interactive in that sense. Also, I think digital platforms pushes students and teachers to greater accountability, right? So earlier, the teacher could say, I'm not feeling well, but today using online tools like Zoom or other ways, you can still conduct a class. And the pandemic proved that so well, where a lot of classroom teaching moved to online reasonably efficiently. It therefore creates greater accountability, greater transparency, higher efficiency and effectiveness in the whole engagement between teacher and student. So I just think that's really the power of digital. Now, I think the challenge is on the demand side, the world is getting extremely complex and ambiguous. And what I mean by that is traditional industries are giving way to newer ones. There are newer vocational opportunities. So how do you make a curriculum that's more agile, right? Because curriculum is set for at least good foundational learning. Some of that should be constant. Again, what I call the yin of the balance. But there has to be an agility in the curriculum, which creates flexibility. So for example, in the IT world, there's this new concept called metaverse or robotics or artificial intelligence, right? How do you train students to do, of course, foundational computer science, useful for our IT industry and programming, but how do you also help them embrace these modern technologies, right? So there has to be these cubes of knowledge available in the curriculum, which one can bolt on, add as supplemental learning, which again, digital libraries can easily provide. The other thing I think that the world should consider, and Professor Patnaik, like you and many other eminent educationists, I do not know why we cannot connect various learning centers of the world to a digital backbone or network. So if, for example, there's a professor in Cambridge or Harvard.
Absolutely, Mr. Ramakrishnan. Actually, in the first round, you have opened up very nicely. Like I see, the knowledge is getting cheaper, empowering, engaging, democratic level playing field, and flexibility in accountability like that. You have really started well, and these are the things to be addressed. And that is what is required, that better partnership, networking is the answer.
Right.
So that's the way. So we'll again come back to you. To start with, may I request Madam Aarti, Professor Aarti, to listen to her view, please.
Yeah, so good afternoon, everybody. I'm thankful to the Indian service industry for having given me this opportunity to speak to this august audience. I have been listening to the previous session also on future schools, and now we graduate to future higher education the digital way. So, I mean, first of all, I think fundamentally we need to understand what is the difference between the two kind of scenarios. One, the school, the other being the higher education. Now, in school education, things are given, the curriculum is given. And even though we try to, encourage the questioning and the critical abilities of the student, but research doesn't happen in school education. The quantum of knowledge is given, and there is no scope to change that knowledge at the school. Now, when we graduate to higher education, how it is different is that because constantly we are pushing the boundaries of knowledge. We don't take anything as given. We are constantly, trying to push the frontiers of knowledge so that new knowledge is being created. So with that thing in mind, that new knowledge and how does new knowledge get it is only through research. So whether it is, any science, whether technology or, education or social science or research is the backbone of higher education. So when we talk about research in higher education, we digital of course helps, because even in sciences we now have the virtual labs and rest of it. But the real experience cannot be really, substituted by the digital world. We have to use the digital resources and digital architecture to, as a tool to help us, critically appraise what is going on, and constantly push to ourselves to new knowledge. So, digital is very important. And of course, the difference between, the access to digital world and the use by the people who have access, again, is also, not, it doesn't find the best fit in a country like India, where, some interior, areas still do not have basic electricity and technology. So the digital divide is still there. And during the COVID, we saw, how students went up the tree to get the right signals in order so that they could audit their classes. So that is a challenge in India to actually, and from higher education, working on real labs. Whether we talk about robotics, whether we talk about deep learning, machine learning, artificial intelligence, and anything, that that actually gets further, catapulted in a real life situation. Even for, if you take the example from social science, armchair research is not valued so much as, some empirical evidences from the field. When you substantiate with the data, with the literature, then only new knowledge gets built. So, just depending on digital, like I see, that if we, from the point of social science, if we are doing a kind of a questionnaire, Google forms actually help you get some data. But when you are there in the setting to get, you understand a lot of things which are unsaid. So reading in between the lines, as we say, becomes very, very important. From the social science, why a person is saying, and with what body language, and with what expression, is also important. Not merely getting, data through the Google forms, which has become the, as a shortcut to getting data. So I think, we need to think beyond, out of the box thinking, to say that where to use digital. Sometimes it's very effective if you're doing large surveys. Then getting data on Google form is a very effective way of getting data. But if you're doing qualitative research and going beyond and trying to see other nuances within the whatever area that we are trying to explore, I think that becomes very, very important. So digital technology is there, and the future of higher education, in that ambit, we will see that digital is here to remain and maybe get more amplified. But where to use and what to use and how to use in the arena of higher education is the key to make it very, very successful. So I think, higher education, we have to reconnect to the purpose, that the purpose of higher education is to push the, to add on research and push the frontiers of knowledge constantly. So I think we need to keep our aims and objectives very clear, and then follow and create a pathway that uses technology in the most impactful way and leads us to a better future of higher education. Meaning to say that you put the round holes in the round.
Use the technology in an impactful way. That is the main message which we are getting from your things, Madam Arti. Especially, yes. I endorse your statement that research, without research, higher education cannot sustain.
Yeah.
So, and when it comes to research, the real lab, getting involved in a real hands-on is a requirement. So now, how the digital way can bridge this gap? This is what is the challenge, because that's the way we look forward to the solution from the panelists, and we would like to give recommendation to the forum that how the requirements, these are all genuine requirements. Research is a requirement, having a physical exposure to the lab is a requirement, but how to arsel the lacunas and shortage and the limitations in a digital way. That is the big challenge in front of us. Thank you so much, Madam. To start with your introductory speech, and you have really strike to a right points, right subject like research in higher education. Thank you so much. So can I request now Professor Rahul Agrawal, your views, sir. Your views, sir.
Thank you. Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You're audible.
So good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for inviting me to this forum for sharing my thoughts on this very pertinent topic of how we engage and involve our students in higher education. So I would like to present some different perspective, which is from the perspective of neuroscience. And because we know that education is all about learning, and learning definitely depends on how our brain works. So neuroscience is the study of how brain works and how we learn and behave. And it's neuroeducation is an emerging field that aims at bringing the learnings of neuroscience into education and pedagogy. So that's what I'm going to talk about, how neuroeducation can be kind of useful in our higher education. So with the advent of neuroscience, there's a concept of brain-based learning, which is coming up. And as we know, like as part of evolution, our brain is programmed for survival, and it constantly looks for threats and rewards. So anything which brain finds which is threatening, whether physically or emotionally, that causes a disengagement. And if there is something rewarding which a student or which a person would be looking for, that creates engagement. So neuroscience gives us some insights into what could be the threats and rewards from the perspective of students. And that's what, if we can focus on, that can help us in creating a better learning environments, a better course design, and so on. So one of the very pertinent things is health and exercise. The more active and engaged students are physically, they do better in terms of their learning outcomes. So it's very important that some type of physical activity and focus on exercise and health needs to be given. Then the role of positive emotions. If we give some positive feedback to students, we try to engage them through different activities, that helps in better learning outcomes. Similarly, written and verbal information helps in better learning. Something which students speak and which they can see maybe through videos, photographs, etc. That helps in better memorization of the course content. Similarly, stimulating students during the class through involvement, through humor, through some kind of games, or some kind of activity, that helps in better retaining of what is being taught. And similarly, creating a less stressful environment in the classroom or otherwise, that helps in better engagement with the students. So these are some of the things which neuroscience has highlighted, which, if taken care in our course design and the learning environments, that will help us in building up a better engaged students. Similarly, neuroscience is also exposing some of the myths which are surrounding around our brain, how our brain works. So there's a concept which many people feel that students are left-brained or right-brained, and that impacts their learning. But the neuroscience, the studies of neuroscience has revealed that any kind of learning, any kind of thinking requires both left as well as right brain. And the learning is not solely dependent on whether the left brain is dominant or the right brain is dominant. Another myth says that we only use 10% of our brain, but actually that's not correct. And 100% of the brain is used, and some commercial products which say that you can enhance your learning by or brain functioning by using their products to more than 10%. That those kind of products cannot be should not be kind of looked at. So these are just marketing gimmicks. Similarly, mental capacity is something one is born with and cannot be changed. This is another myth which many students, which many people have. But learning is, of course, there is some hereditary factor, but the lot depends on how much we practice, how much we repeat things. So that's more dependent on our practice, not just that we are born with some kind of brain and we can't learn things. So there are lot of such myths which are being exposed by neuroscience, and if those are rightly put forward to students as well as to teachers, that will help in building better awareness. The third aspect which I would like to highlight is related to neurotechnology. The learning of neuroscience are helping to build new devices and methods that help in enhancing education and learning. So EEG is one such example. EEG is basically electroencephalogram. It's an instrument which is worn like an helmet and enables capturing electrical activity happening in the brain that help us understand the feelings and the emotions of the person. So a cap-like wearable EEG devices are being built that help in identifying how a student is feeling in a class. So whether the student is engaged with what is being taught or is distracted or feeling anxious. This provides inputs to customize the course delivery based on learning level of the student. So if a student needs more time to understand the concept, the instruction will go slower. If the student is finding question difficult to answer, he may be presented with simpler questions. So basically a course which is adaptive to the needs of the learner. So a lot of study and research is already happening for development of such adaptive learning environments that support students during learning. Hopefully such neurotechnology based learning systems will become widely available within next 2 to 5 years.
Thank you, Professor. Being a neuroscientist, you have really touched a very important topic that emphasizing on practice, then adaptive learning and visual learning and stimulating learning and using game and physical approach to have a better ecosystem of learning. These are the aspects I feel, being a person from the technology area, I feel that the technology can play a lot of roles in this area, and it is in fact started playing. Let me tell you, because in my master degree, I used to teach artificial neural network. That is a subject as a teacher before being a director or vice chancellor, I used to teach that. And my research area was heart to brain communication. Like being from my background was I was working for missiles. Subsequently, I worked for mobile system in US. So RF interaction to body, I was very much aware of. So I started a attempt, rather I attempted that before becoming a vice chancellor, where the research got delayed, completely delayed. I attempted to help coma patient just entering their brain through the heart, because that's the way, like we started disturbing the alpha, beta, theta waves by RF radiations. In fact, and it was with the support of some neurosurgeon of PGI and my own institute, doctor was a senior cardiologist. So we used to have all this CCG, EMG medicine. And I personally agree with you, because I am a person who has seen this variation. Like there is the variations can be created even with a small external radiations. So that's where there is a lot of impact which is possible. And the curriculum designer, they should really sincerely think the cognitive way of making neuroscience and neurotechnology integrated to the curriculum so that the learning is more stimulating and engaging. So thank you so much, Professor Rahul Agrawal. I'll go to now Professor Dolly Wesen to hear the introductory remarks from Professor Dolly Wesen, please.
Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity. I basically work in the I'm a knowledge entrepreneur, and I work in the intersection of industry and the academia. And I've been working to really help the students in the youth in the higher education to really be able to really be ready for the work that they have to do. So basically concentrating on future of work, how work is going to be done in the future in requires a very different approach than what is being taught in the academic educational systems. And at the same time, my focus has been more towards the service sector, because the service sector is going to be the most affected in the future, as most of the services will move towards automated services, and it would be very difficult for people to really find jobs if they are not really practicing the new way of working and be prepared for it, how to use the maybe the artificial intelligence, IoT, or any kind of system which is going to really be in the future shape the way work is being done. So as a part of the exercise, I have about 37 years experience in the industry, launched one of the first software products from India to win an international award. And then I set up my consulting company to really help the small and medium enterprises to really learn technology adoption and transform their businesses through the digital transformation process. I did some work, and tourism has been one of my focus area, and healthcare another focus area, and been able to really bring in a lot of transformational efforts. I'm not here to talk about it right now. What I'm here to talk about is an approach that I have been using, and is something which basically allows you to really learn, especially the adults to learn. Most of the academic education system has been really teaching students in the higher education as they are teaching in the school education. And that is the real fallacy of the entire educational system currently. We need to move towards experiential learning. We need to help people to really learn in the manner that they are adults and they can learn by themselves. They only need to be mentored. They need to be really guided what to learn. They need to really be guided, and that's an approach that we have been practicing for the last 10 years. And that has yielded a lot of results in terms of really transforming the youth and women, which is my focus area. And we've been able to really just to give you this thing, I'm a very, I would say, a micro entrepreneur, but single-handedly with the collaborative effort of like-minded people, we've been able to transform something close to about 10,000 youth and women, and help them adopt technologies which have taken them global, right from either college or from their small businesses to going global. So this is a project that I started within my company to really try it out, which is called Smart Edge. SMART, as you know, is a methodology which was basically coined by Peter Drucker in his book Management by Objectives. It's basically meant for goal setting, and I look at education, or especially the what is called the experiential learning, to be one of it has to be taken like a project that we have a very definitive goal as to what we need to learn, and then decide as to what are the pieces that need to be learned and how it has to be really delivered. And there is a plan like what a doctor prescribes. You have a prescription for your learning, which basically understand that this is my goal to learn, then I need to really do this, and then they are free to really learn whichever way. And at any point of time, if they need additional help, there is some kind of what you call mass learning or webinars, and the formats which allow a consolidation of the necessary resources, whether they are here in India or anywhere in the world. And if time permits, I'd like to actually show some of the do I have some time to really kind of show one or two?
Madam, we are running shortage of time because already our session started late because the previous session spilled over.
Right. So I'll just share one screen, which will probably, if you give me that much of an opportunity, just one screen to just share one.
Fine, madam. Fine.
Can I have the permission to share a screen, please?
Chitra madam, can you permit? Chitra madam?
Totally up to you. You are the session chair, so you are the decision maker.
I give her, yeah, this is now the thing, yeah.
Right. Can you see the screen, sir?
Yes, we see the screen.
Right. So this is one short this thing that I would like to explain. It's really very nice to really talk about a lot of things that can be done, but really doing it, and especially during the pandemic, was a challenge that I took up. So when I was talking to a lot of industry students from the fashion industry and the textile industry, I found that most of them were very, very depressed as to how they would their career would be and what they can do, how can they learn. They can't really go to college, or they can't really understand anything, especially the students who were very bright. At the same time, I looked at the handloom industry in India, and they said that there is a huge amount of a real problem, because most of the handloom weavers and artisans had absolutely no way to sell their products. Their orders were cancelled. They had a complete supply chain problem. So I said, okay, this is something that I can possibly look at and try to really adopt through the Smart Edge methodology. Through this integrated platform, what we tried to really bring in multiple stakeholders in the fashion industry, in the education fashion institutes, and also bring in the trade bodies. So we had we collaborated, and I created a boot camp for 30 days where we had 200 participants from all over India. And it was a 15-day online hackathon, which is an online experiential method to really help learn everything online. And the almost about 500 exhibitors of artists and weavers, we really helped them to really showcase their products through the World Trade Center's platform. And we were so surprised when we started really working on online medium. There was so much of attention from all over the world to really come and collaborate. I had a keynote for my session from Dr. Mrinal Gowade, who is an AI expert sitting in Netherlands. He came and gave the keynote for fashion tech. Fashion tech, incidentally, is an area which basically is in the intersection of fashion and technology, and basically tries to address the problems that the fashion industry faces, especially being the second largest polluter in the world. So
this is an area of creativity and technology come together, and already you have shown that by how the digital way this thing can be addressed well during the COVID time. So
during COVID time, we had experts from IBM, experts from the industry.
I see that the experiential learning, guided learning, the doctor's prescription way of learning, and the creativity and technology, everything is feasible in a digital way. So you have a big answer And maybe I'll request Chitra Madam that sometimes a special session from your side can be arranged so that we get a better pathway how to implement the digital way for this type of situation. Sorry,
Thank you,
today
and thank you very much for the opportunity.
they have given me a job to perform. So now I request Professor Vivek Sengalji is the speaker for his introductory aspect. Vivek ji.
Yeah, hello, sir. So, good afternoon, one and all. And thank you, Professor Patnaik and Dr. Sharma and ICI for this opportunity. So, I'll try to bring a sort of entrepreneurial perspective as well. My name is Vivek Singhal. I run Cellstrat AI Lab. We are an AI platform startup out of US and India. We have a developer tools platform for accelerated AI development, learning, and launches. If there was time, I would have demoed the platform, but I guess given the time limit, I'll just talk about it. So you can check us out by Googling my company Cellstrat. So we work with 40-50 colleges as well. We have been doing AI boot camps for many colleges. I'm based in Bengaluru, so I'm visiting faculty at BMS, RV College, PES, Christ, IFIM, you name it. Many IIMs, IITs as well, and colleges all over India. We have done AI boot camps, and we are trying to innovate the edtech space, how to groom students from colleges and universities for, in new areas like computer vision, NLP, generative AI, and make them industry ready. And because initially there was a challenge in basic machine learning, deep learning, even because it's mathematical and students found it difficult. There's a big upskilling curve. So we have a variety of educational pedagogy by which we train the college students. We, of course, do online and offline boot camps. We have a platform, an AI Ops, ML Ops platform where they practice projects. We have a portfolio of 500 AI projects on our platform. And so we have provided a jumpstart platform for learning and development. And even the same students, once they enter the enterprise, they can actually take these AI projects on our AI Ops platform and commercialize them for product business. So we are, of course, now beginning to work with enterprise vertical, because with the advent of new technologies like ChatGPT, GPT-3 behind that, and Delhi and Stable Diffusion, some new algos are in town from the leading AI labs like OpenAI, Google DeepMind. So we believe that AI inflection point is coming, is going to, AI is becoming like as big as internet, going forward. And so it is coming very big, and a lot of millions of SMBs and enterprises would be looking for, AI solutions and support. And unfortunately, the manpower globally is too less to fulfill the industry demand. So there is a severe shortage of AI talent. That is why we are working with 40-50 colleges, trying to groom the AI talent and making them ready for the industry. So we provide internships, a platform for practice. We do boot camps. We have extensive counseling, mentorship. We have a community of 15,000 AI enthusiasts. So we are trying all of these, pedagogies to try to groom the AI workforce, which millions of, companies will need in coming years. So as per Price Waterhouse and many others, the impact of AI is going to be, upwards of several $1 trillion, right? So in fact, I have seen reports like 20 to 30 trillion dollar. So that is probably the size of the internet economy. And so AI is going to create an economy as big as internet economy. And so there's a huge impact coming. We live in so many exciting times. We just have to come together as an ecosystem to groom the workforce and provide the right developer tools, learning tools to students, and even working professionals which are trying to upskill or reskill in these new technologies. And because some of these tech like metaverse, AI, they are pretty mathematical and they are much more complex than simply learning web or mobile app development, which was slightly easier. So we are just using this ecosystem to create the next level workforce, and also in the process trying to find product market fit for AI solutions with the enterprise.
Fantastic. The AI way of learning, and especially when the metaverse world, the way the industries are embracing the metaverse aspects, the education systems, they have to really gear up to come up to their level. And I see that you three industrialists who have practiced all those things is a big hope for that. Even though I started creating the AR VR MR lab in this institute way back in 2017, I purchased HoloLens also. I have HoloLens because my way of thinking is that by 2025-26 holograms way of learning will come into this, some good institute at this in this country. So looking into the metaverse challenges, people like you have a bigger role to play, and absolutely the digital way of higher education will get a lot of support from you. So Chitra madam, from your side, if you have to speak something, otherwise I'll leave it to the question answer session so that each individual will get their last minute wrap up, because it is almost all 1:18. We would like to finish it another 5 to 7 minutes. That's all. So from your side, Chitra madam.
I just want to say that this is really an enlightening session. Good information I have gained from everyone, all the speakers, and really many things. Technology has revolutionized education in a very, very efficient manner, and many things to see in future also, sir. So with this is my view, and thank you so much. And I hand over again to Professor S. Patnaik, sir. Thank you.
Again, I'll go back to Ramakrishna ji. So, like, to be very frank, everybody knows needs, everybody knows what to do, but how to do is not very clearly known to everybody. When it comes to like adopting the technology, where the affordable technologies are there, where the low cost technology, because in a country like us, when the education system, especially I am into higher technical education, so higher technical education, 90% of our higher technical educations are with private sectors, and all private sectors are not capable of spending that much of money. You know, they think that infrastructure in terms of building is good enough for education. It is not correct. Because when I go in various accreditation team, there's that as a chairman and as a UGC committee chairman, I see precarious situation, good buildings, but nothing is there. That is a hollow inside. So in that type of situation, those who are aware of this thing, they are really developing. They will be surprised that in this country, many good institutes with a lot of infrastructure, good faculty, they are really delivering well. So both sides of the coin, we are in a position to see now. So in this type of situations, when the technology without that will go to a peasant stage, instead of looking into that, can people like you, those who are into the companies, come up with this customized package? Oh, this is your budget-based package like you offer, so that they don't run away from your product. When they see 20 lakhs rupees, they will run away. But when there is a customization of this product with 5 lakhs rupees, yes, I am ready to afford that. So that's the way, if you can think of, then it will be a great help to the education systems, and affordability will be answered. And literally, like when they get addicted to that, they will be happy to invest more. That's the way I would like to hear from you, the right kind of pathway, how we can push technology more into higher education.
So I think Professor Patnaik, I think as always, you've brought an important theme or problem to solve. Among fellow panelists, I've already seen, I think many of them are already at work trying to do their bits, whether it's 2 cents or up to $1 of contribution, right? Trying to bring the talented workforce to be useful to the industries they will get employed in. So I think 2 or 3 things. One is, when I meant the democratization of education, it also means affordability. So when you make the first CD of any product, it's expensive, but the replica is cheaper, right? So how do governments, regulators, educationists collaborate to, of course, provide the inventor of knowledge the appropriate value, but also then help disseminate knowledge? Because the more people use knowledge, the more it gets amplified, the more it is in circulation, right? Like money. So I think that's, extremely important, that some people, of course, create, but how do you make it more useful for a larger base of people? And technology is a great enabler
to diffuse innovation and knowledge. So I think that's one. Two is, I think, as I said, I think there's too much focus just on digital and education. I think some panelists made some brilliant points. We should go away from the core of what education is all about, right? In some ways, for example, I teach at a local economics university, public-private partnerships, so to some 20-year-olds who have actually no clue on what this topic is. So the topic is complex, but as a facilitator, it's my job to make this interesting, right? So what I do is I give lots of real-world examples of where governments have huge aspirations. The world population has crossed 8 billion. We are consuming more as global societies. Governments will have never enough money to fuel that aspiration. They want to improve education, healthcare, well-being, transport, infrastructure, logistics, a billion things that society needs. So the only way is to get a private sector partner who's more innovative, imaginative, and expert, and can bring the financing. So the point is, when I teach this, I do what is called Socratic type of discussion, meaning I give a case study of where it happened. There are no guarantees that every public-private partnership example has gone to success. And I tell them what may be the essential ingredients that lead to, that could have led to a project being successful. But leave it to these young minds to say, tomorrow, if you occupy high seats in the government or as a regulator, what would you do? And I tell them, don't give me a right answer, just ask the right questions. This is something, Professor Patnaik, I learned from a video I saw of Richard Feynman, right? The physicist at the University of California, Berkeley, right? When he solved the space shuttle issue, right? The tank leakage issue. He said, hopefully at the end of my life, I've asked the right questions, not found the right answers. So just that ability to philosophize about the fundamentals of how people learn and how they should engage, what is useful, And for example, in India, the startup environment is flourishing. Many of the startup entrepreneurs didn't go to necessarily Harvard or Stanford or, necessarily the top colleges. They went to wherever they went to, but they have just the conviction of sending their bold idea to the world, right? So I think teaching young students the aspects of failure. We are very celebratory as societies. We only talk of icons and unicorns and all the great stories. Entrepreneurship and life is all about the highs and lows. So building a more stoic way of looking at life, having a more balanced view, is, I think, the essentials to learning.
Thank you so much, Professor Ramakrishna. It is good to hear you, but it is the stick is with Chitra Madam, because she will not permit me to allow you for a long time. But I think I'll take this advantage of being the session chair. I'll call you independently sometimes, all of you, and we can have a real discussion. For a lot of people, like Ajay, sure, that almost 60,000-70,000 technical teachers, they get trained in our place. So that's the way I'll sometime connect you. And Dolly Madam, actually, from your side, last 1 or 2 words recommendation, which we would like to hear. Unmute, Madam, unmute, please. Madam, unmute.
Yeah, I've unmuted. So thank you for great experience. And I would just like to sum up and say that, we should not, look at immediate gains. We should look for the future. And the future is to keep researching and pushing, everything and creating a good ecosystem for good research. Thank you so much.
Ecosystem for good research, absolutely necessary, and being from NIPA, you are into this, and I fully endorse that. Without research, we cannot flourish. This is also an area where I am very keen, and maybe sometimes I'll come to Delhi, because it is a frequent visit to Delhi, to Shastri Bhavan. Sometimes I'll drop in, maybe we can think of in a better way of collaboration with system like yours.
Or you can invite me otherwise to Chandigarh.
It will be a pleasure, I'll do that. Dolly Besson, Madam, from your side.
So I have last comment as a comment to really conclude is that see we actually the education system is currently concerned with only about 20% of the life of a person. So we need to extend the educational system to a lifelong learning. The education should not stop. The education, the way it is delivered, has to really change. The way the education for lifelong learners, there has to be some mechanism. Almost, if you look at the workplace learning, there is absolutely no educational system which is really geared towards helping people relearn, unlearn, and kind of get into new areas. So I'll share my example. I'm a gold medalist electronics and communication engineer, but I started working in the tourism sector to really transform the digitally the tourism sector, and got into so deep into it that I was offered a MasterCard scholarship to do my MBA in tourism, and then subsequently by Nottingham University to do masters in tourism and travel. And so I could then really take it back into the industry and actually transform the tourism in India, and have done a lot of work. I am not here to talk about it, but that framework is completely missing in India. Why should I go to Singapore to really do my specialization in MBA in tourism? Whenever I approached any tourism institute in India, they told me, you don't have any arts background, you can't really be in tourism. When I wanted to do my master's in tourism, again the same thing applied. You haven't done bachelor's in tourism, so you're not eligible for a master's in tourism. Now this is something that has to be really looked upon, and this is something
luckily the national education policy is going to bring certain flexibility in that. It will
because
bring
whatever education I have had has nothing to do with what is the kind of work that I can do.
Right.
And if I'm actually doing something in certain area, I need to be supported by the educational system to really make myself more appropriate. So it's not theoretical knowledge. We actually have to apply in practice. So when you want to really apply in practice, and the same thing, right now I'm working in sustainability. I have no this thing to really go into any sustainable. There is no education system which is given.
Madam, certainly the things are opening up, and let me inform you in this forum to you that with IIT Roper, we are now starting some activities called training to degrees. Like the workplace people who are already trained, if they are given slightly some add-on training where the emerging area or something like that, they are looking forward to. So they can acquire the degree, like you being from EC department. I am also from EC department. But if I want to be a person of, let's say, agriculture engineering, they will not permit me. Even if I have a postdoc, PhD, everything in this, they will say, no, you have absolutely no KG knowledge to be part of our department. But somehow we are breaking this barrier. We are just trying to use the national education policy. And that's the way, the first thing which I went to IIT Roper director, talked to him. He has candidly agreed to go for this concept of training to degree, because it was in my mind for a quite long time that only classroom teaching should not lead to degree. Training also can be assessed, and it can be given some fractional credit, and accumulation of that credit to satisfy the regulatory authority, you get that accumulated credit and get a degree. So that something is opening up. Definitely the extended way of learning, lifelong learning, there should be a different framework architecture for helping the workplace learner to unlearn, relearn type of situation. I appreciate your thought process. Maybe this is a very good recommendation how the digital way the things can change. Going to the my speaker, Professor B.K. Singalji, your last word, because intentionally I kept the neuroscientist at the end, because he has to conclude everybody's mind and give me the right neuro requirements. So Vivekji, for you.
Okay, I assume we are talking about Dr. Sajdev for neuroscientist. Okay, so
no,
after me.
I'm talking about Rahul.
Oh, Mr. Rahul sir. Okay, got it. Understood. So yeah, so just the last few words. So Amazing discussion and really learned quite a few things. In fact, I would say myself, and I would pleasure to address this audience. So one or two last two thoughts. So I think it's an ecosystem thing.
I will put a question to you: how to push metaverse challenges in education system with your AI approach?
So it is combination of tools and mentoring, right? So we have to kind of create tools for students to adopt this and faculty to adopt it, because there's an adoption barrier. It's easy to stick to what we are used to. So definitely some tooling is required, very simple, so to reduce the barrier to adoption. And with
Let
AI,
me tell you, the students are interested.
okay.
Faculties are also interested, but when it comes to like using Unity to develop something, the coding in Unity is a big challenge to them, and there is no experts to really guide them in a short time, in a simpler way to go for a approach to this. Let's say mechanical engineer would like to go for a AR VR approach, and he doesn't know coding. So in that situation, so people like you, can we really push some support system from external side, so that this educational institute who have, to be very frank, if you ask me, since I deal day-to-day basis with teachers of technical colleges, engineering colleges, and polytechnic systems, they're excited once we show them all these activities. And on 15th August, when in our 330 capacity auditorium, we asked each individual to come to the stage and host the flag on Everest. Everybody was excited to host the flag on Everest using this headset and other things. So this is the type of activities we are doing, at least in my institute, and I'm pushing this idea. But my bottleneck is that there is limited trainer in this. Very limited people who can really guide in a very simpler way to the teachers. So when they see a complexity, they run away. So if people like you who are into this AI, and AI ultimately is going to drive, it started driving, it is going to massively drive the systems in long run. Can we have some simplified solution or some master trainer in a short time can be created?
Yes, sir. Good point. So, in fact, there are some startups who specialize in this kind of metaverse edtech environment. One of them I can think of is Invact Metaversity, which was started initially by the former head of Twitter India. So it's called Invact, INVACT. Invact Metaversity specializes in metaverse environments. It's a funded startup, so a very good team. And so we can reach out to them for sure for how to bring a metaverse into the campus environment. In fact, they are doing college, they are doing some courses within a metaverse or blockchain driven environment. And so for AI, we have cracked it, I feel. We have a platform which simplifies the process of learning, developing, and deploying AI. And we have 5,000 students using our AI platform today for accelerated AI learning development, and even deploying AI for commercial projects and products. So a very good point, sir, and would love to interact offline and collaborate in a variety of ways.
Thank you so much. Now, Professor Rahul Agrawal, you have seen everybody's closing remarks, and there is a lot of diversified things, but in a very integrated way, converging to one requirement. Everybody wants a better quality higher education system. So now, as a neuroscientist, how do you guide us in this?
Sure, sir. So what I would like to say is that higher education is more about, say, teenagers and the upcoming adults. And these are the people who are very, very emotionally sensitive, or they are basically, their brains are still developing or maturing, I would say. So our teachers have to be made aware of this aspect, and in terms of their training, they need to be kind of made more aware about basically the findings of neuroscience, so that they can take care of in their course delivery. They can look at how they can engage their students, especially in the higher education, how they can have a more engaging sessions with their students. That's what I think that will happen. That's the few things which I wanted to say.
Thank you so much. In fact, sincere gratitude and appreciation to all the panelists. I have a lot of hopes from this platform that we are in right directions, and people like you, especially the people from industries and the researchers like Aarti Madam and Professor Agrawal, you are a great hope that the country will get the right kind of people to implement and right kind of pathway to implement the national education policy, which is a open-ended document with a lot of flexibility inside, and what we are talking today, which we see as bottlenecks, I personally feel that after 10 years we'll not be talking on these issues if the right perspectives, right way the NEP 2020 is implemented. So thank you once again, everybody. And Chitra Madam, before closing, it is your final remarks, and closing with you only.
We all are learner, and I'm a humble learner, and I'm really grateful to sir that he has given me today this opportunity. 2 hours I had great learning, starting from the school education and now in the higher education, and I believe that there are many things to learn. Whatever we think we have learned, it is just 5% of what is there in the universe. So just keep learning, keep growing, and keep believing in that we can contribute towards making our earth, our planet, our country a best place to live for everyone. And with this, I would like to say a very good afternoon to everyone, and we start with our lunch breaks. And during the lunch break time, for the audience also, everyone, those who are watching us live on YouTube, there's few songs that we have produced. ICSI has production of few songs. One is dedicated to education also, and other tourism songs also. So just enjoy those songs and have your lunch, and do come back at 2:30. Then we have a session on rethinking tourism. So next part of Beyond Break, we have a session on tourism and technology, a many things to come. And once again, thank you everyone. Thank you, Professor S.S. Patnaik sir, and all the dignitaries, those who have joined us. Thank you.
Namaskar.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
विश्व गुरु बनना है भारत, भारत का सम्मान करो। विश्व गुरु बनना है भारत, भारत का सम्मान करो। शिक्षा के पथ पे आगे बढ़कर, शिक्षा के पथ पे आगे बढ़कर सबका ही कल्याण करो। भारत का सम्मान करो, भारत का सम्मान करो। आर्यभट्ट से उज्जवल शिक्षक पूर्ण जगत में छा जाओ। आर्यभट्ट से उज्जवल शिक्षक पूर्ण जगत में छा जाओ। श्रेष्ठ वर्ग के तारे बनकर अपना नाम भी चमकाओ। विश्व गुरु बनना है भारत, भारत का सम्मान करो। विश्व गुरु बनना है भारत। शिक्षा के पथ पे आगे बढ़ कर, शिक्षा के पथ पे आगे बढ़ कर सबका ही कल्याण करो। शंखनाद से सकल जगत में गौरवमय गुणगान करो। गगन कल्पना एपीजे कलाम और भगत सिंह बन जाओ। साहस भर के झांसी जैसा जीवन का बलिदान करो। गगन कल्पना एपीजे कलाम और भगत सिंह बन जाओ। साहस भर के झांसी जैसा जीवन का बलिदान करो। विश्व गुरु बनना है भारत, भारत का सम्मान करो। विश्व गुरु बनना है भारत, भारत का सम्मान करो। भारत का सम्मान करो, भारत का सम्मान करो, भारत का सम्मान करो, भारत का सम्मान करो।
Welcome to the Inspirational Lab of ICSI Finishing School for Service Industry. The International Chamber for Service Industry, or ICSI, brought on ground India's first finishing school for the service industry in 1994. However, it has become an inspirational lab and turned completely digital post-pandemic. Here, the students link academics beyond syllabi. They journey from effective communication to connecting skills, curiosity to creativity, along with soft skills, life skills, and technical skills. Health and wellness is another important component of the Inspirational Lab at ICSI. Inspirational Lab is an initiative of ICSI to develop a holistic approach in education transformation. Visit icsiindia.in.
चंडीगढ़ एक नया शहर है नित प्रगति के धारों का। कितना सुंदर मेले यहाँ कुदरत के शोक नजारों का। चंडीगढ़ एक नया शहर है नित प्रगति के धारों का। कितना सुंदर मेले यहाँ कुदरत के शोक नजारों का। कितना सुंदर मेले यहाँ कुदरत के शोक नजारों का। की सुंदर है शंखलाएं, कहीं वन बाग बगीचे तन मन महकाए। हरियाणा पंजाब हिमाचल की बाहें, बाहें फैली है स्वागत में आप जब भी आए। कीजिए स्वीकार निमंत्रण, कीजिए स्वीकार निमंत्रण इन महके गुलजारों का। कितना सुंदर मेले यहाँ कुदरत के शोक नजारों का। कितना सुंदर मेले यहाँ कुदरत के शोक नजारों का। मेले उत्सव पर्व यहाँ मन भाते हैं। देखने पर्यटक झूमते गाते हैं। सिटी ब्यूटीफुल कह के इसे बुलाते हैं। सिटी ब्यूटीफुल कह के इसे बुलाते हैं। खूब पर्यटन का आनंद उठाते हैं। कितना सुंदर शहर शहर ये, कितना सुंदर शहर शहर ये, जैसे चाँद सितारों का। कितना सुंदर मेले यहाँ कुदरत के शोक नजारों का। कितना सुंदर मेले यहाँ कुदरत के शोक नजारों का। चंडीगढ़ एक नया शहर है नित प्रगति के धारों का। कितना सुंदर मेले यहाँ कुदरत के शोक नजारों का। कितना सुंदर मेले यहाँ कुदरत के शोक नजारों का। चौदहवीं दे भंग तेरा मुख नी कुड़े, ओ चन चौदहवीं दे भंग तेरा मुख नी कुड़े। उड़ गई नींद जदों नैन लड़े, उड़ गई नींद जदों नैन लड़े। ओ चन चौदहवीं दे भंग तेरा मुख नी कुड़े, ओ चन चौदहवीं दे भंग तेरा मुख नी कुड़े। साडे दिल नूं टोंदे ने रहंदे, हाल अपना सी किसे नूं न कहंदे। लोग साडे दिल नूं टोंदे ने रहंदे, हाल अपना सी किसे नूं न कहंदे। हुण हत्थ दी लकीरां दस कौन पढ़े, हुण हत्थ दी लकीरां दस कौन पढ़े। उड़ गई नींद जदों नैन लड़े, उड़ गई नींद जदों नैन लड़े। ओ जन चौदहवीं दे भंग तेरा मुख नी कुड़े ओ चन्न, चौदहवीं दे भंग तेरा मुख नी कुड़े। सियाल दिया सिख तेरा वे आपो आप टुट जांदे मंजियां दे पावे। रतन सियाल दिया सिख तेरा वे आपो आप टुट जांदे मंजियां दे पावे। इस बल दी रचाई विच कौन जी बड़े, इस बल दी रचाई विच कौन जी बड़े। उड़ गई नींद जदों नैन लड़े, उड़ गई नींद जदों नैन लड़े। ओ चन्न चौदहवीं दे भंग तेरा मुख नी कुड़े, ओ चन्न चौदहवीं दे भंग तेरा मुख नी कुड़े। जदों लवे अंगड़ाइया सारे पिंड विच मच जांदियां दुहाइयां। बाहनू खलार जदों लवे अंगड़ाइया सारे पिंड विच मच जांदियां दुहाइयां। सब दी अखां मूरे अज किन्ने सुपने खड़े, ओ सब दी अखां मूरे अज किन्ने सुपने खड़े। उड़ गई नींद जदों नैन लड़े, उड़ गई नींद जदों नैन लड़े। ओ चन्न चौदहवीं दे भंग तेरा मुख नी कुड़े, ओ चन्न चौदहवीं दे भंग तेरा मुख नी कुड़े। में आपके, भारत के द्वार हैं खुले स्वागत में आपके। पग पग पे फूल हैं खिले स्वागत में आपके। पग पग पे फूल हैं खिले स्वागत में आपके। भारत के द्वार हैं खुले स्वागत में आपके। मेहमान नवाजी के लिए सारे जहान में मशहूर है ये सरजमीं दीनों ईमान में। आकर तो देखिए मेरे हिंदुस्तान में, यहाँ दिल बिछाए जाते हैं मेहमान की शान में। आओ के दीप है जले स्वागत में आपके। भारत के द्वार है खुले स्वागत में आपके। कश्मीर के पहाड़, हिमाचल की वादियां, पंजाब के दिल पे एक नजारों की झांकियां, नदियां ये नाले बाग बगीचे ये चोटियां, मनमोहती हुई ये परिंदों की बोलियां, सुर के है साथ सुर मिले स्वागत में आपके। भारत के द्वार है खुले स्वागत में आपके। ये आगरा का ताज वो जयपुर के हैं महल, दक्षिण के मंदिरों में मनोकामना सफल। कोणार्क उड़ीसा का जहां है चहल पहल, खजुराहो की कला से दिल जाए मचल मचल। ये पर्यटन के सिलसिले स्वागत में आपके। भारत के द्वार है खुले स्वागत में आपके। अजब अजंता लोरा की गुफाएं, बुद्धा का मुल्क जिससे नहीं हटती निगाहें। सुंदर है घाट शोक बनारस की हवाएं, लखनऊ की शानो शौक देती है सदाएं। आंचल बहार के गिले स्वागत में आपके। भारत के द्वार है खुले स्वागत में आपके। भारत के द्वार है खुले स्वागत में आपके। धरती शहीदां किसाना दिए, वीरां ते गबरू जवाना दिए। शान भारत दी पंजाब दिए हो मिट्टी, गुरु गोबिंद ते नानक महाना दिए। स्वर्ग में कहता अपने इस पंजाब नू अपने इस पंजाब नू अपने इस पंजाब नू एवें तेरे स्वर्ग में कहती अपने इस पंजाब नू पंज दरियावां दा अमृत मिलिया है इस दरिया एवें तेरे स्वर्ग में कहते अपने इस पंजाब नू तेरी शान रानी जरे जरे विच खुशहाली इत्थे ही ताबीर है मिलदी आके हर एक ख्वाब नू पंज दरियावां दा अमृत मिलिया है इस दरिया नू एवें तेरे स्वर्ग कहंदे अपने इस पंजाब नू नवी रोशनी नवा सवेरा वेखो ऐथे लाके फेरा जी आया नू इस बरे विच चुम लो इस गुलाब नू जी आया नू इस बरे विच जी आया नू इस बरे विच जी आया नू इस बरे विच चुम लो इस गुलाब नू पंज दरियावां दा अमृत मिलिया है इस दरिया नू एवें तेरे स्वर्ग हाँ कहंदे अपने इस पंजाब नू अपने इस पंजाब नू अपने इस पंजाब नू अपने इस पंजाब नू अपने इस पंजाब नू
Welcome to the Inspirational Lab of ICSI Finishing School for Service Industry. The International Chamber for Service Industry, or ICSI, brought on ground India's first finishing school for the service industry in 1994. However, it has become an inspirational lab and turned completely digital post-pandemic. Here, the students link academics beyond syllabi. They journey from effective communication to connecting skills, curiosity to creativity, along with soft skills, life skills, and technical skills. Health and wellness is another important component of the Inspirational Lab at ICSI. Inspirational Lab is an initiative of ICSI to develop a holistic approach in education transformation. Visit icsiindia.in. Welcome to the Inspirational Lab of ICSI Finishing School for Service Industry. The International Chamber for Service Industry, or ICSI, brought on ground India's first finishing school for the service industry in 1994. However, it has become an inspirational lab and turned completely digital post-pandemic. Here, the students link academics beyond syllabi. They journey from effective communication to connecting skills, curiosity to creativity, along with soft skills, life skills, and technical skills. Health and wellness is another important component of the Inspirational Lab at ICSI. Inspirational Lab is an initiative of ICSI to develop a holistic approach in education transformation. Visit icsiindia.in.
सम्मान करो। शिक्षा के पथ पे आगे बढ़ कर, शिक्षा के पथ पे आगे बढ़ कर सबका ही कल्याण करो। भारत का सम्मान करो, भारत का सम्मान करो। आर्यभट्ट से उज्जवल शिक्षक पूर्ण जगत में छा जाओ। आर्यभट्ट से उज्जवल शिक्षक पूर्ण जगत में छा जाओ। श्रेष्ठ वर्ग के तारे बनकर अपना नाम भी चमकाओ। विश्व गुरु बनना है भारत, भारत का सम्मान करो। विश्व गुरु बनना है भारत, भारत का सम्मान करो। शिक्षा के पथ पे आगे बढ़ कर, शिक्षा के पथ पे आगे बढ़ कर सबका ही कल्याण करो। शंखनाद से सकल जगत में गौरवमय गुणगान करो। गगन कल्पना एपीजे कलाम और भगत सिंह बन जाओ। साहस भर के झांसी जैसा जीवन का बलिदान करो। गगन कल्पना एपीजे कलाम और भगत सिंह बन जाओ। साहस भर के झांसी जैसा जीवन का बलिदान करो। विश्व गुरु बनना है भारत, भारत का सम्मान करो। विश्व गुरु बनना है भारत, भारत का सम्मान करो।
चंडीगढ़ एक नया शहर है नित प्रगति के धारों का। कितना सुंदर मेले यहाँ कुदरत के शोक नजारों का। चंडीगढ़ एक नया शहर है नित प्रगति के धारों का। कितना सुंदर मेले यहाँ कुदरत के शोक नजारों का। कितना सुंदर मेले यहाँ कुदरत के शोक नजारों का। शहर ये जैसे चांद सितारों का, इतना सुंदर मेल यहाँ कुदरत के शौक नजारों का, इतना सुंदर मेल यहाँ कुदरत के शौक नजारों का। चंडीगढ़ एक नया शहर है नित प्रगति के धारों का, कितना सुंदर मेल यहाँ कुदरत के शौक नजारों का, कितना सुंदर मेल यहाँ कुदरत के शौक नजारों का।
Good afternoon, Ji.
A very good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
जी,
क्या हाल है आपका?
बिल्कुल बढ़िया sir, बिल्कुल बढ़िया. And thank you. You have joined, and we are ready with our technical session 3 on rethinking tourism.
Yeah.
जी.
I hope others have also joined.
Yes, sir. Dolly ma'am is there, and even Subhash Verma ji is there. I'll just show a brief presentation and then to introduce the session. And
Mr.
then
Kumbu is also joining, no?
Sorry, sir.
Mr. Kumbu from EBEX.
Hanji, Hanji.
So he hasn't joined?
No, sir. Not yet.
उनको फोन करो.
Hanji, Hanji. Ji, sir, ji, sir.
हाँ जी.
So after the break, after this lunch break, musical break, I would say, we are back with our post-lunch session, and that is completely on tourism, rethinking tourism, and later on niche tourism. So once again, hearty welcome to all the audience in North India PRAVASI Divas 29th Annual Convention of ICSI. Future of Service Industry, where we are focusing on education, skills, technology, tourism with research and innovation. Education and skills part you have seen earlier. Now we will be more focusing on tourism along with technology and what all is there for this particular niche segment. So before that, just to appraise all the dignitaries, those who have joined. In the morning, we have started at 9 a.m. and there we have a brief introduction, and therein after the inaugural session has been inaugurated by chief guest, the Honorable Minister of State for Education and External Affairs, and he has appraised us on what India is thinking as far as education is concerned and development is concerned, and obviously not in the present times, but seeing the 100 years vision, that is 2047 India growth. And thereafter, we have also been there with a special address by Advisor to Administration Univ.Chandigarh, Dr. Dharampal ji, and he also guided us, give us his vision on development of Chandigarh in particular. Then we have the technical session 1, session chaired by Shri A.P. Sharma ji and the eminent guest speakers. That is completely on future education. That was. And the technical session 2 on higher education. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we are here with our session 3, technical session 3. And this session is going to be chaired by none other than the legend in tourism, the chairman of STIC Travels, Dr. Subhash Goyal ji. And we are very fortunate that his guidance is always there with us, for us, and he is always there to guide on tourism and give his vision onto this particular field. This technical session has been titled as Rethinking Tourism Post-Pandemic, Tourism Business and SMEs. So without wasting any time, let me introduce everyone, our guest panelist, as well as our session chair, Subhash Goyal ji, speaker, Shri Subhash Verma ji, and Dolly Bhasin ma'am. Ma'am, I request if you can just open your camera as well, and you can come with us. And there's someone who has joined us as Smart Edge. So I just request everyone to please open the cameras. Okay, fine. Right. So to begin with, I'll just say Shri Subhash Goyal ji. Sir, please, you take this session as a session chair and start the session. And later on, there are a few people I know that those who have not come, I'll just keep checking on to that. But in the meanwhile, we can start if you allow, sir.
So thank you very much. I think we are still waiting for Mr. Srivastav and Mr. Kundu and Mr. P.P. Khanna. And from Mr. Shikhar Travels, Captain Sudesh Kumar. So anyway, we have to start on time. So as you know that 2023, there's a lot of hope and there are a lot of challenges as far as the tourism industry is concerned. The hope for the tourism industry is that after COVID-19, in 2022, domestic tourism did pick up substantially, but international inbound tourism did not pick up the way it should have. We did not reach the 2019 levels, which is in 2019, we earned, around $30 billion in foreign exchange, and we had about 11.5 million tourists. So in 2023, I'm confident that we will not only reach the 2019 levels, but we hope to exceed them. If the so-called Chinese pandemic does not come to India, I am confident that this will not happen, because in India, thanks to Modi ji's and the Health Ministry's initiative, more than 1.5 billion people have been vaccinated, and they have received both the vaccinations and this. And somehow I feel that the Chinese vaccination did not work. That is the reason why the people of China are suffering. Anyway, we have protocols in place that people coming from China need to show their vaccination before they land into India. And then we also need to know that, even the connecting flights that are coming from China, we have a right to screen them, and they have to upload their vaccination certificates on the airport's portal in advance. So I'm confident that if the government, because this is India has got the chairman of G20, which is a very good opportunity in 2023 for India to showcase itself. And so if we cannot achieve all the targets in 2023, we'll never be able to achieve. So we need to put our act together, and we need to work as one team jointly with the tourism ministry and all the industry associations including the Ministry of Health, Ministry of External Affairs, and Ministry of Home. So with these words, I'd like to welcome the panelists. We have very expert panel with us. My dear old friend, I see Subhash Verma, who has played a very important role. And he was General Secretary of Faith. And he's also one of the founders of AD2I, Association of Domestic Tourism. And in ITM also, he was very helpful to me when I was chairman of ITM, and he really played an important role. Then I see, Mr. Naveen Kundu has not joined us yet. Mr. Kundu, are you there?
No, sir, he's not there.
Okay. Mr. P.P. Khanna?
He's also not there, sir.
So Dolly is there, Dolly Basin. She's an IT expert.
Sorry, ma'am. Sorry, sir. Even we have joined by Gurpreet Sibal, ma'am. She is from Canada, an aviation expert. So again, from tourism.
So welcome, Gurpreet ji. I didn't have your name, so I think you'll have to introduce yourself. But welcome to this important session. So I think let's start with Dolly Basin on the technology front. I think since we have so many speakers and time is restrained, we will limit everyone to not more than 5 minutes. So try to wind up in 2 or 3 minutes so that then we can have a second round. So just in points, you tell me, what is it India can do in tourism on the technology front, and what are your recommendations? Very briefly. You have to unmute yourself, Dolly ji.
Thank you very much, Dr. Subhash Goel, to give me an opportunity, and ICSI team to really give me the opportunity to speak here. I've been working in the tourism sector for a couple of years, mostly in the technology front. But today I stand amongst you as a tourism professional, and I'd like to really kind of speak as a tourism expert rather than as a IT person only. So coming down to the actual what I'm going to speak, I need to set the context right, which is basically to share that we are having a great potential for tourism. And we have a shared responsibility to make sure that it's fully realized. This is what was said by UNWTO Secretary in the 2022 summit, UNWTO Tourism Day. And today we have an opportunity with the G20 actually being as a part of the main India has the presidency of G20 summit, and there are a whole lot of opportunities that are going to open up to really have tourism as being made more inclusive, more resilient, and have a sustainable growth. UNWTO recommended 23 actionable points for the recovery, which highlights the steps that the government and the authorities need to take. There needs to be a lot of emphasis on innovation challenges, innovation and competitions to identify new ideas and help tourism return to its sustainable growth. The guide, which provides the 23 actionable recommendations divided into 3 categories: managing the crisis, mitigating the impact, and providing guidance to country on policy measures and accelerating recovery measures while preparing for tomorrow. Now, putting people first is the most important thing, which means that we need to support jobs and skills. From the start of the pandemic, UNWTO has been stressing on this fact, and there's a lot of work which is being done in terms of allowing people to benefit at large through jobs, education, professional development, and capacity building. This is the time that we need to focus on tourism education in a much bigger way. While during the for the impact, there has been a whole lot of IT-enabled environment that has been created by UNWTO, which includes the tourism tracker, the tourism barometer, and data insights and analysis of the key indicators for both inbound and outbound tourism in the global, regional, and national level. Online policy trackers can give you a complete snapshot of what is happening across the world and what is really being appreciated and what is that is in demand. And this is going to really help a lot if we really take cognizance of it. And that's actually taught into the tourism, not only in the education stream, but also to the tourism and tour operators. So rethinking tourism is a novel approach by us through SmartEdge, which is a platform for innovators. I've been focusing on innovation for a long time, and I look at creating a smart tourism opportunity for tier 2, tier 3 cities, where smart is basically half of the world's population lives in urban cities. Now we have been concentrating on certain tourism destinations, and we've been concentrating on what you call Golden Triangle and some of the very prominent tourism destination. We now need to change focus and try to really come down to creating opportunities in the tier 2, tier 3 cities, where smart is basically the major ingredient of where you are having an ability to solve the problems, understanding speed, flexibility, and accuracy in the quality of having experience, knowledge, and good judgment. Now, as a platform, we have been helping a lot of innovators to really innovate, to solve local problems, convert ideas to tangible visualization, and also having a focus on sustainability, innovation for good, inclusion, and governance. Now, this is how we really look at that if we can combine the smart cities and the smart tourist cities to really create smart tourism destinations, we have a great opportunity to really solve some of the problems and to meet the kind of target that has been set for us to really revive tourism. We need to think tourism as a smart tourism, and the smart tourism actually is on the fundamental of the smart world, which technology plays a big role. There are a lot of travel tools that we are using, but we also need to really look at beyond this thing and include the traveler into the the whole process. And while we are doing that, we need to really look at three things. One is that we need to really move towards green tourism, where there is a low impact on environment. We have a technology enhanced tourism and also provide safe tourism. Green tourism, as everybody knows, is basically trying to balance out the environment, economic, and the social aspects of tourism. And I'm not going into details of it, but the technology part of it, we need to really integrate the whole value chain and try to create a seamless interface where travelers are not our customers, but they are active, what you call prosumers. They also consume the product as well as produce some of it in the whole process. Voluntary tourism, educational tourism, all kinds of other opportunities need to really be brought into the fore of tourism to make the yeah. So I'll just finish by saying that there are smart experiences, smart business ecosystem, and smart destinations which need to drive the whole process, and which effectively means a complete ecosystem has to be planned in which all the service providers really come into the where we imagine the tourism from 3 points of view: the people, planet, and profit, which rest on the pillar of context, collaboration, community, and commerce. And if time permits, I'll really talk a little more on it, but I'd just like to share that one of the cities I've already
been... Once the round is over, then we'll give you another chance.
Yeah.
So can you just conclude? No problem. Just conclude.
Right. So I'll finish by saying that there is one city that I have been working on, which is my city, Udaipur, where we have reimagined tourism, and Udaipur has taken a lead in the process, in the whole process. And what we have done is to be able to really position the first G20 meet as the destination for the first meet, and that has steered a whole lot of activities of tourism, which are high impact tourism, but might not be so high value or mass tourism, but very, very focused sustainable tourism options. Like the Udaipur World Music Festival happened in December, and in January we had the Art Festival, World Art Festival, where artists from 10 countries came and participated and actually collaborated to create art forms. And this is where, in summary, whatever we want to achieve, we need to really bring in a lot more emphasis on 2 and tier 3 cities, people who are physically challenged, disadvantaged communities, northeast regions, as well as new forms of experiential tourism. And I've been studying the way in a city like Udaipur. I think if each one of us adopts a city, we can actually make a real transformation in not only rethinking about tourism, but reimagining the way it should be done and actually start doing it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think that was a very comprehensive presentation, and you covered virtually everything. So thank you very much for that. And now I'll ask my dear friend Subhash Verma to make his presentation. Subhash, not more than 5 minutes, please.
Yes, Subhashji, thank you very much. I actually was meant for the next session, but also I'm part of being ICS as advisor. So I will just say 2 minutes, you see, only on when the topic of rethinking tourism comes. I know the tourism is a growth engine for GDP, for employment and economic activity, yes. Once we talk of rethinking tourism, and I think today there are 2 aspects. One, the wellness and spirituality, I'll speak in the next session. But I think today, the world is going through a global conflicts between various countries. Look at Ukraine and Russia war, look, Iran, China, all this. I think is by rethinking, tourism can be a potential tool for the global harmony, global peace, and to avoid of all these conflicts. Even United Nations and WHO, they should think tourism can be a big. It's a people's voice beyond even media. People to people connection is only tourism can do it. So in some time media is not playing very positive role in tourism and all. So people's voice, people to people touch is one of the major element of in rethinking tourism. And on wellness, I will speak in then more in the next session. That's my view.
Thank you very much, Subhash. It was to the point and very, very well said. Now I'll check if anyone from Make My Trip is there. So I'll ask the organizers to ring up Mr. Kundu and Make My Trip so that they join. So can I request our friend from US or from Canada? What's your name? Can you introduce yourself?
Let me call Mr. Kundu.
Hanji, can you introduce yourself? Vermaji, put yourself on mute. You have to unmute yourself, Gurpreet ji.
Thank you, Dr. Goel. I'm actually, I am between Canada and India, somebody who flip-flops all the time. So I am not directly connected with tourism. I was supposed to be part of the education topic. So I just want to give my apology that I might have logged in at the wrong time. But yes, tourism is definitely, I am one candidate who has never stopped traveling even through COVID. Because Canada is home and India is home, and there is no way that I can, be away for too long from either. So I apologize, but I can log in again at the
Apologize. Traveling is the best education. So you are in
best
the
education.
yeah, and I believe
I have been a traveler for 35 years.
Are you connected with any airlines?
I have worked with Air Canada for almost 20 years on the IT side in training and education. I was heading the training, and it was probably a very good phase when we were going into the electronic age. So from the paper tickets to the electronic tickets, so I have seen the best time in the industry and done a lot of training. And I know that without aviation and without tourism, our schools and colleges will never be able to come up to the mark of education. So definitely we learn a lot. But other than that, like as being a tourist, I have not dealt with tourism directly, always from the other side, whether through electronic media or as a tourist myself. So I'd like to I wish to join in when the education part comes, because I'm currently totally into education, from IT in North America to vocational in India. I'm working closely with Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship and Beauty Wellness Sector Skill Council. But that is vocational training that we are doing here, and I'd love to talk in detail about that during the education topic.
So thank you very much. Can you just spell out your email ID, because we'd like to invite you in one of the educational sessions.
Yes, it is GSEBLE. I can put it in the chat if you like.
GSEBLE.
At hotmail.com.
Okay, fine. Thank you. So I'll send you my email ID, because we represent 12 international airlines in India. Stick Travel Group,
okay,
a charter company, and we represent Holland America Cruise Line and 4 other cruise companies and LMO rent-a-car company. So we are India's largest B2B travel company. So thank you very much. And
thank you.
Has anyone else joined?
So we have Subhash Sharma sir with us.
No, that he has already spoken.
Yeah.
Okay.
I have tried to call Mr. Kundu. His phone is not available.
Call also, Subhash. Call PT
Sir,
and
Mr.
Captain
Khanna, I've talked to Mr. Khanna. He's his internet problem is there, so that's why he's not been able to join. But if you allow me, I would like to ask, because I am also a keen learner of tourism, sir. So
why don't you give us your presentation?
Yes.
Yeah. Well, I am not ready with the presentation, but I have few questions. If you allow me,
Yeah,
I
sure.
will want to ask there.
Oh, sure.
So, sir, because this session is all about rethinking tourism, and we have seen that how tourism has gone down in COVID. So, everybody is talking about niche tourism, and everybody is talking about sustainable tourism. But what sustainability is actually giving to the mass tourism or the regular tourism forms? According to you, what exactly sustainability means for a tourism?
See, the whole planet of ours is talking about global warming, is talking about how to have sustainable development. So tourism is a part of the planet. You cannot isolate tourism from other industries. So what we mean by sustainable tourism is that while we are doing tourism, we have to be very careful. For example, when I was president of the Indian Association of Tour Operators, we brought out a booklet on the do's and don'ts for mountaineers, that when they go to the mountain, they should not only collect the garbage which is put there, and they should recycle it. They should also avoid using plastics, and they should avoid, doing so many things which are, not environment friendly. And at the same time, we need to, even when we are, for example, one of the tours that we do is a Alaska tour. And what we see now, with global warming, the glaciers and all are going. So we need to create in tourism a fund for sustainability, whereas the airlines or the cruise companies, when they visit a particular area, they need to, the planet has become very fragile, and whether it is the wildlife which is getting extinct, or it is the marine life which we see because of oil spills and other things is getting split. So what we need to do is we need to develop a program where we talk of sustainability in all levels, whether it is adventure tourism, whether it is domestic tourism, whether it is what you call any aspect, whether it is cruising, whether it is river cruises. So we need to preserve the planet and the vegetation and the nature for the succeeding generations. That is what we, at least I think, on sustainable tourism. Maybe Dolly Wasim would like to add something.
Dolly ma'am, I hope.
Yeah, so this is my specialization, so I'd like to really kind of share some information about whatever I think about the sustainability. And I did my master's in sustainable tourism and destination management. So just to give you the technical definition, what UNWTO calls tourism that takes full account of the current and future economic, social, and environmental impact, addressing the needs of visitors, the industry, and the environment and host communities. When we talk about the sustainable tourism, it refers to all the sustainable practices by the tourism industry. It's an aspiration to acknowledge all impacts of tourism, both positive and negative, and also minimize the negative impacts and maximize the positive impacts. So the negative impacts in the destination include the economic leakage, the damage to the natural environment, and overcrowding, to name a few. The positive impacts to the destination include job creation, cultural heritage preservation, interpretation, wildlife preservation, and landscape restoration, and much, much more. When we talk about sustainable tourism, we talk about three areas, three terms: ecotourism, green tourism, sustainable tourism, and responsible travel. Now, these are some of the variations of sustainable tourism, and they are the way it is practiced. In ecotourism, mostly is a niche segment which includes the natural areas, whereas sustainable tourism does not refer to a specific type of tourism. Rather, it is an aspiration of impacts of all forms of tourism to be sustainable. Whereas responsible travel is the term which refers to the behavior and the style of individual traveler. The behaviors align with making a positive impact to the destination rather than the negative ones. So when we talk about sustainable tourism, it's actually basically addressing the SDG 12, which is responsible production and consumption. And when we talk about sustainable tourism, we don't just talk about the tourist sector, but also the tourists themselves. How they whatever is being produced and whatever is being consumed, both ways it has to be responsible as far as the tourism is concerned. So sustainable tourism has a much bigger impact, and when we talk about the impact, we talk in two terms. One is the industry criteria and other is the destination criteria. The industry criteria basically relates to the sustainable management of private sector travel industry, focusing currently on hotels and tour operators. And the destination criteria relates to the sustainable management of the tourism destination per se. Unfortunately, in India, we don't really bring in the destination so much in focus when we really talk about the tourism development. And in the sustainable tourism, it has to be really brought into more focus, where not only the hotels and accommodation tour operators, but even the governments and the destinations, as well as the corporate and business travel need to be really brought into fore. So some of the emerging trends in the sustainable tourism are decarbonization, where we talk about the net zero travel, where the decarbonization strategies need to really kind of be a great focus because of our the amount of consumption of or rather the carbon emissions. 8% of the carbon emission actually happens in by the tourism sector. Also, we need to, when we look at the decarbonization strategy, one of this thing is, what is the sequence of decarbonization initiatives? How do we partner to accelerate the decarbonization of business travel? Because business travel is about 45% of the travel business in terms of value. And also say no to some of the things which leisure traveler needs, and how do we really make sure that the leisure traveler right now is the one which really creates a lot of negative impact. So how do we really make sure or ensure that the leisure service providers are actually bringing in sustainability as a core of their business? This is one of the ways how the world is moving, and as I said, one of the major thing that is e-tourism or smart tourism or IC enabled tourism is where the digitization of all processes and the value chain from travel, hospitality and catering agencies that enable organizations to maximize their efficiency and efficacy comes into picture. So I think I can go on and on, because this is an area of my great concern and interest. But I will just share one small thing which I would bring in the fore if the time permits. Do I have the permission?
Yeah, sure. Since we're lucky that we don't have anyone else joining.
Right.
So we can give you more time now.
So I will actually.
We need to wind up by 3 o'clock. So we have, you can take another 3-4 minutes, 5 minutes maximum.
So I will just quickly look at when I said in the earlier slide that there are 3 aspects of it: the people, the planet, and the profits. We need to maximize the profits at the same time causing the least damage to the planet, and keeping the people in the focus, in the core of the entire thing, which is a 3P hybrid business model, which is basically advocated, which basically looks at the context wherever we are, whatever is the tourism destination. In that context, we have to contextualize our sustainable travel or sustainable tourism opportunities, where collaboration is the key, and we work with the local communities as well as really bring in the commerce, not just the tourism commerce, not just the travel service provider, but also the local artisans, local weavers, local educational system, as well as all kinds of commerce activities which that particular city or that particular tourism opportunity which is there. So they also have to be exposed and brought into, because tourism as a marketing activity is the front line for these activities, and they can spur a lot of money or a lot of commerce for these people, and that actually gets into the e-commerce as well. So when we look at, let's say, for example, in the smart tourism opportunity in the luxury segment, the most desirable tourism amenities in the luxury, is a personalized experience, high cleanliness standards, and privacy. Now, these are the 3 most important desirable amenities in the luxury tourism. How can we make them more sustainable? This is where the technology enablement and the transactions which are happening they actually operate seamlessly in the background, letting the staff focus on the time and energy on using customer data to provide the travelers with the exceptional service, which is what should be the focus. When we talk about the actual impact in terms of the sustainability, we really have we have to look at the greener transportation. 8% of the global emission come from tourism, out of which the major share is on the transportation. That means we need to really look at how do we have transportation, whether it is long distance travel or whether it is a local transport. Local transports have to move towards more sustainable options rather than using diesel and petrol or fossil fuel based transportation to electrical vehicles or energy efficient vehicles. Also choosing more eco-friendly destinations. While low price continues to be the top travel incentive, option to cancel and also the health regulation play a very important role. Now, 41% travelers do not know how to book a sustainable destination. We don't have any repository of sustainable destination. That means if we want to really bring in sustainable travel to India, we need to make sure that we are able to really create that pool of sustainable destinations which are bookable, and also what kind of experiences that we can help them to curate for them exclusively. Now, also the prioritization of the sustainable accommodations. So 20% of the tourism industry emissions are directly linked to accommodation. That effectively means that if we really look at the transportation, the accommodation, and also really capture the travelers which are looking for sustainable destinations, we are good to go in terms of the when we look at the this is a bit busy slide, but I'm just giving you an overall that we need to look at 3 layers: the economic layer, the social layer, and the environmental layer, where we not only look at the physical integrity, but also the biological diversity of that particular destination, the resource efficiency, the environmental purity, and the local prosperity, as well as the social equity. Where we have cultural richness and there is a community where the community well-being can be brought into the core, where there is not only a visitor fulfillment but also a contribution to the community well-being. So what kind of tourism can we offer in that stage? We can offer a heritage tourism. We can offer even for the matter, I mean, during the COVID time, it never goes into the tourism this thing, but health tourism forms a major part of the tourism, even if it is through a remote care. So right now, in terms of during the pandemic, I know of couple of doctors who were managing at least 10 to 15 hospitals in the US from India through remote care. That stats don't go into the tourism opportunity. I mean, if we are really looking at the tourism, we should be actually looking at that also, because there are experts sitting in India who have been actually doing remote care for hospitals in the US and elsewhere in the world. The same way, when we look at the culture, the local culture, the local heritage, the local this thing, so sustainable culture, sustainable society, sustainable environment, and sustainable economy. Economy is not just the economy of, it is a circular economy that we are referring to, where we are repurposing the waste, bringing in waste into whatever waste is being generated in the tourism, need to really recycle it back and make sure that we really have, and there is where the real sustainable tourism really can come into picture. In terms of the Udaipur, my experience has been that we planned a lot of multiple activities, which include the G20 Sherpa meeting was already announced as Udaipur. This thing, we had a 4 days meet there. World Music Festival happened just a little after that. for a 3-day and art festival in Pacific University in the culture, which takes care of the culture art. Again, a sustainable event for 5 days. And these are some of the pictures. Today, Udaipur is ranked as the second smart city in the 2022. And the whole combination of bringing in smart cities into the tourism, and especially if it is done through a sustainability into this thing, can yield a huge result for destinations which have not been really considered as the a major contributor to the economy, the tourism economy, and has been left out by the regular travel agencies and the tour operators, can become a big money spinner. Udaipur today has a higher ARR than is the second highest ARR anywhere in the country, and this is been retained even during the period of COVID as well as after. And just after the meet, the tourism meet, the G20 meet, Sherpa meet, the rise of the tourist in Udaipur has risen from 25,000 to 55,000. So that's the kind of opportunity space that we are really looking at. We need to now focus on tracking how we could really make maximum use of it and reimagining the world where we have much more than this thing, which involves all engagement with all stakeholders, which are ready to contribute their time and energy to really make both the ends meet, both the tourists as well as the citizens of India. And thank you very much for this opportunity to share my this is a very passionate area. For last 3 years, I've been spending a lot of time to really make this thing, especially on this, as well as handloom tourism and heritage circuits. So these offer a huge opportunity. I'd be happy to really partner with any tourism travel operator who can really take this forward and kind of help not only just rethink tourism, but actually reshape the tourism in this manner.
Thank you very much. I think you have done a very comprehensive and a very nice presentation. You talked about people, planet, and profit. I would like to add 5 more P's to it. One is promotion, positioning, preserving the environment, prosperity, and ultimately bringing peace. So these 8 P's are what you can sum up is tourism is all about. And once again, I think we are bang on time. It's 3 o'clock and we need to wind up our, I think Dr. Gulshan Sharma, the great legend of, one of the persons I really admire, who has done, I think, have you crossed the 1 million mark of webinars? How many webinars you have done, Dr. Gulshan Sharma?
Chitra ma'am would be knowing better. I think we're going to touch about 1800, sir.
Wow, wow.
And before that, we have done about 4,000. This is 1800 is during pandemic.
But you have broken the Guinness Book of World Record.
Sir, you will recommend my case, then only it will go to Guinness Book.
No, I will recommend your case for Padam Shri, but
no, I don't want Padam Shri, sir.
But I think it's really a pleasure, and I think you're doing a great job. And
thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Bringing people from all over the planet.
I've got few things to share with you.
From origin together.
Chairman, sir.
Of Dr. Gulshan Sharma.
Chairman, sir, before we wind up this session, I've got few things to share with you. Heart to heart, soul to soul, mind to mind, spirit to spirit, vision to vision. You know, we all wear 2 hats in life. One is for the public and one is inner engineering, which goes on. I'm coming from the cremation ground after cremating 35-year-old boy in my family who died last night. But I had to do that duty also. And the show also must go on. We learned from Raj Kapoor. So let's move on to, because real life is Mera Naam Joker. And that's also a part of tourism when we talk about. I wish to ask Goel sir one thing. I hold you in a very high esteem. And I have learned so much in the last at least 4 decades. I have been associated with you. while being on deputation with the ministry and institutions and everything. Sir, why domestic tourism is not integral part of Indian education ecosystem? When we say geography, history, culture, art, craft, cuisine, dances, music, if we are talking about Dekho Apna Desh, and 6 months, I still recall 1997 when I have gone for All India Tourism Quiz Contest on ground, I could not see entire India. Having served in the armed forces also, excuse me, I could not see entire India till date. Why don't we have in the vocational education, in the NCERT, domestic tourism part of India as an integral part of education and skills? Why it should be separate? Dr. Subhash Goyal, sir.
Sir, I have been saying the same thing. We are on the same wavelength. When I was General Secretary of FAITH, Federation of the entire tourism industry, I have written to the government, particularly when they were not opening up after COVID-19. I said 2 things need to be done. One is that in the entire secondary education system, we must make visiting the neighboring states compulsory. Just like in many countries, armed forces is compulsory for 1 year, or national service is compulsory for 1 year. I said you must have a compulsory period where students visit another state. So whichever state they choose, that way the people from the north should come to the south, and the south to come to the north, and east to west, and so on and so forth. And then they must write an essay, or there should be a full marks paper on what is the economic potential of that state, what is the geographical and what is the tourism potential of that state. And this way, I think we will not only be able to increase domestic tourism, but we will be able to bring them together. Our ancient, religious leaders, they talked about Char Dham. When you talk about Char Dham, right from South India to Eastern India to Northern India to all the way to Western India, you see people had to travel. So when you do the Char Dham, you cover whole of India, virtually north, south, east, west. So similarly, I think it's a great suggestion, and we need to include this in the curriculum. And I had suggested this when the Kothari Commission was also being written. That time I was the president of Delhi University. I had suggested to Dr. D.S. Kothari that within India, Bharat Dekho, or Bharat, we had a Bharat Dekho program by the Ministry of Tourism, but we should actually have, Bharat Darshan on the ground. So I think before we wind up, with your permission, Dr. Gulshan Sharma, Captain Sudesh Kumar has just joined us.
Sir, we will take him in, we'll take him in the next session. We'll take him in the next session, sir.
Next session, because
we'll take him in the next session.
Good afternoon. I've been promoted to the next session.
Sir, आपका नाम मैंने 3 बार बुलाया.
I apologize.
आप थे ही नहीं. But कोई बात नहीं.
माफी चाहूंगा.
All good things take time. So thank you very much, Dr. Gulshan Sharma, for giving us this opportunity, and I'm sure you continue doing the excellent work that you're doing, and I'm always there at your service whenever you need me.
Thank you, sir.
And maybe next time you can invite me virtually to Chandigarh.
Thank
and
you,
I think once or twice I've been to our institution and did give lectures there. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
God bless you.
I've started believing, enjoying technology so much that I do not want to meet anybody. Everything should be virtual. Everything should be technology based. All of us, wherever we are, we save so much of time when we are not traveling, hanging around everywhere and all. And so much of knowledge is coming from world over. Chitra ma'am and my team, we are coming out with the 3 volumes, volume 1, volume 2, volume 3. During the pandemic, whatsoever global reservoir of the wisdom which we have brought as a confluence of knowledge of the world. We are coming in 3 volumes. We'll share what pandemic has given us. The only unfortunate part is that the Ministry of Commerce and Industry, Government of India, did not give any leverage to tourism industry. Everybody had been talking about, all associations have been talking about, but I'm sorry, sir, the hand-holding was not given to tourism industry or hospitality industry at all. This is the industry which suffered during the pandemic. I'll have heart-to-heart talk with you one of these days because I have to learn so much from you in this lifetime. So much.
Last word with your permission. अधिकार जो है ना, वो मांगने से नहीं मिलते, हमें छीनने पड़ते हैं. तो बड़ी मुश्किल से हमने लड़ के ओपन स्काई कराया. बड़ी मुश्किल से लड़ के मैंने ई-वीजा कराया. I only know I fought with the government for 15 to 20 years, and finally when Arun Jaitley was there, he promised he'll get it done, and he did it. And I was president of AICTE that time, and we announced it in Ashoka Hotel. And the Home Minister and the Tourism Minister were with me when we announced e-visa, and e-visa is a game changer. Wonderful. So is Open Sky. Wonderful, so I think in my own humble way, whatever little I have been able to contribute with the help and guidance of people like you.
Thank you, sir.
I have a lot of sense of satisfaction.
There's so much to learn from Dr. Subhash Goyal. He's the eminent tourism strategist of India. And we got the engineer Dolly Basin also, that is believing in technology. When I heard her the other day and now today also, you know, I just stepped in at that time. Yes. And all other dignitaries, Gurdeep ma'am has gone. She joined us from Canada in the middle of the night. She's based out of Canada.
Thank you very much, sir.
Yeah, thank you. And Captain Sir, I will take you to the next flight. Business class ticket will give you from Dr. Subhash Goyal ji, and Dr. Shilpi Mohanbal will give you special aircraft from Central Asia because she's going to chair this session. And we have requested her to join us. Shilpi Mohan ma'am, please come. साक्षात में आइए सामने. हाँ, साक्षात में आइए. Yes, नमस्कार. Dr. Shilpi ma'am is a cardiologist. He is a heart specialist. और किसी को भी अपना दिल चेक कराना हो, जिनका दिल तेज धड़कता हो, कम धड़कता हो, ना धड़कता हो, जैसा भी हो, we should go for the telemedicine also nowadays. That's what we believe in. So I would request Dr. Shilpi Mohan ma'am to chair this session, and we take Captain Sudesh Kumar ji. And meanwhile, ma'am, permit me, I'll get others also. Subhash Verma ji has also joined us. He's also going to be with us. He believes in yoga, meditation, spirituality, and wellness. And Captain Saab believes in adventure. He says soft adventure, hard adventure, any kind of adventure, aerosports, water sports, the trekking, mountaineering, anything you talk about. So take him also in the fold, all of us together, build up the next session, which is going to be taken on niche tourism, film tourism, and nature tourism, adventure tourism, spiritual tourism, agri-farm tourism. The recipient of the national award, he's also going to join us over here. थोड़े दिन पहले Shark Tank में भी गए थे. He's also coming. And Mr. Thawade, he will also be joining us from Maharashtra. There is a Agriculture Tourism Development Corporation. So he would also come over here and join us. With these words, I hand you over in a very safe hands of a cardiologist, Dr. Shilpi Mohan ma'am, all the way chairing the session from Central Asia. Hearty welcome, ma'am. Thank you and pleasure to have you with us.
Thank you so much. And first of all, my deepest condolences to you for the loss you have suffered in the family. And despite that, you have that brave heart to stand over here. We really salute you. And with these words, I move forward to the next session, which is niche tourism. So first of all, I'll introduce myself. I'm a cardiologist and a healer. And I'm associated with telemedicine with Apollo 24/7 and GeoHealth and different platforms. And I practice telemedicine here, as well as spiritual cardiology, as well as healer. from this place of Central Asia, which is Kyrgyzstan, which is a very beautiful country. So since my association with ICSI is in last 3 years, we have tried to connect people of this part of the world to India and try to work on medical tourism in different fields. Having said that, I want to bring this point in front of all the eminent speakers. I'm much junior to you, but in front of all the eminent speakers, I would like to say that as human beings, we always want to move from one situation to another, whether it is the social scale or it is movement from one place to another. In our relationship, every situation we want to move from one position to another. And that is why arguably tourism is one of the oldest profession since the onset of civilization. And tourism involves social, economic, as well as integrated growth. And it is not just one aspect, it includes all the 3 aspects. And now when we talk of digital, it involves the digital aspect as well. During my tenure, during my time in pandemic, I realized that telemedicine played a great role, because it was one platform which integrated the patient requirement with the doctor. And since that time, the entire shift in focus is from offline treatment to integrate online treatment as well. It is not that offline will lose its role, but integration of an offline and online thing is very much required. I'll give you a very simple example for the same. There are many old patients who require a medical care where they don't need to go to visit the hospital, stand in the line, wait in the queue, spend the entire day just to get some correction in the treatment, which can be definitely done online. That is one. Then there are certain young patients also who don't want to lose out on those days of working hours or something, which can be done if the patient is connected to the doctor through telemedicine platform. So it is also helpful in identifying those patients who require immediate medical care. Earlier, what happened? The patient has chest pain, then he goes to the hospital, then somebody sees, and then the diagnosis of heart attack and other thing is made, and then the entire process starts. But now what happens is, when you immediately send the ECG on a telemedicine platform, the diagnosis becomes early, and then the integrating the patient becomes early. As far as medical tourism is concerned, the distance between Central Asia and India is so less. It is just 3.5 hours. It just from one part of the India to other part of the India, when we travel, we require that much of time. So that time is less, and there are lot many hospitals which are playing a definite role in medical tourism, including the best super specialty centers of our country. So there are a lot of influx of patients from this part of the world to another part of the world. Earlier, pre-COVID era, what was happening was the doctors used to set up a camp over here and then take the patients there. Now what is happening is it is integrated because of the telemedicine platform. Having said that, now that we have this session, we have many of the eminent speakers with us, and Shri Harshvardhan Sen is there, Dr. Kirti Bhushan, he is there. Then Shri Sunil Sopti. These all people will be talking on different aspects of tourism, right from security to medical tourism to film tourism, then spiritual tourism by Shri Subhash Verma ji. Then Dr. Tarun Sandhu, he is from USA, and Dhammapiya SG, he's a Buddhist pilgrimage, and then we have Brigadier K.G. Singh, who is from army background, who will be talking about how in Army Medical Corps, what are the visions in the field of medical care. So with these words, I want to proceed this session, and I would request Shri Subhash Verma ji to please share his valuable views on this aspect. Welcome. Sir, you're on mute, please. Please unmute yourself. Please unmute yourself.
Subhash, unmute.
Sorry. Yes, Dr. Shilpi Mohan, thank you very much. Yes, I known you through Dr. Gulshan Sharma, because I'm also a part of ICSI now as an advisor. So this session was on niche tourism, and one of the topics is the spiritual tourism, where I was supposed to make few words in few minutes only. You see, I have been a man of travel and tourism all my life, 50 years. Tourism, yes. Spiritual tourism, yes, is one of the niche areas, but it is beyond something tourism. First, I must say that we must be very clear about spirituality. I think spirituality, sometimes people are thinking it's something out of this world. It's some mumbo jumbo, some deeper thing, some higher thing, something which is people are mostly not very clear. No, it is not, sir. I call this as a science of life. There is art, there is science. When there is a synergy of both art and science, this is science of life, spirituality. Life is a part of whole spirituality is the life actually. So, and especially post-COVID, the word wellness in modern way, everybody is talking about wellness. And I think this is very true. Either you are in wellness or you are in a life mess. Wellness is the buzzword, the right word today, especially post-COVID. A lot of people have understanding and more relevance with the tourism. Now coming to this, in India, I think there is no doubt that India, like after we are being an IT leader of the world, I think the spirituality or science of life or holistic life and wellness living is our USP, where we have not taken this matter so seriously either for life or for tourism. So this is a time for us to really understand, to promote, to even market it properly, and it will definitely benefit the tourism, but not only tourism, it will help the world peace, world harmony. I think even United Nations today should understand that tourism through spirituality can be one big thing, making, you see, lot of conflicts in the world going on, Ukraine to Russia to China and all. So what we need today is a people's voice. That the spirituality will bring people's voice more than beyond media. All these things are spiritually. When I say yoga, Ayurveda, and lot of therapies and healings with India has it's as a treasure. This is the time now for us all to make use of this for everybody, for individuals, for families, for tourism, and for every state, for every and global one. I say a few things like in classrooms, meditation. You go to Oxford University, know their part of this is a meditation. And in India, still not, in students should be turned, each school should learn, teach meditation. When I say a few words about this, I am myself into such practices, and I say a few things out of very genuine. When I do meditation, they think words come to my meditation. बाहर से चाहे भागते रहो, पर अंदर से तुम जागते रहो. This is spirituality. This is living holistic life. बाहर का चाहे कुछ मत छोड़ो, पर अंदर से नाता जोड़ो. रहना चाहते हो सदा सुखी, थोड़ा सा हो जाए अंतर्मुखी. These are few lines which genuinely not picked up from anywhere. It's my own meditations. I come to this. No problem is this, and in India, yoga like has become a word thing. Everybody's know in the whole world. You see, rather sometime go to Europe and USA. There are more yoga centers. I have seen. I traveled to Europe recently also. But Ayurveda is one thing where we need to promote. We have never done in India any R&D or any cohesive joint promotion on these things. Unfortunately, it needs a big thought about by all the stakeholders together coming in. There are a lot of people doing this in Ayurveda. Kerala is full of, there are so many centers, so many Ayurveda doctors, acharyas, but something like together coming in and promoting to the globe, to the whole world, it is the need of the hour. And then you will see how foreigners will come in, and also we can have Ayurveda centers all over the globe. And then other healings and therapies must be. We are not having any joint strategies. Like I always give a message of Singapore promotion. What Singapore does, the Singapore Airlines, the Singapore government, Singapore hotels, all promote first Singapore. Once the destination Singapore is promoted, then I may go to different hotel, you may go to a different hotel or different something like in India, a joint promotion on Ayurveda and therapies and healings, it should be done. And then India is a Vishwa Guru, at least spiritually, science of life. We can give this to the whole world. It's waiting for us. If you go out and you talk to tourists, the tourists are flocking to India. They want to come to India, but they don't know exactly where to go, what to do, all this. This is the need of hour. And I would say with these words that spirituality is today, tourism and beyond is a full life. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Shri Subhash Verma ji. Indeed, the words were really enlightening. And the words which you said, "Bahar ka kuch mat chodo, but andar ka jodo," really wonderful, really wonderful. Thank you so much for sharing your views. And now I invite Captain Swadesh Kumar ji to please share his views on this aspect. Thank you so much.
Well, good afternoon from India. Dr. Sherpa Mohan, our chair of this session. It's a pleasure and privilege to be speaking once again with this particular forum. You know, I have been in this adventure sports and tourism business for almost about 4 decades. Let me tell you a very simple thing. There was a time when it was everybody talk about adventure tourism, adventure sports, and we shifted the focus from tourism, sports to tourism. It came about 4 decades ago. There's a very thin line between tourism and sports. When you go for a sport, adventure sport, you want to climb a mountain, or you're doing a river rafting, or any excursion, anything you're doing as a sportsman, then you're taking much bigger risk, and you follow the guidelines and support, of course. But when you do tourism, safety is very important, paramount for a tour operator to all see that every adventure activity is taking place in safety standards. So it's very essential, so that the tourist, we don't take adventure out of his hand, but let him enjoy the adventure, but in safety manners. So this is very important. Another thing I would like to tell my audience today is that what is the definition of adventure tourism? It is very simple. There are 3 aspects of life. One is there should be activity, there should be nature, and there should be an immersion with the local communities. And in 2 things out of 3, you are in the adventure tourism scene. So it's very simple and easy. And today, after the COVID, things have changed so much. I can't explain to you how much this thing has changed. Everybody wants to go to nature. Nobody wants to enter that. Second thing is that every person would like to be ensured they go to a place which is not so many frequently visited, not mass tourism. An interesting thing I was reading the other day is that 1% of the world population tourism state is going to the cultural mass tourism. 6% of the actually go to adventure tourism or activity holidays. So adventure tourism has a huge potential. Coming to this, I would like to urge each one of you to understand one very basic thing, that India has a huge potential adventure tourism. We are a 12 months destination. We have, you can come any month you would like to come, there's some activities. There are 3 kinds of different adventure activities are there: land-based, air-based, and water-based. And we have all the potentials. 60% of people who come overseas to India are land-based, and probably trekking and hiking is very popular destination. However, the new trend is coming is bicycling tour now, which is another very interesting option of young students, young who come to it. Bicycling has become very popular now. I remember 40 years ago when we do a bicycling, it was Delhi, Agra, Jaipur. Now it's impossible to do because of the traffic. But now you do the bicycling on the back lanes of any area. For example, when you go to Agra, Jaipur, you don't on the highway, but you want to cut across to the villages and see the actual life. Another very important aspect today, in my opinion, is hiking, which I mentioned to you. Whether you're doing hiking in Himalayas, trekking in Himalayas, or hiking in Himalayas, or you're doing trekking in the big mountains, climbing expeditions. This is another very important aspect of it. Third aspect is water sports, is rafting, which has become very popular. Rishikesh is very important, but apart from Rishikesh, in rafting, in my opinion, has gone to any river you go. You can do a float. You can do a. You can have a. You can have a 2, 3, 4 are the systems where you can do a rafting. Easy rafting, medium sub rafting, or very risky rafting, whatever you call it. Very potential risky rafting and things like this. But there's a possibility. So water sports has become very popular. Aero sports has become very popular. You have paragliding, parasailing, and stuff like this. I would urge each of our friends across the world, come to India, and especially invite the youngsters. Come, young people, to come here, bring school groups, college groups, and join a community of schools. For example, if you have a school students from, say, from Singapore, that matter from in Kyrgyzstan, for example, they want to come to India, they can have a connect with another school here. They can take, youngsters can go along with them, and together they can go for a trek or hiking. And this is how we can do so. And finally, I would say that important thing is that cultivation to getting out of your environment, walking, hiking, cycling, whatever you want to do, please do it. It keeps you fit, healthy, and you have a huge potential in India. But last warning, I would like to say, follow the guidelines given by our association. I represent ATOI, Adventure Tour Association of India. We have a safety guidelines book. There are 31 different tours, the verticals of adventure tourism. Each vertical has safety guidelines. I would urge you to kindly please see that you follow the safety guidelines and follow so that it's become safer and easier for them. Thank you, Dr. Sherpa.
Thank you so much for sharing your views. I would like to ask you a personal question. You look so fit at this age. So what is आपके सेहत का राज क्या है? Adventure sports है, and उसमें आपका favorite क्या है?
मैं एक बात बताऊं आपको, मेरे से ये बात सुबह किसी और ने पूछी. He asked me what the age is. I say I'm 75 plus. I'm 4 months. He says, why are you walking so fast in the park? And I said, one of the reasons is our mind. If your mind says you're fit, you're fit. I don't watch TV news. I don't see negativity. I don't even look at it. I said, no, I'm not interested in watching anything. I don't believe in COVID. I don't believe anything was happening. I believe in positivity. And second thing is, you have to be active in life. I have done climbs in the Himalayas. I have walked. Even I must tell you, when I'm doing a post-graduation, for example, I didn't apply for paper. I went to the mountains first. My priority was mountain climbing. I'm a mountaineer. And Dr. Sherpa Mohan, I must tell you, I've been trained by Tenzing Norgay himself, who was a man who climbed Mount Everest, first man to climb Everest. He was my guru. For 1 month, together we stayed in Darjeeling, and he taught me how to walk on the mountains. I love mountains. I'm a mountain climber. I'm a trekker. I have been to everywhere. And one reason, another thing, if you ask me a question, I will either say that adventure tourism is not a cut and paste itinerary. Yes. You cannot cut and paste and say A to B to C to D. No, you have to go yourself before you actually take people with you, along with you. So it has to be basically very simple. And my secret of my life is I'm always remain happy, whatever happens. I take care.
Really nice, really nice and commendable. And I'm in Kyrgyzstan. Kyrgyzstan is the land of mountains. And I have seen bikers coming over to Kyrgyzstan and then doing all the biking and other things, which you were mentioning in your. We can have an integrated program where we can have a group of Indians as well as people from here and integrate it. And then I would definitely wish to involve you in the entire process so that we can go ahead and do this.
In fact, if you do this, you're doing a big service to the community. Let's make a group of people who are interested in this kind of activities, and let's join them together. I will be very happy to coordinate with you, and let's bring people to this country, and Indians go to Kyrgyzstan, and that should be networking and cooperation amongst us. I'm very delighted to be part of your venture. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I look forward to it.
Lovely.
And with this, I would like to wish Shri Subhash Verma ji a very, very happy birthday from Team ICSI. Today is his birthday, and I wish him a long, healthy, prosperous, and peaceful life.
No, it's
Bless
not
you.
my birthday today. No.
I was told that it is your birthday,
Yeah, that's
so
the official one, passport one was. My birthday is 17th March. Yeah.
okay. Still, all
Doesn't
my
matter. Every day is a birthday. I believe
every
in
day
that.
is a
We
birthday.
are born every day, so it's okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And now I would move to Japan, and I would request Mr. Shri Medankar ji from Japan to share his valuable input. Please unmute yourself, sir. Shri Veen Ravi Medankar ji, please. Chitra ma'am, are you there?
Yes, ma'am, I'm very much there.
Yeah.
Ravi Medankar, sir, if you can hear us.
Yes.
Yes, unmuted. Sorry. Sometimes we are not very technically advanced. Our country is technically advanced, but my age is now 67, So sometimes it is difficult. So thank you and I'm very happy that Dr. Sharma is doing so great work, and he has united all over the world. So Canada, America, Japan, India. So he's a very wonderful man. And it was my pleasure that I had been to his area, Chandigarh, and also we could enjoy that one. Now, I would like to, as I have earlier said that my inner feeling is that there in Japan is the population is getting down and down. The main problem is that the people are not getting married. Even they are married, they don't want to produce the child. And the old group is growing. So this country now needs a lot of manpower, not only IT, also the people who can work in the fields, rice field, or also in the vegetable growing sectors. So there are a lot of demands also in electrical, and in almost every field. Nursing is also one of the best choice, and they are good paid. So this is the time. And Dr. Sharma, we have already had a discussion, and then we decided to have one-day free lesson to all the students who can join, because then the two section is there, TITP, that is a technical training. In that you need the Japanese government's N4 level of the Japanese. That is the second level of the Japanese. So you know to read the Japanese, and also you have to something writing also, because Japanese is easier for the Indian students in speaking, because it is same, like the grammar is same. Yah pen hai, koreva pen des. This is for the is so that's very easy. So similarly, it is not like English. Their grammar is like Nepali or the Hindi language. So it's very easy for them to learn and understand. And many words, and also the most important, the pronunciation is similar. While in Chinese, one word, ma, if the accent is different, the meaning is different. So that problem is not in Japanese. Like ma, 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 ma. Then all four ma has a different meaning. So in Japanese, the plus point is this, that we have only one intonation, same like Hindi. So that's very good one. And the second one was SSW program. I have seen that one, SSW program. You don't need the Japanese, deeper Japanese. You don't need the N5 or N4, but you need to speak on the daily basis. You can compare like the TOEFL and the TOEIC. So in English, if you are going to America and you're doing the TOEFL for higher education and all these things, but TOEIC is just for communication. So SSW with the Japanese communication skill you need. and then you can come here and you can join. There's many places are vacant. I mean, and easily you can get Indian money on lowest salary will be 1 lakh rupees comparatively now the current rate. So it international that sometimes they're changing that one. So that's 50,000 they can spend on their own self, 50,000 they can send to India. That will be enough for, I mean, not luxury life, but normal life they can lead that one. And this program is for 3 years training. And our that ambassador is very recent ambassador, very interested to develop this relation, and he has also called that chief of that who is going to recruit them from India to Japan. So these are all many prospects are there. So Japanese language is one of the barrier, and which is not a barrier because I told you, it is very easy for the Indian students to grasp. Now we have many students who are working here. They are from Maharashtra, then from South India. North India has not so many students, or the north side. But gradually now, as Dr. Sharma is interested to invest his time in north side, northeast, because Dr. Sharma and we have also been to the one conference organized by Modi ji, our Prime Minister, that was in the Advantage Assam. So that time also we discussed about how to develop the Assam area. So our PM is also very much interested in that area to develop. And now we have external affairs and education minister from that area. So these all things will make us to develop in Japan. Anything if you need from Japan, any help, most welcome. Even for visa section, if you have anything problem, just call us or call to Dr. Sharma and we will do our best for that. Any question, most welcome, sir, because it's a very long discussion. And anybody who wants to join in our program, so just contact to Dr. Sharma, and then we will love to give every week a program, a free program, but you can use that one in your life. We need that. A lot of youth should come here and should join in Japan. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Medankaji, for sharing your valuable views. And during these times of change in the relationship between different countries, India and Japan definitely share a very stable relationship, And because many of us listeners of this program are students, so very beautifully you have brought out that it is easy to understand Japanese language and learn it. Because right now I'm in Kyrgyzstan, and I know as far as Russian is concerned, intonation plays a very difficult role, and it is very easy to learn.
Yes.
But now that the listeners can utilize this knowledge that it is easy to learn Japanese, they can use this information and can get in touch with you and with the ICSI platform and take one step forward to bring both the countries closer together and go to that part of the world to see how things are growing and then bring back the same knowledge here for their future generation.
Yes, not coming generation, not future generation. Just now, this coming generation will be get a good chance to stay in Japan, and that's very. I mean, anybody can grasp very fast because Japanese language. Because the most important, the grammar. Central Asia, I had been there when long ago, before 80s. So that time was different. Now the Central Asia is different. Now Bamiyan has broken this one, because there was my thesis, cultural contact between India and Central Asia. That was my topic on the thesis in the master course. So I traveled some places. That was the Chinese Turkestan, Russian Turkestan, inner part of Mongolia and Tibet. So we did cover this area. But you are now in Central Asia, so very good, very happy to talk to you. So please let them come and let's see how we can do. And Dr. Sharma, I have requested him long ago, but now the things is coming. It takes everything to come on the time. So when the time comes, everything gets. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much for sharing your valuable views. And now we move to Dr. Kirti Pradhanji, who is a very dynamic person, and he will share his views on medical tourism. Sir, please unmute yourself and share your precious views. Over to Dr. Kirti Pradhanji.
Thank you, madam. Thank you very much. Esteemed audience, listeners, and interested delegates. This is a very precious moment to understand about medical tourism. Although the name sounds tourism, but actually it's human benefit. In the sense, medical tourism has been boon for the humanity. The medical knowledge, medical expertise is not uniform all across the world. But fortunately, as human beings, we all carry body, flesh, blood, cells, which is almost the same. And when we fall sick, we need expert hands to take care of us. But unfortunately, our world is not uniform in creating or producing expert skills. And hence, medical tourism is a great resource, a great help to the humanity. Coming back to India, India has played a major role in medical tourism because of its medical competencies, hospitals, human resources, and the large population and network base. And in terms of convenience, cost effectiveness, India gives very good platform, at least for the Asian and the African countries, to utilize medical services. And this medical tourism is growing each year from Asian and African countries to India. But with telemedicine in place, being a legal mode of medical delivery services, at least the non-surgical, non-interventional services, it can help patients from different countries seeking services, sitting at their own houses, own homes, and own region. That's a great advantage post-COVID. And many hospitals have started these services. So patient consultations can happen directly with the doctors of their choice, hospitals of their choice, and then they can travel if there is a need. Prior to that, there are a lot of fake middleman agencies involved in deciding for the patients which doctor to consult, which hospital to go, where to go, and all that. So technology has brought that kind of transparency that kind of ethics, that kind of value system into a medical tourism space. And India is also trying to establish or share the competencies through capacity building in various neighboring countries. Although it's not easy to do that, but I think the efforts are on, at least till the secondary care services. If people can receive healthcare services sitting at their own home country, home state, and home regions, that's a great achievement for the humanity. Only they need to travel for high-end tertiary care services, which needs high-end equipment, highly specialized doctors, and highly specialized facilities. So medical tourism is becoming more and more specialized, refined, and all those issues, concerns, and challenges are slowly getting addressed due to adoption of technology, due to acceptance of technology, and also the legal approval by respective countries. Medical tourism also bringing in economy development for the countries who can afford to provide services to the developing world. And hence, the human resources capacity building is happening very rapidly in the health sector. A lot of allied health capacity building is happening in different countries. Because to make it successful, allied health workforce is a very, very critical workforce in the entire domain of medical tourism and healthcare services to be effective and efficient. As a result, the new era of education, which has cropped up, and India has started a special council called Allied Health Council, which was not there earlier. Traditionally, we have been having medical council, pharmacy council, dental council, nursing council, but we never had until today, until 2021, literally, something called Allied Health Council. Now, we are fortunate to have that council under which the entire range of lab technology, imaging technology, OT technology, dialysis technology, cardiovascular technology, many such allied health skills are getting streamlined, and new education streams are cropping up as a result. In developing countries, we would have world-class healthcare human resources to serve the humanity for healthcare. And medical tourism is helping today for people to live longer. Earlier, due to lack of services, highly specialized services, and the tertiary services, in most countries, many people can't survive or have untimely death. And today, at least 80 to 90% of those are fortunate enough to survive those catastrophic illnesses due to facility of medical tourism. And hence, my submission will be for all of us to see how best we can enhance the regions of medical tourism opportunities or services for many developing or smaller countries population to come and access them as per their paying capacity. I'll give an example. Let's say a particular tertiary care service is costing X amount in cities like Mumbai, Delhi, Bangalore. The same services can be made available in a smaller city or a B-class city, literally half the cost. And any human being with lower affordable capacity, let's say, can't access the hospitals in all big cities, will have the opportunity to save life with whatever affordability the family has to come to smaller towns and cities and seek these services. And that's something which need to be worked upon and make India's B-class cities, C-class towns and all that, where we do have hospitals for not so wealthy people from developing world to come and seek healthcare services. These are some of the points which I wanted to bring in this forum so that there is food for thought for all of us on how to move towards that direction of making the B and C class cities in India as medical tourism hubs, and also make telehealth available to all our neighboring countries who are not so well off to seek services through telehealth. And also, when our capacity, our human resources capacity is built in another 5 years' time, how can we build capacity of other nations for primary and secondary healthcare services? So medical tourism becomes more specific and much stringent with perfection and precision for tertiary care services to save precious lives. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Kirti Pradhanji, for sharing your precise, concise and precious views on this topic, which is very close to my heart. And this has definitely enlightened the listeners. And 3 points which you have brought out, I would re-emphasize on that telehealth has to be integrated, and it has to involve all the neighboring countries, from India to all the neighboring countries where it is required, because telemedicine is something which is a gift to us by the COVID. And definitely it has brought a paradigm shift in the healthcare. Class B cities should be involved so that the cost is reduced, and it will further lead to the development of those cities, because medical tourism brings with it the influx of better economy.
Yeah.
Number 3, medical tourism has not only increased the longevity, but as you have rightly brought out, that it has also improved the quality of life by better treatment and rehabilitation process. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your precious views.
Thank you, madam. Thank you.
Now I move to Dr. Tarun Sandhu. He will further share his views on one part of medical tourism, that is dental tourism. So please, I welcome you on behalf of on the behalf of ICSI. Please share your precious views on this topic.
Thank you, Dr. Shilpi Mohan. And again, thanks to Dr. Gulshan as well for inviting me. I was participating in this last year as well, so it's good to see some familiar faces, some new names on the panel as well. First, I'd like to wish everyone happy belated Lohri by a day wherever you are. So hope everybody is safe and healthy. In terms of dental tourism, so I think dental tourism is a little bit different from medical, and mostly the dental tourism is sought after when the demographic that looks for dental tourism is someone who usually is in need of a lot of treatment. So very rarely we see people with just one, maybe somebody needs a crown or a root canal, looking for dental tourism avenues, but it's mostly somebody needs a full mouth rehabilitation, and it's just too expensive or their insurance doesn't cover it, and then they look for alternatives. So India is a great option for dental tourism. It's a great avenue. Of course, we have a lot of NRIs who are visiting family, who come back to India to visit family, and then for them, an added advantage is taking advantage of the little bit more discounted rates when it comes to dental services in India. One of the things that has changed, I think, over the past couple of years is teledentistry or telemedicine. The opportunity to do consults online virtually, I think that has really changed the way people perceive and just the accessibility that people have to dental tourism. And in our office here, Tri-City Smiles in Chandigarh, we do offer that as well to a lot of our international clients, where we can do a virtual consultation over the phone, over a video call. They can send in their x-rays, they can send in their photographs, and we can give our consultation over the phone and tell them what's needed, how much it's going to cost, how long it's going to take. So that helps people, that makes people more comfortable knowing what they're going to get into and how long it's going to take, how much it's going to cost. And so that has been a big paradigm shift. And I think now, especially with COVID, hopefully it's on the back burner now, but people want to know where they're going to get the treatment done. They want to know who's going to treat them. They want to see the office before they even go in. So all these things, virtual dentistry has really evolved. And I think moving forward, that's one of the things that I'm really excited about is people not being apprehensive about doing virtual consults and kind of getting in, knowing their dentist before sort of going in, getting the treatment started. Apart from that, I think there's not much that's changed from last year that I can comment on. We still, I think the demographic still remains in favor of a lot of North Americans who travel to India to get treatment done, people from Canada, US. They are the majority when it comes to who's seeking care in India, just because of how expensive things are, especially for those people who don't have dental insurance. And even though some people, most of employed people in the US would get some sort of dental insurance from their employer, but it's very far and few who get a comprehensive package. It's usually the things that get covered are cleanings and some fillings here and there, and then some percentage of surgical procedures like implants. So it does make a lot of sense for them. I don't know, Dr. Shilpi Mohan, is there anything else you wanted me to touch about, or Dr. Gulshan, is there anything else you want me to chime in? I cannot hear you.
Ma'am, your mic is muted, ma'am.
Thank you so much for sharing your views. I have one question. Like, is it involving the technicians also in the process of skill development and other things? Like, are you getting to know of those things also in your practice, or it is just the dental services which we are looking into? because the listeners would be looking for those things also. So I would like you to share your views on that.
Okay, are you asking in terms of training lab
Yes.
technicians?
Yes.
Yeah, so I've worked. Currently, we're working with 5 or 6 different labs pan India. There's some local ones here in Chandigarh, but there's also ones in Mumbai. There is a little bit of technical know-how that is missing or lacking in some of these labs, but I think that's easily upgradable. That just depends on the dentist. So there's a case where the lab technician doesn't know exactly what needs to be done, and then it's the dentist has to kind of train them and say, this is I want this crown or this prosthesis done in a certain way. And plus there's online resources. So really, I think there's no excuse for in this technology driven world that there's Facebook groups, there's online resources that give you free technical education. So most of these labs are pretty savvy in getting that expertise via internet. And then I'm sure there's in-person courses that happen around India as well, where they go to once or twice a year to get those additional technical knowledge that they might need for their job.
Thank you so much. And I definitely agree with you that tele-dental services have a lot of scope in future, because dental procedure is one where emergencies are less, and it is an elective procedure where you have an heart attack, then definitely you have to immediately visit to the nearest hospital. You don't have those scopes to decide where and whom to go. But as far as this being an elective procedure, tele-dental services play such a big role, because you can virtually see who is your doctor, whether you have that confidence, and it saves a lot of time rather than waiting in the clinic and undergoing all the stress. So it has got a long way to go. Thank you so much for sharing your valuable views, and thank you so much for being on this platform. Thank you.
You're welcome. And then just one quick comment. I think we actually encourage our first-time patients to do conferencing. It helps them feel comfortable, and it helps me also gauge what's going on with them. And it's just so much easier than going into a dental office, driving whatever way, and then waiting. Like you said, you're investing so much time, and then, the outcomes could be hit and miss. Maybe you like the dentist you're going to, maybe you don't like them. So it's just so much easier to do it online and get that level of, develop that relationship just online. And then if it seems like, you're a good fit and I'm a good fit for you, then we can work things out. It's just a much more smoother relationship. So hopefully all the panel, that's just the tip for all of you. See, whoever is your local dentist, see if they offer tele-dentistry. And, it's just a much safer way as well. If you just need a consultation, just do it over video rather than actually going in a healthcare setting. So, yeah.
I agree with you. In my practice also, telemedicine, earlier I used to convince patient to come on the virtual platform. Now they want to come on the virtual platform because they say that I don't want to visit the clinic and wait in the outside the clinic. So here we had to convince, now they want it. So that is the shift. That is the shift in the perception which is required for the betterment of the patients, as well as to improve the quality time we can give to the patient. On the virtual platform, we can give more time. Sitting on the clinic, when you have 10 patients sitting on your head, then you cannot give that much of time to the patient. So it is working both ways. It is working both ways in our profession. Thank you so much for your views.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Now over to Major Dr. Gulshan Sharma ji for if there are any questions from his side and from those who are sharing on YouTube, please share it with the speakers. Dr. Gulshan Sharma sir or Chitra ma'am, if there are any questions which are shared on YouTube or you have any other questions, please share it with our eminent speakers.
Yes, ma'am. Niche tourism is no doubt it's a very important segment nowadays, especially after COVID. It is coming in a very good way. Specifically, I would like to ask a question from Subhash Vermaji from tourism point of view. So when we talk about niche tourism in particular, we have seen that India has grown much for spiritual tourism, wellness tourism, and Ayurveda tourism. So what particular infrastructure as a tourism expert you think are actually missing specifically from the post-pandemic point of view to gain more momentum when we talk about India as a wellness destination or a spiritual tourism destination? What can be done specifically when we are seeing Buddhist tourists and other kind of pilgrimage tourists also? Thank you, sir.
Yes, yes. It's a very good question. Yes, it's a very valid question because I spoke more of from heart about spirituality. But as far as spiritualism, we have a potential. But what we need is, number one, there is a Ayush, there is a government department, ministry. They are all doing certain things. But we need to more market. Like the foreigners want to come to India for spiritual learnings, not only yoga. Yoga is sure, definitely one part. Then Ayurveda. They want to come for spiritual knowledge. So there are not many people, not many tour companies, travel agencies offering a package completely, not visiting Golden Triangle and tourism only alone. A lot of people don't want. The packages for spiritual knowledge. People can come for 1 week. They will do a little bit yoga, some therapies and some meditations. And some resorts, they don't want to come in big hotel resort. They want to go to the natural resorts, standalone boutique resorts, where these services are offered. They want to be in the solace and they don't want to be like an ordinary tourist. So these things are lacking. And my request is to a lot of travel companies and tour operators. Some are doing already, but more this to be done and more marketing of this thing via Ministry of Tourism. And unfortunately, Ministry of Tourism is closing, rather close from 1st January, all the tourist offices abroad. But they will shift to some embassies and all. How they are going to do is not clear. So our marketing globally needs a lot of work, and that is what is need. And then number one, to make infrastructure, to make packages, certain resorts, selective resorts, and then also to market them. That's what is needed. And also, I think to be in spiritual tourism, if a travel agent, travel operator, tour operator, I must honestly say they must have some inclination of attitude of spiritualism themselves. It cannot be like a commercial business. Unless until you are into it little bit even, you understand, you do some practice, you learn little bit basic knowledge yourself, and then you can promote more. Thank you very much. I hope it's satisfied.
Yes, yes. Thank you so much, sir. My next question, if Dr. Shilpi ma'am allows me to ask, ma'am,
yes, please.
Yeah.
Please.
So my next question is to Captain Swadesh Kumar, sir. So first of all, I'm really glad that you are here with us, and adventure tourism is something which every youngster wants to admire and want to pursue. So we have seen that, to be very honest, it has been said that India is actually not a destination for adventure, but in different forms. Yes, I have heard. So I am just talking from my heart, whatever I have heard. But my question is that in the past, from the past till present times, how have you seen changes in particularly in adventure tourism? And when we talk about security and safety of a tourist from adventure point of view, so what are your views onto that? So please guide us.
No, first of all, let me explain to you a very simple and straight thing. 2/3 of Himalayas in India, 1/3 is in Nepal and other places, Bhutan and other places. But unfortunately, because this started the tourism much earlier than adventure tourism much earlier, so India is lacking behind. Everybody wants to go to Himalayas, they think of Nepal, not India. We're trying very hard to change this thinking. But please appreciate that 2/3 of Himalayas in India, so we all have to work. Another reason is Ministry of Tourism always talk of India as a palaces and forts and temples and not adventure, not nature. So crucial question is that let's talk of India as a nature destination, nature. Why not? Himalayas in India, why not promote nature? So we're pushing very hard to the government, please promote India as a adventure destination. Please appreciate one more point, and that is that we, in Nepal, for example, there are 3 religions: Hinduism, Buddhism, and tourism. Tourism is a religion for them. So many countries have religion, tourism, but India is just a starting point of it. So this is how it is. We hope that India also becomes an adventure destination in the world. Second question is of risk element and stuff like this. Let me explain to you, there is no risk. Okay, in terms that adventure is a inherent risk, is a parcel of our activities, inherent. But if you take safety precautions, I think you are secure. Please understand, accident can take place anywhere. Even you're driving a car from Delhi to Agra, accident can take place if you're not careful. So going to the mountains, please appreciate that accident will go around. Accidents do take place because of not taking precautions. What's happening today is that we have safety guidelines, but not safety rules in this country. We're telling the government to make safety rules. At present, only safety guidelines made by our association. So hopefully, safety guidelines will be converted to safety rules. Another thing is there is no licensing authority for mountain guides. There's a licensing authority for a tourist guide to go to say about they want to explain Taj Mahal. I can't go and do it. I can't be tourist guide because I have no license. But however, I can take you to the mountains, even though I have no license. So I think we're telling the government to have a licensed adventure guides, as in the overseas countries are. So these are some of the things we're trying. And if that happens, they'll be very important. And there are many institutes for teaching people things like this. But things are getting better and better. Training is, there's a huge demand. Please appreciate that adventure tourism gives employment to the far-flung areas of the Indian, whether Himalayas, the desert, and coastal area. Youngsters can get jobs and opportunities. And therefore, it is so important to promote this area of this segment of tourism industry. Thank you, Chief Secretary.
Thank you, sir. And please allow me to humbly submit that film tourism has always played an important role for all of us to guide us more about tourism. And recently, I watched one movie called Uchaiyan that is completely on Everest. So watching that, actually, we want to go. It gives us a feeling that we should go there.
No, 100% I agree with you. That the movie is absolutely exciting and encouraging. And I think communication is very key. Today, in the world of communication, you have to communicate with the world, telling the people, hey, let's go and let's do it. Instagram or Facebook or this and these are the things, and especially the movies. They're very, very exciting, very inspiring for youngsters. I think what really we need to do is we need to invite young adventure experts who has done a huge training for climbing Everest is one thing, of course, who have done around the world on a bicycle or a car, on a river, whatever you do it. They should, inspiring speakers should come and talk about their experience. What motivated them to do it? For example, what motivated me to do this profession was primarily because I'm a sportsman. I thought it's better to bring people in a safety environment. So I shifted my focus from adventure sports to tourism. So this, everybody has his own reasons to do it. Let's call people and with a inspired young. I agree with you. The movie is absolutely wonderful movie. Yes.
Thank you, sir. Over to you, Shilpi ma'am. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Chitraji, for your questions and the eminent speakers for their valuable input. And now I would request Ma'am Dolly Bhashinji to please, she wants to raise some questions. So I request her to please share her questions. And after that, I would request Mr. Narendra Nashikarji to please introduce himself and share his valuable views. Over to Dolly Bhashinji.
Thank you, madam. I am basically from IT side, but service sector is my passion, applying service sector automation in the service sector. And I'm very curious to know does medical tourism in India cover telemedicine, remote care, medical and nursing services, or medical conferences, online medical continuing medical education? Because these are covered in the international medical tourism, but I'm not very sure about India, and I don't see anybody being able to give me a right answer. So I'd like to really know from the extreme. There are, I think, multiple specialists here on medical tourism today, including you, madam. So I'd like to know what is the exact position in terms of, because there are a lot of companies that I know who are working on remote care during the pandemic. They were actually doing a lot of caregiving activities remotely to hospitals in the US and some other countries, providing critical care. So that's ICU, remote ICUs. So what kind of, does it get covered under medical tourism? And also the continuing medical international conferences that happen. There are so many conferences that have shifted to India, and it's a huge opportunity to be treated as a tourism activity, especially under medical tourism, because it's for medical this thing, and it's they stay in Goa or XYZ cities, and the long conferences, 3 to 5 days, which is a lot of potential which is being lost right now. So I'd like to know what is the position statement from the point of view of the government and the practitioners.
Yeah. So first of all, I'll share my views, and then I would request Dr. Kirti Pradhan also to please share his views, as well as Shri Subhash Vermaji, if he really wants to share his views. My input on this topic is the questions which you have raised. Telemedicine, yes, there are various telemedicine platforms in India which are working, including Apollo 24/7, then GeoHealth, then Tata Group, and there's so many which are there, and it is actually working to provide and involve most of the patients and create a database and then connect different hospitals and extend their services to rural care as well. And it is also being integrated with Ayushman Bharat project as well. As far as online medical continuing medical education is concerned, yes, we have online conferences, hybrid conferences. CardioCon is one of them, which I know and I frequently attend. And there are various other conferences also which provide, which is a hybrid conference. Earlier, during pre-COVID era, it was also only offline. But now we have hybrid who can come over there. They do go there and attend. And otherwise, there are people who can attend online as well. So this is how it is going. A lot of work is being done, and there are many things ongoing in this.
The question is, do they get the benefit of medical tourism? Do they count in the medical tourist data?
May you please
medical tourism. See, medical tourism, whatever is the opportunity that we are taking, is only on medical travel per se. There is hardly this particular count might actually exceed a lot more if we also include the medical conferences, especially in the hybrid mode. And even there are physical conferences that are happening. I know all international conferences, 30 to 40% of them are basically medical conferences, and ranging from all kinds of this thing, including API and some of the other international associations conduct their annual conferences in India. Is that data getting counted in the medical tourism per se?
I have a limited knowledge on this, because whether as far as education platform, this conferences data is included or not, I would like Dr. Kirti Pradhan to please share his views. But as far as medical data is concerned, definitely this project is on, where we have a pool of data, and a lot of work is ongoing on that field. So yeah. Dr. Kirti Pradhan, please share your views on this aspect.
Okay, madam. I think what you have said is correct, absolutely correct. Madam, this medical tourism and medical value travel, these concepts are only for human life. Rest other things, you are talking about conferences, meetings, this, that, all, those keeps changing. They don't just come to India, they go to any other country. If you take any conference of any medical group or specialist groups, they keep changing their locations. Sometimes they do it in Malaysia, sometimes they do it in Indonesia, sometimes they do it in India. So that has no relevance to data collection for medical tourism. Medical tourism act or the rule or the policy has a very, very specific mandate.
Yes.
People traveling for healthcare as a whole, it can be allopathic, Ayurvedic, yoga, whatever way, the treatment has to happen. So that's a special policy. It doesn't capture about conferences, meetings, and all that.
And telemedicine?
Telemedicine is a tool. Telemedicine is a tool of healthcare. It's not a separate vertical like we call, there are three types: primary, secondary, and tertiary. So telemedicine is a tool which can be used in any of this.
Yes.
No, when I say I meant telemedicine for remote care. So, for example, there is remote care possible today for ICUs, even ICUs.
Very little.
Yeah, all that is the new innovations, madam. This ICU, remote ICU is a concept which is being tried right now. A lot of innovators have come up with this idea. People are just trying it out. It has not been a policy of the country.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you, madam.
Thank you so much. And now I would request Mr. Shri Narendra Nashikar ji to please come on stage and then share his views. Shri Narendra Nashikar ji, welcome.
Hi everyone, hello. My name is myself Narendra Nashikar. Basically, I am a journalist. My friend Mr. Ravi Medankar, he's introduced me this webinar. That's why I join this. It's a good opportunity for medical fields and all other peoples also. I like it. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Thank you for being a part of this session. This was a wonderful session, and it was great hearing all of you. Over to Major Dr. Gulshan Sharma ji.
Thank you very much, Dr. Shilpi Mohan ma'am, for bringing this wonderful panel, wonderful discussions over here, right from Subhash Verma ji, Captain Sudesh Kumar, Engineer Dolly Bhasin ma'am, and my friend Dr. Kirti Pradhan, and most respectable Dr. Shilpi Mohan ma'am, and my younger brother, like a friend from United States, Dr. Tarun Sandhu, who is towards dental tourism. I made a request to him, and I wish to share with the global fraternity. On my request, he has opened his own dental clinic besides US in the Tri-City, and the name he has given Tri-City Smiles. So it smiles during daytime, it smiles during nighttime, because dental treatment can be taken any point of time by anybody. You do not know what time the dental pain will start. So that's why he has given the Tri-City Smiles, is shining all the time. And Venerable our Ravi Medankar ji. So pleasure having all of you. Now, Kirti Pradhan ji, what comes to my mind, and very seriously, I don't know. First of all, the term travel agent should be changed. There is no agent, right? It's a travel facilitator. It's a travel counselor. We all should use, advisor, travel facilitator, travel counselor, any term you can give.
Medical travel advisor.
Medical travel advisor. Okay. So medical travel advisor.
Like that, travel consultant.
Okay. Yes. So when you say medical travel advisor, the thing gives me something very nice, because 1989 I designed when MBA tourism. We were calling it Masters in Tourism Administration also. So that's good. That goes pretty fine, and I feel very happy about it. Now, what comes to my mind, I do not know how to go by before we close this particular session. When I look at medical tourism, Dr. Kirti Pradhanji had been telling me times and again, Dr. Saab, too many webinars, too many seminars, too many conferences, celebrations, deliberations, and congratulations, and eating, meeting, and greeting, the conferences of the mice. All that is fine, but where is the practical meat? Let me share with you, my heart always beats little faster when I think about medical tourism, because the moment you say the travel agent from the home country is going to send a patient to India, so that guy is going to get his commission or service charges. I don't know what exactly is going to happen over there. The person who has brought over here and the person who has come over here and who handles him over here, I do not know in the SOP, standard operating procedure, where do we bring the component of ethics, whether operation needed or not, whether surgery needed or not, because I don't want to tell anybody that आप बीती हो तो फिर इंसान को जरा ज्यादा लगता है. I had undergone one particular medical surgery, and when I had undergone that, the doctor became my friend afterwards. And after 8 years in the morning walk, he told me, मेरी और आपकी दोस्ती तो नहीं चली जाएगी? मैंने कहा नहीं जाएगी, बताइए. कहते मैं आपसे कुछ कहना चाहता हूँ, मेरे मन पे कुछ बोझ है being a doctor. मैंने कहा आज कह डालिए जो कुछ भी आपके मन पे बोझ है, please tell me what it is there. He says, you know, in such and such year we operated you, that was not to be done, but we were getting your insurance, that's why we operated you. Now, my question and my challenge again and again it comes on, अगर कोई कुछ वक्त पहले अमृतसर में पकड़ा गया किसी की किडनी निकालते हुए, and there was a case कोई किसी और जगह, मुझे सिर्फ एक ही बात से डर लगता है. डॉक्टर कीर्ति प्रधान जी, आप मुझे हमेशा कहते हैं, and you are such a legend, you are such a warrior of the medical tourism. आप इतने अच्छे इंसान हैं, इतने अच्छे स्ट्रेटेजिस्ट हैं, आपकी इतनी नॉलेज है, इतना सब कुछ है. मुझे कहीं एक एलिमेंट जो मिस मिलता है वो एथिक्स का मिलता है, कि मैं उस यार्ड स्टिक से कौन से बैरोमीटर से नापूं और जिससे मुझको ये पता लग जाए कि यार इस इंसान को क्या वाकई ये प्रॉब्लम थी, या इस प्रॉब्लम ना होते हुए भी हमने इसको ऑपरेट कर दिया. उसके लिए हमें क्या करना पड़ेगा? हाउ टू ब्रिंग एथिकल टूरिज्म with medical tourism. That's what is my concern, and I always get worried and I withdraw myself from this component in this segment of tourism. I never want to get into, but I do not know. अभी मान लीजिए मेरा डेंटल ट्रीटमेंट है, तो मुझे पता है कि मेरा रूट कनाल होना है, मुझे नजर आ रहा है कि ये चीज है, मैं देख सकता हूं, महसूस कर सकता हूं एनेस्थीसिया को. अब मुझे कुछ चीजों का पता ही नहीं है मेडिकल में. आई एम नॉट क्वालिफाइड फॉर दैट. I do not know my own autonomy. I do not know my whole body. What is happening inside? You know,
sir,
so
no, sir, there are solutions, nothing to worry.
बताइए.
Unfortunately, people, due to lack of awareness, they don't go for that. There is something called medical second opinion, medical third opinion, medical fourth opinion. Okay. So now I am going to a dentist. If I have any doubt that she's taking me for a ride, I will go to Tri-City Smile. Okay. And consult Dr. Tarun. And so there are ways. This is called second opinion, third opinion, fourth opinion. You can take up to 10th opinion, as long as you're not clear that whether somebody is taking you for a ride. That's number one. Number two, in our world, in every field, for every crook, there are three good people. There are crook hospitals and there are good hospitals, ethical hospitals also. Amongst us, within our surrounding, within our geography. Okay. So, but the service seeker or the service seeker's counselor or the advisor need to guide appropriately to the patients at the time of need. That's critical. That's critical. So, but these are there in place. Check and balance system is there.
Okay. If you say, I take it, sir. Because you're the professional, I take it, sir. I take it. Dr. Shilpi ma'am wants to say something. Yeah.
Yeah. this is something which is relative, not an absolute. Because wherever there are good people, there will be bad people as well.
But
how we can reduce this?
Kirti ji has given the ratio 1:3.
Part of life everywhere.
we can make it 1:10 or 1:100 by doing these things. First of all, improving the awareness of the patient, which can be done by better awareness program. That is number one. Number two, telemedicine can definitely play a role in this, because as said, we can do a window shopping. I'll not use the word, but we can meet different doctors on telemedicine platform and then decide which is the best for us, rather than moving from one clinic to another and then lose hope and then say, okay, jo bhi hai chal jayega, koi baat nahi, kar lete hain. So in that, telemedicine can definitely play a role, where we can meet 5 doctors on a telemedicine platform and then decide with confidence, yes, I want to go ahead with this, and then take a chance. Everything depends on a matter of chance. But yes, this will reduce the probability of getting an unfair treatment in wrong hands.
Okay. But Dr. Gulshan, I want to just add, the pure ethics can only come via spirituality. Yes. This is my conviction.
Okay.
That's one way to reduce.
जब उसको खौफ होगा कि अगर मैं गलत करूंगा तो मैं नरक में जाऊंगा, तो शायद वहां पर कुछ एथिक्स. लेकिन सर मैं क्या बताऊं, मतलब I get so worried. You know, all the time I get jolted by Dr. Kirti Pradhan. I love him, I respect him, I adore him, his devotion, his dedication. ये सिर्फ एक सेगमेंट है टूरिज्म का जिसमें मैं हमेशा पीछे हट जाता हूं, क्योंकि मुझे कॉन्फिडेंस ही नहीं आता. मेरे चारों तरफ मैं ऐसा माहौल देखता हूं, मुझे लगता है कि I don't know how to find. I'm sorry, I'm sorry to say that, but
I understand you. I understand this element.
I don't know how to put it across. I do not know, because all doctors are around. I am just a non-qualified person talking over here. But you know, right. Somewhere there is a fear of unknown in my heart and my mind कि मुझे एक अच्छा डॉक्टर मिल जाए. अब मैं आपको really बता रहा हूँ, आज तक मैं डॉक्टर शिल्पी मोहन मैम से नहीं मिला. Last 3 years I have never met her in person till date. But somewhere the confidence in the family has built up. I have been taking a teleconsultancy from her for my mother. My younger brother, when he became very serious after the second wave, I consulted her, I contacted her, and she suggested, and my brother recovered. मैं इनसे मिला भी नहीं हूँ, लेकिन एक ऐसा डॉक्टर मिल जाना, वो पता नहीं, मतलब बड़ा मुश्किल भी है, सौभाग्य से भी है, कुछ ऐसा भी है, लेकिन कोई अच्छा डॉक्टर मिल जाए. इसीलिए लोग कहते हैं ना, आपका फैमिली डॉक्टर कौन है. So that is something very important. Medical tourism has got a tremendous potential. Medical tourism can do wonders in this particular country. With medical tourism, we can have spiritual tourism, wellness tourism, health tourism. जो भी जोड़ना है जोड़ दीजिए आप. लेकिन डर एक ही रहता है, मुझे एक अच्छा डॉक्टर दे दीजिए, डॉक्टर कीर्ति प्रधान और डॉक्टर शिल्पी मोहन मैम जैसा, जो कम से कम एथिकल तो हो, मुझे कोई तकलीफ ना हो और मुझे कोई प्रॉब्लम ना आए, और जो ट्रीटमेंट के लिए मैं किसी को भेजूं, उस आदमी को ये खौफ ना हो कि मेरा कौन सा पुर्जा निकाल लेंगे, जो 10 साल के बाद पता लगेगा कि ये पुर्जे की गॉड ने बॉडी ऐसी बनाई है कि मतलब कभी सोचा ही नहीं था कि हार्ट के लिए आप पैरों के अंदर से नीचे से वेन्स निकालते हैं. अच्छा, मैंने कभी सेकंड कोरोना की वेव से पहले सुना ही नहीं था कि कोई वेस्कुलर प्रॉब्लम के अंदर स्टेंट आपके पैर के अंदर नीचे भी डलते हैं. When I contacted Dr. Shilpi ma'am, she guided me. I went to the Fortis Hospital, Max Hospital with my younger brother, moving from hospital to hospital. And, you know, so many people are still suffering as a repercussions of the corona. The multiplier effect of those pains are coming now. I do not know what it is. एक अच्छा डॉक्टर मिलना बहुत जरूरी है. अगर किसी को अच्छा फैमिली डॉक्टर मिल जाए और अच्छे लोग मिल जाएं किसी तरीके से, लेकिन करूं क्या? आप पुलिस वाले को लेते हो, ट्रैफिक वाले को, तो वो पेड़ के पीछे खड़ा होता है रेड लाइट के कि कब ये लाइन क्रॉस करे और मैं इसको लाइन क्रॉस करने के बाद गाड़ी रोकूं और इसको कहूं कि डॉली मैम 100 रुपए ही दे जाओ, कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है, कोई दिक्कत नहीं है, नहीं तो देखो लाइसेंस दे दो, नहीं तो आरसी दे दो, नहीं तो आपको कोर्ट में आना पड़ेगा. डॉली मैम कहती है कैमरा नहीं लगा हुआ, 100 रुपए साइड से ले लो, मेरे को छोड़ दो. द थिंग इज, व्हाट डू वी डू? How do we do? Are we there to support you? Or are we there to basically catch you? Or are we there to, because we are ignorant? मैम ने जो बात और कही और डॉक्टर कीर्ति जी ने भी, कि हमें अवेयरनेस भी बढ़ानी पड़ेगी मेडिकल की. अब I had never heard, I had heard कि there are 3 arteries of the heart. एक मेन आर्टरी होती है, 2 छोटी होती हैं. मुझे आयोटा नाम का कोई चीज ही नहीं पता थी आज तक कि क्या होती है. Yesterday in the PGI for the first time I learned there's something known as aorta. और ये कैसे कहाँ बस्ट होती है, क्या होता है, मुझे पता ही नहीं कई चीजों का. So I think awareness also has to be increased in a great way. That also we have to take. And the people, those are travel advisors, travel facilitators, and travel counselors. और क्या term दिया था medical वालों ने, MTA, medical tourism advisors. I think all of us, we got to have a separate session where we understand the whole human body and what all can go wrong with it, when, where, which way. Next year, when I meet Dr. Kirti Pradhanji, I'm pretty sure besides conferences and digital media, we would have done some programs on ground also. We will try and take something ethical. Captain Sudesh Kumar ji, I know आपका राज क्या है कि आप कभी ओल्ड नहीं होंगे, क्योंकि एडवेंचर के लोग हमेशा ही यंग रहेंगे. कभी ऋषिकेश में हैं, कभी देवप्रयाग में हैं, कभी रुद्रप्रयाग में हैं, कभी कर्णप्रयाग में, कभी माउंटेन्स में हैं, कभी कहीं हैं. He is doing a great job, and let me tell the whole universe, he is the founder of Adventure Tourism Association of India. We all should understand that the adventure tourism formulation of the body came with this gentleman. He's a great soul. और कोई ये ना कहे कि मैं मेजर आर्मी से हूँ इसलिए इनकी तारीफ कर रहा हूँ. ये कैप्टन आर्मी के नहीं है, ये पायलट है. ये कैप्टन वो वाले हैं जो असली कैप्टन है उस तरफ के. Thank you with these words. Thank you very much everybody. And Dr. Tarun Sandhu also, I'm grateful to you. Dr. Kirti Pradhan also, and Bhante ji also, Captain Sudesh ji also, and Subhash Verma ji also, and Engineer Dolly Basin ma'am. I must respect and appreciate your energy. सुबह से आप जुड़ी हैं योगा, meditation और wellness और spiritual tourism के साथ. I'm so grateful to you. And Chitra, of course, तुम्हारा तो बेटा session है. You have to take the journey forward for everybody. With these words, thank you very much for joining us. And we would be moving on to next. There is a great thing coming from UAE in a big way. That's a future of digital education. Technology in education will enable the future fluencies of education. मैं बच्चे को homeschooling कराऊं, कि मैं बच्चे को school में भेजूं, or do school skill creativity? There are a couple of issues we are going to discuss in that with a gentleman, that's Arpit Dukar, joining us from Dubai in a little while. We will take on that particular session. Chitra ma'am, please go ahead with your feast, Forum of Educators and Scholars of Tourism. With these words, Dr. Shilpi ma'am, great gratitudes to your entire team and to you. Thank you very much. God bless all of us. Thank you. And Narendra Nashikar ji, आपका भी बहुत बहुत आभार. आपने सिटी नहीं बताई कि आप कहाँ से जुड़ रहे हैं.
I'm Gujarat. I'm from Gujarat.
ये भंते जी जापान से गुजरात को कैसे जोड़ रहे हैं? हमें भी तो जोड़िए ना. ये भंते जी सिर्फ गुजरात में ही जा रहे हैं. ये तो अच्छा बात नहीं है. बाकी जगह भी तो लेके चले. चलिए चित्रा मैम, your feast, Forum of Educators and Scholars of Tourism, if we are ready, we should take on that journey. Rethinking tourism, ladies and gentlemen. Repackaging tourism, rejuvenating tourism. Chitra ma'am and her team has done a great job onto that, and she will take on that particular journey with all of us. And I request Chitra ma'am to spend next couple of minutes on that, and thereafter we go to Arpit Dukar. Arpit Dukar ji, whenever you join, please tell me हाजिर हूँ, फिर हम चलेंगे आगे. चलिए, thank you.
So a very good evening to everyone, those who have joined on Zoom and on YouTube. It's a pleasure for me to again introduce a very important segment of ours, that is feast, and are very close to our heart, because tourism without education is impossible. So feast is something related to that. But before that, hearty welcome to everyone. We are into North India PRAVASI Divas. We have started in the morning, 9 a.m. and we'll go till 9 p.m. So do be with us. And our focus today is on future of service industry. And when we talk about service industry in particular, we are talking about education services, skills, technology, tourism with research and innovation, and all in all, entrepreneurship and community development. So welcome ICSI from ICSI. We welcome all. And as you know that ICSI has a link between India and overseas Indian, and we are proud of that. And together we can really build our nation a wonderful thing. Vasudhaiv Kutumbakam, in fact. So this is basically the agenda, which is much beyond what I'm presenting today. It has been thought in 2001, and that is Forum of Educators and Scholars of Tourism. It has been founded by ICSI in 2001, and many people, those who are actually into education of tourism, it is a forum for them, because training, educating, and developing skills in this particular forum or in this particular segment of services is very important. So a forum is an association. It is a platform for like-minded people, those who are into the education system of particularly vocationalization of education or tourism education in specific, if we say. Now, why I'm talking about this? Why to give education in tourism, and what to give education? Because this is something very vast. We have seen that earlier, when there is no concrete structure of education in tourism specifically, anyone and everyone can get into this tourism business, travel agency, tour operator business, or anything. But now, and even much beyond present times, government has thought of preparing human resources that can actually bring a skilled workforce and a prepared workforce for this particular segment. So tourism is everything. If we look into our society, each and every component of the society is directly or indirectly associated with tourism. So first of all, if somebody asks me that why you are talking about feast, what is the need of feast, why is the need for tourism education? So look at this slide. Look at the different aspects of tourism which we have to incorporate, which we have to educate, which we not just theoretical but in a practical manner, and their feast plays the role. So there are many other sectors, but the slide limit is this. So you can see the canvas is very large. And obviously tourism plays an important role in supply chain. I'll go quickly so that my next speakers will not wait too much. And obviously tourism plays an important role, because tourism, as we know, plays a very important part in our foreign exchange earnings and other things. So obviously we need to really empower this particular segment, and we are doing that, but we have to do it in a very practical and a pragmatic manner. Now, there are different aspects, different say component of tourism. We generally say that there are 5 ways of tourism, but I've gone through this particular gentleman, the legend of global tourism, Professor Alistair Morrison. He has given 10 A's of tourism. So I want to say, why I'm highlighting this slide is, I want to say that when we have a confluence of people, those who are working in a one direction, so they have many ideas, they have many views. So we can incorporate all those views to make a proper document or a new form or an innovation, and we can bring changes in the existing pattern of either studies or the professional life. So this is an example which shows that when a confluence of like-minded people meet, there's something innovation that comes out. And we have seen COVID-19 and tourism education, tourism jobs, tourism industries, tourism training, internship, everything crashed. So that concept that has developed in 2001, and it is going on, it is there. The people are there with us in the forum, but we need to increase that, because if we see at present, if we Google And if we go with the Google statistics, there are more than 1,000 institutes, colleges, universities, those who are taking this particular tourism subject, tourism, hospitality, and aviation subject. So we need to, I can say that we need to increase this family size, the forum size, and more people should join us and give their views, share their ideas, get to the recommendations, and come with the concrete structure which we can present. Like we say that we have to develop our education system, we have to do something innovative into that. Same ways we have to do something innovative for our education in tourism and hospitality. So preparing for future tourism in post pandemic world, we have seen there are 3 things that have come out. We just need to be resilient, we need to be transformable, and we have seen that sustainable changes are really taking place, specifically post-pandemic time. So we need to draw some framework that how to go by, and not just for the professionals or the industry people, but in the education system also. Likewise, technology is playing a very important role, and in the pandemic times, we have seen how we have leaped and jumped towards the technology in 2-year time only. So how we can utilize that into this tourism education, or giving some virtual experiences, practical experiences, even to the remotest person. So this is what this forum is bringing all about. This is what Feast is trying to give to the entire tourism fraternity, tourism and hospitality fraternity. Again, I say hospitality, so tourism and hospitality. Now, how India plans to revive? We have seen there are a lot many policies, those who are talking about domestic tourism, but really speaking, government efforts are tremendous. They are really working hard to really bring tourism into the line which we are seeing pre-pandemic times. But with helping our government, or with government, it is the duty of educators also, that what we think. They have to start educating the children in the vocationalization manner, or in anything from the very beginning in education, so that they can get, the young generation can get an interest in visiting different places within their country. India is so beautiful. If you want to see, not only it is not just only Taj Mahal, it is not just only Delhi, Gateway of India, all the popular destinations, but there are, I want to tell you that I have done some research on northeast part of India a few days back, and I got to know that what beautiful locations are there, which are unexplored, which are not there in the tourism map, or neither in the itinerary. So we as an educator, at least, why I have got interest, because I have educated myself, I have gone to the research work, I have studied about that. So what my point is, the forum, with this forum, we want to bring all the educators and the trainers and the counselors into particularly this tourism counseling part, that they should inculcate the sense of curiosity, or some curiosity in student, that they want to visit their destination. Why do we, whenever we want to think, or anybody, if I ask any student, and we say that not only student, even other persons also, what is your dream destination? I want to say this, that hardly there are 40% of people those want to say that in India they have some dream destination. Everybody says that either Switzerland, or maybe some part of Amazons, if they are interested in adventure, or any other. Like what my point is, they have done that kind of a marketing, and they have actually given that impression in our minds, that if you want to travel and you have a dream destination, go to Switzerland. Why Switzerland? India has lot many beautiful destinations, so we have to give the impression, that dream in the minds of our student, and that can be done by educators also. So this forum, so quickly I just move. See, this I have tried to sum up in one slide, that these are the few attractions, serenity in India, if we say, and throughout the length breadth of India. It is not just in one part, but throughout the length breadth of India. And this can be done through education also, from schools, from colleges, from the educators. So everything, and this we have put in our book also, that we have prepared, that we have compiled actually, Rethinking Tourism. Everything is given over there also. So it is just an initiative that we want to take. So this is the southern part of our country. Oh, sorry, the western part of our country, and then eastern part, northeast, the central part. Everything has many things, and every information should be there in the books, in the textbook, or special sessions for students, so that they can get an awareness about it and can be virtually seen as well. So Indian cultural tourism, Indian heritage tourism, Indian pilgrimage tourism, Indian cuisines, Indian rural tourism, what not, everything in the many information that is there to learn. So wildlife tourism. So whatever tourism may be pursued, it is all about rethinking tourism. And that was the book I was talking about that we have made. And especially post-pandemic, it is all about talking about sustainability and respecting the nature and being close to the nature. And I would like to quote here also the situations that we are seeing in Uttarakhand at present. Why we are through for the development without any planning, or without any getting the grounds information, that is actually giving losses not only to nature but to human life also. And pandemic and such kind of a situation that is currently existing in Uttarakhand, that has shown this to us. So at this feast forum that we have developed, and the members with us, we are actually dedicated towards this issue also, that tourism or any development should be pursued in a very sustainable manner. So this is our feast, and I urge and I request from this platform to everyone, those who are listening to us, do join us, be a part of feast, and give suggestions, give your valuables, come in our specific meetings, and we can then develop some plan, some layouts that can help government also to actually implement what is being needed, specifically when we're talking about developing the skill in the students, those who are pursuing vocational education in tourism, hospitality, and aviation.
Thank you.
So
thank you, Chitra ma'am.
I just stop my slide, and thank you so much, sir, for the opportunity.
Thank you, Chitra ma'am. You're always wonderful. The compilation, research, and hard work. And Feast, yes, it's a great platform, forum of educators and scholars of tourism. So people, those are interested to come and be a part of this, it's complimentary. Become a part over here, share your vision, share your thoughts, and let's bring entire education ecosystem together on a common platform. We have been joined by Mr. Arpit Duggar all the way from Dubai. He's a wonderful soul. Whenever I meet him, listen to him, treat him, I always call him Abhishek Bachchan of education and skills ecosystem. And he looks like also Abhishek Bachchan if you'll meet him in person. He's as tall as he is, but the difference is that he's towards Bollywood and acting, and this gentleman is more towards, the education, skills, and competencies and capabilities, and what all can be done with the youth and the teachers and the educators. So today, it's a great pleasure. We are having him, and he's going to share something phenomenal. Take your time, and it's going to be technology in education, which will enable the future fluencies. Hearty welcome, Arpit Duggar ji, all yours. Globe is yours, audience is yours, and I'm also yours.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much for such a generous introduction. Very good afternoon, good evening, good morning
to people who are joining in from different locations. I am based out of Dubai, but doing this session right now, sir, from Riyadh.
Okay.
So just a small correction in my location while I begin the session.
Okay.
And it's absolutely a pleasure and delight to be speaking about technology and innovation and what kind of myths we have when we think of technology and what is actually required. So long story cut short, I'll just share my screen and we will shoot directly to the agenda. I have some very interesting points to share today. Let me just share the screen, and if Sir Chitra ma'am, if you can just confirm if my screen is visible.
We can see. There are beautiful cars. Left is yours and right car is mine.
All right. So when we see technology, when we see things around us, so what I have done is a very simplistic comparison so that even a layman understands what we are trying to talk about in terms of transformation of education systems through technology. See, 1950s, when we talk about mobile phones, actually they were not mobile. So there were those landlines, they were stationary phones. So if you see 1950 and 2022, what is the difference that has happened in communication technology using the phones? And if I actually have to take answers from people, probably everything has changed. Phones have become smartphones. We can do multiple tasks using the same device, which earlier was not possible. If I move forward, what has changed in terms of the vehicles that we use? Again, the answer would be same, almost everything, except that the car still runs on 4 wheels. But now we even have flying cars coming up. So from 1950 to 2022, each segment, each aspect of technology has changed while we design and manufacture car technology. You move to any sector, any industry, anything around us, things have changed dynamically. 1950, the construction of houses was entirely different. In 2022, more sustainable, green, and design, user-friendly homes have started to come. You look into computer systems. 1950s, in bits and bytes, data was transferred and limited piece of information could be shared. 2022 is what is making us connect today on this webinar. Across the globe, people can join and we can talk to each other. So there has been a rapid transformation from 50s to 22 itself. And this is just 70 years. So every decade, we are seeing a 150% transformation of technology. Now, that's the pace at which technology is moving forward. But when we look into the classrooms of 1950 and 2022, we'll not find much differences. The classroom settings are still the same. The mode of deliveries are still the same. A little bit of tools have got added. Instead of blackboards, now we have some digital screens available or projectors available. But if you look into the overall scenario of how education is being delivered, we have structured timetables, we have dedicated subjects, we have a teacher and a student learning and delivery method. Things have not changed so magnificently the way it has changed with other technologies and things around us. So the question comes, what comes to our mind when we think of technology in education? And if there are certain responses coming in from the audience, that will be great. I can I'll get to know what exactly do we think when we think of technology in education.
The best part is, Arpitji, we will give some rewards, the best answers which you will choose. Let people post on YouTube. Question he can repeat once again. The 3 best answers will get 1,000 rupees each. Please ask the question once again.
Fantastic. So when we think about technology in education, what comes to our mind? What are those things that should get involved while we are talking about this innovation and technology in education? And sir, ma'am, anyone who is there in the panel also right now, you can also give me some responses of what you think. What is technology in education? And this is where I'm going to break certain myths.
People, you keep posting on the YouTube. Arpitji, we can move ahead.
Sure, sir, sure. And if there is something coming in between, just keep letting me know. I'll take those responses.
Sure.
So when I have asked this question to different educators, school leaders, teachers, parents, students for that matter, we have come across 5-6 responses. Technology in education. First thing is devices, that you have digital classrooms and screens in school classrooms. You have mobile phones, tablets, you have computer systems. On top of it, then you have internet facility. On top of it, you have digital content, some activities, some engaging content. On top of it, maybe a good learning management system, a good assessment system, some artificially intelligent based tools, and so on and so forth. All the responses which I received during my research for this question, the responses are kind of died down within these 5-6 aspects. That this is what the technology and innovation in education means. So you bring in these hardware and software, and we will be able to transform. There is one response in the chat box. Let me just see.
That is from engineer Dolly Basin, ma'am.
Okay, and what does it say, sir? I'm not able to see the chat here.
Okay, I'll just show it to you. It's right over here. She's writing, ability to learn what I want to learn.
Ability to learn what I want to learn. Absolutely.
Yeah,
I think makes...
From the audience also, if you permit me.
Sure, sir, please.
Mr. Amit is writing, learning becomes easy. Hydra writing, interactive apps like Nearpod. Dr. Nisha Singh, 24/7 access. And Ajay, innovative, valuable, awesome. Thereafter, another one, Dr. Nisha, variety of content by experts all over the world, which is available 24/7.
Fantastic, fantastic. Beautiful responses coming in. So,
किसी prize dena hai?
Yes, sir. We will give.
Okay.
But let's park it towards a little bit more after a little bit more of discussion.
Great.
Thank you everyone for giving in your responses and absolute agreement to whatever you said. In terms of 24/7 availability, in terms of what I want to learn, I should be able to derive that, and technology should drive it in terms of its easiness of usage. However, all of this clubbed together transforms into one technology platform or a system which a school should have, along with certain applications loaded on top of it. So, speaking about writing applications or taking example of Nearpod for that matter, or any question bank or an assessment system, all of this clubbed together makes a system for the school. But today we are going to extend its wings. That what exactly are we trying to transcend to? So technology in education will actually enable future fluencies. So what we have to envision as is, how and what do we use today so that our students are prepared for tomorrow? So the new age technology is diverse and huge. Whatever we just said and discussed undoubtedly has to be, make the base for us to do any kind of innovation in the school. So unless and until we have a good learning management system, a good assessment system, a good school administrative system, we will not be able to create our plans for bringing in innovative technological solutions in the school. Now, what I'm displaying on the screen is something really interesting. Courses and programs on astronomy. So now my take on technology is not limited to what we just said, but the latest technologies on which jobs are getting created, on which massive employment is expected in the coming decade. Those technologies, students should get an exposure, first-hand exposure in the school itself. And they should not be limited to certain industries or certain government organizations or certain private players. They should reach out to our students in its very niche form. So courses on astronomy, courses on rocket sciences, courses on satellite launches. So why can't my students design their own payloads, design their own satellites, and launch it in troposphere and stratosphere? And yes, when I'm talking about this, it's though it is a rocket science, but then it's no rocket science in itself. In a way that once students are exposed to this, it is very much viable for us to get these kind of projects conducted by school students. Technology on drones, technology on aero modeling, technology using 3D printing, technology using robotics, technology using electronics, technology of makerspace, technology of artificial intelligence, Internet of Things, virtual reality, mixed reality, metaverse. I mean, if we have to speak about the new age technologies, I think I can go across the day talking about them and the kind of opportunities that they are creating for our future kids. And it's not just limited with computer science and robotics and science as a field. Technological innovations are happening in the field of commerce, in the field of humanities, in the field of every possible field that we see around. So the whole idea is to first try to build and build our vision across what kind of technological innovations should we try to bring in the school. People have been talking about artificial intelligence. The world has started to move towards artificial imagination, mixed reality, blockchains, folding screens, holographic projections, drone sciences, cyberspace, bioengineering, and the opportunities look more exciting than ever. I mean, sometimes when I do sessions with educators, with parents, and we get these feedbacks that, what kind of courses should I get my child into? What are the future possibilities? The competition is so high. It really gets difficult, where my child is gonna land be. To answer to all those questions, I think the simple answer is that we are yet not exposed to what is happening across the globe and what is expected in the next decade. Because once we know that, then we also know that there are millions of job opportunities available. Millions of, thousands of interest areas where a child can get into and do a specific program for it. But we have to kind of drill them down and bring those courses and exposure within the school environment. How to do that, I'll speak about that as well. But this is something that we should start thinking. Now, I was listening to one very intelligent talk of Elon Musk, wherein he said that while we plan to construct roads, the ant houses are destroyed. So we don't plan to destroy the ant houses, but since we are executing a project, they get destroyed in the process. So what he was trying to say is that the kind of artificial intelligence and imagination which is happening across the different industries, many jobs are getting killed by themselves. Nobody is intending to do that, but it is happening in its own natural way. Let me give you an example to showcase this. I have a website here and I'm clicking on it. And I'll show you the power of AI right away. Let me just sign in. This is one website, just an example. Let's see, I have a personal assistant or a social media manager or somebody who's writing copies for me or somebody who's drafting the content for me. And now there is an alternate, which is an artificially intelligent powered tool. So what I'll do is, one example. For example, I have to write a follow-up email. Right. Now it's a follow-up email. Now, what should I do? So currently what do we do is, we will either give it to someone just telling the context and the person writes it. Now, instead of that, I'll tell the same thing to a artificially intelligent logic. Okay, and I'll do it right in front of you so that you will understand where we have actually moved. So let's see, what is this email for? I will write, I gave you a product presentation and want to meet you for a business opportunity. This is my context. What kind of tone do I want to set? Professional, friendly, or whatever. So let's say I want to share a professional tone. Create content. And you will see my email is ready. And multiple templates of that emails are ready. So what I can do is now I can pick and choose from here. Just read this. I'll just read the first one for you. For example, hi, I hope you enjoyed my presentation on that date about our product. As mentioned earlier, we are actively looking for new customers. You have any interest? Could we set up a time to chat? We'll also include more relevant information and resources to further support you. Or I can pick from multiple templates. Now, this is not just an email. I can create social media copies. I can create a social media calendar. I can design my website just by typing a few words. Now, that's the power of AI, let's say in copywriting. Now, the same power of AI is happening across every industry, everything that we see around.
And you're getting multiple options also here for
multiple
text,
options.
you know? Yeah.
Multiple options. And
Yeah.
I mean, this can go up to infinite. I can keep on, making more options like this.
My God.
Whichever option you like, you can do it.
Wow.
Now, some of the tools, like I'll just show one more. There is a tool of story writing wherein you can just define the plot and the system is going to create multiple stories out of that plot. So which means the AI tools have now embedded with artificial intelligence as well, artificial imagination as well. So the tools are imagining things by themselves and then they are creating scenarios. This is also happening across different fields. Now there are videos which are getting created using artificial imagination. There are photographs. So you just define a scenario and your painting or the sketch or the photograph will be ready. So what is happening? Now, indirectly, this has started to replace multiple job roles. At the same time, it is creating new job roles as well. So our students needs to be skilled enough. Our stakeholders and staff needs to be skilled enough to understand what is there in the future if we have to see next 10 years. Because if somehow we are missing that road, then we are preparing for a doom. We are preparing our children for a big time failure because they will be obsolete from the market. They will not understand. They will not be able to adapt what is going on around. Just imagine a situation. I mean, close your eyes for a moment and just think. If there is a person in 1950 and he has been jailed, let's say, and today we bring that person out and ask him to see things around, to be in this world, I think he will not be able to connect. He will not understand what has happened all of a sudden. Now, this is a gap of 70 years. This gap has started to reduce over a decade itself, every 7-8 years. I mean, if we close our eyes and open our eyes after 7 years, this whole world will be a different world to see. So are we preparing our students for the right? If yes, then what are our strategies? If no, then it's a wake-up call. So how we should create our vision? So the vision with the education systems should now be to provide innovative programs, solutions, services, and systems that tackle industrial and societal challenges, enhance the quality of life, and prepare students for a global platform. Because that is where they'll be able to compete when they enter into their professionals. So every school system, whether it's a group of schools, it's a private school, or as a government body, developing innovative, advanced, and customized projects and programs for the students that bridge the market gaps, boost key sectors' performances, and create a global impact to ensure their readiness of the future. With that mission, we should all start driving our systems. Then only we'll be able to achieve the milestones. So, just to give a fact, the world has changed 400% in the last century. Education systems are yet to match the pace. Be it sports, be it food industry, be it education industry, be it automobile industry, be it space industry, every industry has seen a rapid transformation. So now is a time when we give this transformation and bring this transformation to our classroom setups, to our school setups, and try to, create a broader perspective of technology. That technology, yes, we need devices to communicate. Yes, we need devices to deliver the education. We need devices to understand the data. We need devices to share information. But over and on top of this, we need the know-how on latest technologies and bring them to our school setups. It could be as small as doing certain STEM activities. It could be as big as advanced robotics or rocketry or satellite systems or projects on astronomy. So we need to align, give the space for students to explore. That is the take which technology has taken. So technology should not just be limited to some hardware and software features which can be utilized to deliver the teaching learning in school, but bringing in the contemporary items which the industries are using and industries are demanding. Then we make our students jobs ready, employable. Now, when we speak about technology, when we speak about innovation and what kind of transformation is required, what kind of challenges we foresee, what kind of job opportunities in which fields will be available, and how do we address that? There are certain global challenges which were always there, which will always be. Now, as educators and as education systems, we have to identify the processes which will create some certain sustainable goals. There are challenges coming in energy sector. There are humongous challenges in food. We are 7 billion people in the world, and 30% of them still sleep without the proper nutritious meals. There are challenges in medicine, and the whole world witnessed 2 years back the havoc that happened with COVID. And not just this particular virus. There are challenges medicine in almost all kind of bacterial, viral infections, the different kind of diseases that happen. There are big time challenges in securing our water bodies. And when we talk about these challenges, each challenge is also opening up massive opportunities for people to get employed or to start employing people. So either you become an employer or you get employed, but you have got massive opportunities to work around. There are challenges in management of heat. So the global temperatures are rising, because of which everything else is getting affected. So how sustainable our solutions are going to be, whether I am doing a carpentry work or whether I am constructing a industry. So are my solutions sustainable? Are my solutions contributing to global temperature requirements? Yes or no? If no, then there are multiple opportunities opening up. There are problems with multiple challenges coming in with air security, with data security, with climate changes, well-being. As and when technology is sweeping in, well-being has started to become a big time issue. So how do we address those problems? How do we address infrastructural related issues, health related issues, space sciences related issues, external bodies, sciences related issues? So there are multiple opportunities opening up. Coming back to the point, the education system should right away think of whether my maths, science, social science, English, Hindi, whatever subjects, the way I am doing that in school is actually making my child employable, is actually giving the right exposure to the children. Yes or no is something that we will have to do an internal audit amongst ourselves. So talking about this, we were just doing some exploration as to what kind of job opportunities have opened up in the recent times. So we see that there are great opportunities opening up for gene designer for crops, human machine teaming managers, user experience designers, smart home designers, 3D printing chefs. So I'm not too sure whether we are exposed of this technology, but food can also be 3D printed now. Buildings can be 3D printed. Equipments, machinery can be 3D printed. Huge scope in that sector. Exoplanet testers, data detectives, internet lawyers, cybersecurity specialists, drone traffic managers. I mean, there is a huge list of these kind of options opening up across the different fields. So, school systems should deeply invest in technology and strategic partnerships. Now is the point when we talk about, the implementation and its execution towards achieving the final outcomes. But before I just begin that, let me just see if there are certain questions or comments still here.
It's going on fine. It's going on fine.
Okay, if there are any comments in the chat box, please, sir, please feel free to pass it on.
Sure. Please go ahead. It's very interesting session.
All right. So, school system should deeply invest in technology. And when we are talking about technology, along with technology, strategic partnerships, which is very important. So each school system now is not an isolated affair. The school should diversify its wings in terms of connecting with industries, connecting with right set of vendors, connecting with certain, for certain master classes, for exposure to internships, for exposure to live projects. So a school should diversify, number one. Second, in terms of strategic partnerships, a school should also try to partner with competitive schools. So usually in education system, we get too construed with whatever we are doing inside a school, and we want to make that as a USP and a highlight. I think each school has got its own USP, and that USP should be shared with the other schools and vice versa. Because then you extend your wings, because as a school, I may be fantastic in robotics. In parallel, another school is fantastic in sports. So why don't I take my right learnings for developing my sports from that school, and let's have an association wherein I exchange the intelligentsia from that school to my, and kind of a barter system wherein I exchange my robotic intelligentsia to them. And similarly, I spread my wings across the school locally, nationally, and globally. One of the beautiful systems I have seen in most of the European countries, American countries, and to an extent now in India also, wherein the schools have started to partner with schools across the globe. So I take my Model United Nations learnings from one school. I take my robotic programs learning from one school. So like this, a lot of collaboration happens. And then I grow as an institution, and my students get a massive level of exposure nationally and globally. So those kind of strategic partnerships have to be, planned. That is one. At the same time, certain industrial licensing and partnerships also have to be done. Why? If I have got 3 factories in my town, why don't I just partner with them? If I have got 10 corporate houses in my town, why don't I partner with them and ask them, give me those capsule courses which will ready my students for, for the future, or make them employable right away. Give me certain master classes for my students. Give me some internship projects. I'll send my students to your campus and let's do it that way. Give me some, open some job opportunities for us. That kind of industrial licensing is very important. So usually what happens is grade 8, 9, 11, and 12, during that period of time, students, they start to choose their subjects and their streams. And her whole idea and focus is in getting their right marks so that they pass out from schools with all good results and laurels. And after that, the story ends. Now, each individual child has to fight for his own or her own college admissions, understand which kind of courses are available, experiment it at that stage, and then realize, oh, this is a right fit for me, or oh no, this was not a right fit for me. And most of us have been in that, that bucket, wherein after completing the graduation, we realized, oh, this course was not meant for me. Why did I do it? My interest is in something else. And I myself am an example of that. So during the graduation 3rd year, during my engineering, I realized, no, Arpit, you were not made for electronics engineering. And I was like, now it is too late to realize, because there is only 1 year left. Pass on this degree and then you will figure out what you have to do. It's a horrific situation. Not everyone can cope up, and the future challenges will not allow you to cope up situations like this, wherein you are confused till your graduation and then you are trying to figure out what needs to be done, because by that time world will move forward. Your skill sets will die down. So this exposure at school level is critically important. And for this, I have created certain milestones. So the first milestone which schools should establish is the innovation hubs. These innovation hubs can be low budgeted. These innovation hubs can be high budgeted, depending on what schools want to invest on it. But once you create an innovation hub or a center of excellence in a school, you put that step forward that now I am creating a center of innovation, a center of excellence, wherein I'll bring in the latest technologies, maybe in a phased-wise manner. I'll expose my students to certain programs, which nobody else is immediately doing. And I'm going to give all creative options for students to explore on these technologies. And then we create a plan, a phase-wise plan for these innovation hubs for 3 years, that every year, these are the things that I'm going to add to this innovation hub. So today I start with basic robotics. Let my students take a hands on this. Or today I start an astronomy club in the school and let students get exposed to studying the space. Today I have got 5 telescopes in school, basic telescopes. Tomorrow I'll go for motorized telescopes. Then I may go ahead. So I'll create my plans for the technology in a phase-wise manner. This is your innovation hub, wherein you first decide that you want a technology hub or innovation hub in the school. And then we should start shortlisting what exactly fits our audience and what is viable for the school to do. That is one. Immediately after that, so usually this is a gap. We establish an innovation hub. We hold on for a year or 2 for it to, come in its own momentum and flow, pick, gain momentum. But then we lose out a lot during that process in terms of time and effort. So while we are establishing our innovation hubs, related with the technology that we are trying to bring in the school, we should initiate our strategic partnerships. I'll take an example. If I am bringing a course on rocketry in the school, and I want my students to launch hydro rockets, to launch propeller rockets, to launch multi-stage rockets. So what I need is, I need design. I need the understanding of the science and technology behind the design and the launch. Third is testing. So creating the prototypes and models and testing it. And fourth is the live launch. So these 4 stages, if I have to create in my school, for all these 4 stages, I can either tie up with a particular company which is already doing it and bring in an internship or that intelligentsia in the school, or I can tie up with multiple different vendors also. Example, if I'm talking about propeller rockets and if it uses a fuel, so why don't I actually tie up with an expert who can give us details on how the fuel can be used, which kind of fuel is used, what if, so the whole science behind that fuel. So wherever the raw materials are being sourced, those people can be invited to the school systems to talk about it. Why that particular raw material? Somebody who's providing the intelligence of compiling all that raw material into a final product, bring that person to school. That why you have selected this, why not this? Let that person deliver all the knowledge that they have. That is how our students are going to understand all the permutations and combinations behind a technology coming in. Otherwise, it ends up as school projects. And the story dies down there. So any technology which comes into the school should not just do some level of stopgap arrangement. There should be a defined outcome which we are trying to achieve by that particular program. So today, if I'm teaching my students that you launch these rockets at 800 feet of height, my students should also understand that if they have to go beyond 800 feet, what is required? If they have to enter into troposphere, what is required? If they have to cross stratosphere, what is required? Can they do projects like these? What are the ethical issues around it? What are the security issues around it? So it should be a holistic kind of program, because then they develop themselves as people who can be employed in the industry. Right? And the project just not dies down as a fancy project. Oh, wow, we have created a rocket, we have launched it, clap around it, click some photographs, publish on social media and move on. So that is something that should come into the planning while education systems schools primarily are planning for their innovation hubs and center of excellences. So these strategic partnerships are critically important. How they should begin is, as I said, the vendors, the suppliers, and the local industries around. Step one is that. Step two, the industries or the industrial intelligentsia which is available nationwide or across the globe. So with that, the programs will grow in the school. Year on year, you will be able to enhance the technology without without creating much of budgetary issues within the school. So that's how I believe the milestones can be achieved. Any questions so far? I think there is something in the chat box.
That was earlier, I think, not now. Let me check up once again. Ability to learn. Good morning, forum. This is Anu ma'am. She has joined from Canada.
Okay. Okay.
Meanwhile, meanwhile, few questions have come.
Sharma ji, I have also joined.
Yeah, I know. But you have not asked anything. That's what Anuji has asked. Okay, I'll just take 5 more minutes because we are going ahead with Arpit Duggarji. Arpit Duggarji is taking the session right now. Dr. Sahab, hearty welcome to you. He's our Ayurvedist, the legend from India. At present, the session is on from Dubai. No, Riyadh, sorry. Not from Dubai, Riyadh. He's in Riyadh today. So, Arpitji, please go on and then we conclude the session. And
Sure,
Dr. Saab,
sure.
Dr. Saab, you take little more rest because you had fallen this morning. That's what I learned from Chitra Kapoor, ma'am. Can I get you with Professor Jagdish N. Sheth in the valedictory session, who has been appointed as a patron of the ICSI today and who has been given Padma Bhushan by the Prime Minister? I get you in program at 7 p.m. Dr. Saab, 7 p.m. Till that time,
All my pleasure.
You had been giving global wellness. You had been giving global Ayurveda. Today, we wish for your early recovery and you should be all right. Everything fine. I get you back at 7 o'clock, sir.
Sure, sir. Thank you.
I get you at 7 o'clock. Thank you, sir. Pranam, namaskar. Arpitji, please go ahead.
Resuming, yes, sir.
Yes.
So, were there any particular questions or
there were questions. I left in between. Just a second. Mathematics have graphics. Claudia from Northeast Education Technology. Deepa Hazarika, Ajay, and then Nancy Sangma. Revival after Kim Kepkin. There was a question. Dr. Nisha Singh is writing. Is it possible for our schools to afford resources for these options? I don't think so. India is prepared for it.
Wow.
That's what is the question she asked.
I was actually expecting, that the question on affordability should definitely be asked, because when we talk about technology, the first thing comes is that it's not affordable. To the contrary, I would say a technology which is not affordable.
She is a mathematics teacher working on music for mathematics. She's developing a technology how the music can be used to learn mathematics. Yeah.
Many kudos to you, ma'am, because mathematics is a subject which is often considered as a rote-based learning subject, and students find great difficulty in that.
I didn't know that it is your favorite subject. I had forgotten that. Now
yeah.
Now I remember. Yeah, please go ahead.
So, ma'am, contrary to your point, any technology which is not affordable, ideally is not a solution, to be talked about. So, very rightly said, when we think of, let's say, rocket systems or satellite design systems or astronomy or robotics, metaverse, augmented reality, virtual reality, all the courses which I was referring to, the first thing that comes to our mind is it is a intensive budgeting program. Because these programs have been limited to either big government agencies or big private players, and it has not dwelled and reached out to masses. But the good part is that now this is not the case. So from 2019 and 20, there are organizations, including ours, there are private other players who have started to defragment and simplify this technology. So when earlier we used to say it's not a rocket science, do it. Now we say it's rocket science, do it. So start doing it. So there should be a vision wherein, in terms of affordability, your innovation hubs can start with low budget, as low as Indian rupee 50,000. It can go as high as 5 crores. So it entirely depends how we want to start it, and what kind of budgeting we have, and what program. So not everything is to be done at single point of time. But if I have to design, give a rocketry program to my students, I think 50,000 is a good enough amount to give that exposure. If I have to bring in a basic level of robotics in my school, perhaps a 2 to 2.5 lakh rupees is good enough to invest. So we don't need to invest in high-end technologies at the base stage. First, we need to set the pace right. Our students should get an understanding of what they are doing and why they are doing. Our parents' community should get that understanding that the school is trying to bring in these kind of programs for the better good of everyone in future. And then you keep on enhancing, because technology is something, as we speak, things are changing. So it is moving on with that pace. Definitely, unless and until we make it too affordable, it becomes challenging. Again, repeating, good news, ma'am. We do have highly affordable solutions for all these technologies that I spoke about.
Arpitji, we have also been joined by Madam who comes from the education ecosystem in Canada. It would be a pleasure if we listen to her a little while, and you can be with us for next 10 minutes, because I know you have gone for a purpose all the way from Dubai to Riyadh. Just 10 minutes if you're with us. I've got a team which has joined me from Canada. 10 minutes we can overlap. You can listen to them. Maybe something coming from your side, because Anuradha ma'am, can I extend a warm welcome to you to join us with
Sure,
Vijay Sastry Kotamarti ji from Canada. Now, Anu ma'am, if you can kindly, it's early morning in Canada. It's a very early morning. And
no, it's 7 o'clock. It's past 7. It's
okay. And you being from the education ecosystem, you heard Mr. Arpit Dugar just now. He is a technology strategist as far as the education part is concerned. A little bit input of yours, and then Arpitji, if you would like to say something, and then I'll get Vijay Kotamarti ji, because he's the financer. He has got plenty of money, so we have to hero him. We have to bring him in that arena. Okay, please go ahead.
Okay. 1 minute.
Yeah.
Good morning, salam alaikum, namaskar, and it's such an honor to be here. Thank you, Dr. Sharma, for giving me this opportunity, and thank you, Vijay Garu, for allowing me, for introducing me to Dr. Sharma. Good morning, Mr. Dugar. Wonderful hearing you, and I completely agree. I think technology has such an amazing part to play within our school system. I'm an elementary school teacher. So my, the level of teaching of science and technology is definitely, how would you say, is tempered with the level, with grade I'm teaching at this point in time. And I agree that the private sector and the public sector has to be involved, in the education system, not necessarily in the business sense, because if you bring in the money part of it, in the sense, then if education becomes a not for profit organization, then it's a whole different tone it takes on. Anyway, I work for the public school system in Canada, an elementary public school system. So yes, as the other lady, Miss Arora, I think, she pointed out money. Money is the, and we'll have to depend on the likes of Mr. Kotamarti to finance some of our, I think, I teach everything in my school, meaning in my classroom. I teach a grade 6 class, except for French. So I teach science, social studies, English, math, phys ed, health, whatever it is, you name it. So like jack of all trades, but master of none kind of thing. Love my profession. Couldn't see myself in any other profession. I completely agree with you. in bringing in intelligentsia into our classrooms so that our children are more aware of the real time or real life applications of what they're learning in school. Because within school in Canada, we have in Toronto especially, we have a very diverse student body. When I was growing up in India, we had a very diverse student body. But diversity took on a different kind of, it was a different kind of role here in Canada. But diversity was definitely there. So I really learned diversity back in India when I was growing up. Anyway, the point being, I do invite, we have something called financial literacy in our schools, in our curriculum, math curriculum, which is a pretty recent addition. Actually, just 2 years ago, 2020, we just started it in Ontario. And so I had my students, we have been learning about compound interest and loans, and it's a learning experience for me too. Keeping in mind what you said, we invited somebody from the Chartered Accountants Association, like Mr. Kotamarthi is a chartered accountant. So we invited a gentleman from there to come and speak to the students in my classroom. My classroom, the demographics of my classroom is basically a classroom with a lot of South Asians in it, and a sprinkling of few other races and communities. The thing is, everybody wanted to become either a doctor or an engineer. No offense to engineers, no offense to doctors. Yeah, but nobody, as he said, nobody wants to get up in the morning and say, I want to become an accountant. But after we got that gentleman from Chartered Accountancy of Canada, Ontario, come in, I had many students say, Mrs. Baskaruni, I think I want to become an accountant. So I think exposing our, I'm sorry, I just have let my dog in. Go ahead.
No problem.
Exposing our students to the world out there opens up their minds to the opportunities out there. And that's important. That's very important. Be it technology, be it, accountancy, be it law, whatever it is. My aim in my classroom, because my background is a strange background with a bachelor's in English literature and a master's in international economics. So sometimes people wonder what I'm doing in a classroom of grade 6, but it has had an amazing experience because I'm able to see the children in different angles in my classroom. I have lots to learn. Technology in my classroom would mean that we have exposure to dots and dash, those robots and microchips, things like that. But again, we are limited by the amount of money we can spend. Because we are a public school, we are dependent on the government or the board, Toronto District School Board, to give us that money. Or we're dependent on the PTA, the Parent Association, by which money we raise through pizza lunches and things like that. Depending on the demographics, the social economic status of where our school is located in, the PTA Association's ability to raise those kinds of funds differs, right? What you were talking about of rocketry and all that does exist to some form here in Canada, but in high schools, not at the elementary school level. I'm not the best person to speak regarding private schools, because again, there are different kinds of private schools in Canada. We have schools which are extremely well funded, secular schools, and then we have schools which are basically based on a particular religion. Yeah, those kind of schools. And so the purpose of these schools or the view could be different. Being in a public school, my view with my children is, in Canada, I am teaching my children in my classroom to be global citizens, not just citizens of Canada, because we are already citizens of Canada, global citizens. So how is it that we as global citizens are able to view the different issues faced by the world? And what can we do to help solve, I wouldn't say provide solutions, but maybe provide solutions. Okay, so my children's understanding of global issues are obviously limited by their age level and their exposure to such kind of things. But that's my job, to expose them. I completely agree with you. Intelligentsia has to be invited into our schools so that our children have an understanding of real life and real-time applications of what they're learning, whether they are in grade 6, whether they're in grade 10, and yes, in high school. An internship definitely allows a child to know much beforehand, hey, am I cut out to be an engineer? Am I cut out to be a doctor? Am I cut out to be even a plumber, for that matter of fact, because I don't know a thing about plumbing, you know what I mean? So
absolutely,
every profession, any profession, our children need that exposure. I completely agree with you on that. No matter where in the world you are, no matter where you are.
In fact, I have to add one example here, ma'am, if you allow me.
Sure.
Last week, I was at a place, and then something very interesting came to me. I was in a furniture store, and this person talks to me and he says, whenever I look at chairs, I get excited. It gives me it gives me some kind of that feeling that I am something to do with chair technology innovation. So this person has actually invented various ergonomic styles of chairs, has patented it across, and so he was saying that he did his schooling from some school, graduation in entirely a different program. He did his post-graduation somewhere else, worked with some company, and then later on he realized that all that he did is not what he wanted from life. So and then he got exposed to one of the furniture manufacturers while just going along with his parents to visit some factory, and then he realized that this is what he wanted to do. So that is where I realized also that in schools, if we open multiple opportunities for students to just try their hands on, they will at least know, as you also mentioned, that he wanted to be an accountant after meeting that chartered accountant. Yeah. So that level of exposure is required, and I think technology is a big time enabler for it.
Absolutely.
So,
Completely, yeah. And the kids anyway know much more about technology than I do, so they're really good with it. That's right. That's right. Absolutely. So, Mr. Kotamarti, we'll be looking to you to finance our my classroom's technology budget.
Let me clarify that I'm not a financer. Dr. Sharma has misinterpreted me as a financer. Financiers are people who finance.
Advisor.
Yeah. So I'm not a financer. I just want to clarify.
Advisor.
Yes, I'm a finance advisor. Definitely. I'm a chartered accountant by profession, not from one country. I have my CPA from India, CA from India, FCPA from Kenya, CPA from US, and CPA. And I'm practicing in Canada, and I show people how to grow. So definitely, I'm, first of all, I thank Ms. Anuradha Bhaskarani for coming on the program and giving her valuable time and sharing, her wonderful thoughts. And globally, everybody is listening to it. And secondly, I would like to, I've been listening to Mr. Arpit Duggar and the vision that he has and the things that he has spoken. I would just like to add, before I say anything about finance and other things, that as Mr. Duggar said, that people should, schools should exchange their thoughts, and we can learn from each school. I would like to add that, I'm also a Rotarian. I'm actually the treasurer for one of the Rotary clubs here. And we have a program called the Youth Exchange Program, wherein every year, one of the students from other countries comes to our club. Similarly to all the clubs across India, the world, we have the Youth Exchange Program where students come from one country to the other, and the students from this country, from Canada, go to the other country, and that's how they learn the culture. The reason I'm just saying that is, as Mr. Duggar has a very good thought of having this, I would suggest that
we should have an exchange program, because this is related to education. And before I say anything about finance or any other thing, I would like to say that, and we had the privilege of talking to the education minister and the gentleman who spoke earlier this morning, that when we can have something whereby we exchange programs between students between India and Canada, or India and Dubai, or India and any other place. Like there is a college here called Sheridan College, and they have an excellent vocational program and highly related to technology. And I will add to Mr. Dugar that if we have students, because Sheridan is also part of our community here in Brampton, and if that exchange program works, and if we could look at how do we exchange students so that Indian students come to Sheridan College here and learn this side of the technology and how vocationally they can be trained. And similarly, there can be students going from Canada to India and learning that part of the world. So exchange of students is a very important thing. And I think because we are talking about education, before I speak about, about anything else, I thought, and I would like to have your thoughts before I start and talk about finance.
No, absolutely, sir. I think it's a much appreciated idea, a very fantastic one, because that will immediately expose students to the different geographies and the programs that either of the sides are doing. So definitely should be worked upon.
In fact, Surya Vijay Shastri Kotamarti ji, you will appreciate the immediate past president of the ICSI, Professor Satinder Dhiman, from the Woodbury University, Burbank. He went to California on the Rotary Student Exchange Program, and he never returned. And he rose over there only and got the Best Management Professor Teachers Award. So, Arpit, now, in fact, the Kotamarti ji joined little late because his session was to start at 5:30. Your session, which we started 4:45, 4:50. Now that part is missing, which he has not got the meat. The areas which you told, that we have gone beyond even the initial part of the technology and where the education is moving. So now the vision which you want to bring in the technology in education ecosystem, you need initially some financial assistance?
Yes, definitely, sir. I think that is something, as ma'am was also mentioning, to make technology gets cheaper when you have R&D in place. So as strong as your R&D is, you can cut down on certain costs and bring it, the end user consumes it at a much cheaper cost. So yeah, yes. And I think geographically wise, schools will also require it. Yeah.
So being a finance strategist, I'll put it one step ahead, not only advisor, he's a finance strategist. Let's take it. And if we want to bring in something new in the technology part of the education, and that too fits in Anu ma'am's education system also somewhere where she's telling 6th standard, So that means it's a school. And in the morning, one of the speaker made a mention, I think if I correctly remember before the Honorable Minister, that what we have to do is the basic education first has to be corrected before you start bringing digital universities and higher education and cross-national, kind of development and 50% enrollment in higher education. The basics of the education has to be taken care of. Now, over there, what would you like to share with Kotamarti ji in the next 5 minutes?
All right. So definitely, sir, I think what we need to do with certain pilot schools is we have to first shortlist a certain set of schools. These programs are ready for us to implement. But while we do them, there has to be an impact assessment of that particular geography where we are working at. So we select a pilot schools, and in those pilot schools, we have some sponsored amount, some financed amount, wherein we can do this experiment, prove the results, do a proof of concept, and then present it as a project to the public institution, to the government, that this is something which can be driven across the systems at so and so cost and such phased-wise manner. This is one thing which we are looking at. At the same time, we are also looking at how to bring down, I mean, the costs are already affordable, but since we are talking about public schools, how to bring them down even further, for which a particular spending has to be done towards R&D. So this is something, Kotamarti ji, we would appreciate your inputs from.
The thing is, over here, when we talk about, would it take a larger spectrum? Because, you know, one of the area which came into my mind, somewhere shaking up, you use today new term, which I never thought about it earlier. You didn't use only artificial intelligence. You used word artificial imagination, right? So how is going to be the digital divide? I mean to say rural and urban, would it increase the gap or would it reduce the gap? Would it help by means of technology as a foundation and a base? And also, I share with you, Kotamarti ji enjoys a very good experience at his hand with the Africa continent. Would you like to do something in Africa as an experiment?
Absolutely, sir. I think the whole world, as I said, now it's a global thing, and all these technologies which we are doing eventually helps in certain sustainable projects which are locally, customized. So they solve the problem of the people around. Now, in terms of divide, it is actually going to reduce the divide. I'll just give a small example. Earlier, all this video filming and video editing, music editing, all the engineering around sound was limited with, again, the big budgeted studios. In last 4 or 5 years, we have seen movies being shot on mobile phones, and they have reached to the red carpets. So this has helped people at the ground level, irrespective whatever background you had. Just a little bit of exposure had given you those opportunities wherein you have created certain benchmarks for others to follow. So always it doesn't require a budget intensified technological project. So I think opportunities in India, opportunities in Africa are even great to do because the level of exposure to technologies is much lower in comparison to the other developed countries.
Okay. Anu ma'am, your input before I go to Kotamarti ji for financial advice. Anu ma'am, can you hear me? Anu ma'am, can you
I
hear
completely agree. I understand. And the exchange of ideas between countries and all that, it's amazing because I have also taught in Africa and I have taught in Europe. I'm teaching here in Canada. I've also taught in India. Again, my perspective is an elementary school perspective. In Canada, we do have our school board does give us money for, getting different kinds of material, technological devices to help coding and things like that. And our boards, and in Canada, some of the companies are definitely involved in our schools, like Google, and we have Microsoft, and who reach out to us, and we reach out to them. The University of Toronto is also closely linked with our board, where we have students from the University of Toronto who come in and run experiments with the kids and things like that. So at this point in time, as far as an elementary school teacher, I cannot, apart from just writing to like a pen pal kind of thing to another country, we cannot establish more than that. Maybe, yes, of course, through Zoom, we can definitely meet students. But again, being elementary school students, we are limited by a lot of, time zones things. And another thing is we need a lot of permissions from parents, because while technology is good and social media is absolutely wonderful, there are lots of pitfalls with it. And children of 10, 11 years old, they need a lot more policing than maybe a high school student would need. I think a global perspective on education is an extremely important thing. And personally, we experienced it because I have been teaching there in different places. Africa has a lot to offer. Yes, it's rather limited by the number of financial resources it has. But again, I think at the grassroots level, if we are able to take, every country or every country adapts its technology to some extent to be based on what it has. For example, we were discussing renewable sources in my classroom, and the usual solar energy and wind power and all these things went to it. And then recently, I read something that somewhere in South America, near Bolivia, there was this company which has come up with this product which uses seawater to light up a contraption. So it is used as a light, as a lamp. And my kids are so excited about it, and they want to know why we can't have it here in Canada. Now, so that is the excitement at this mind. I think I have achieved what I wanted to achieve, that I have exposed my students to that there are these technologies around the world which they can ultimately have access to if they only open up their minds to it. So I am limited by the age of my students and the fact that I work for an organization, meaning for Toronto District School Board. So I have to follow I'm limited by, I wouldn't say limited, they do give me a lot of.
Totally agreeable.
Yeah, so
Totally
that's my.
Yes,
yeah.
yes. When you say age, that means, could you just elaborate that? My interpretation on that has to be corrected. When you say concern about age of the students, what exactly is that?
So my students are about 11 years old.
Okay.
Yeah. So in every year, when school starts in September, we have to send out a form to parents. It goes out online where they have to give permission for their child to be able to use internet facilities in school, which 100%, most of them give it. So that's not a problem. Then they also have to give us permission to photograph the child or to allow the child to be photographed or to be seen on social media.
Okay.
So these are things. And the police force is also involved in the sense they come in and they teach the children about the pitfalls of social media and how cyber bullying and the different forms of it. So we have to be cognizant of all those while we do exchange programs, as so to speak. When we have older students, then a little bit of the responsibility is shared by the children by themselves. But at this age at which I am teaching, the students I'm teaching, all responsibility rests on the teacher's shoulders or the organization's shoulders. So we have to be very careful onto what we, what we put out there.
Okay.
So Mr. Kotamarthi, he knows about this, like how in schools we have to be careful about that. So like when I had to invite that gentleman from Chartered Accountancy of Canada into my classroom, I had to first, make sure that the principal knew about it and he was vetted and things like that. So that kind of stuff, because the people we invite into our schools are.
Point well taken. Point well taken. Kotamarthi ji knows that next to my heart and deep down in my heart, I'm interested only about education, educators, skills, competencies, capabilities, better world, and nothing else can bring equality in this world. I tell with a conviction from this forum, nothing else can bring equality and equity in this world except by means of education. If we can do, it's only education. And this morning, Kotamarthi ji, you must be remembering what Honorable Minister used a word. The Honorable Education and External Affairs Minister, Government of India, in the inaugural session this morning, he made a mention, Kotamarthi ji was there. He used one sentence. It has gone deep down to my system that education is like a blood circulation in body. Oh my God. He says, if you improve education, everything will get improved. Now, there is a question, Arpitji, which has come for you before we go to my finance strategist and financial advisor. Before I go to him, to my Kotamarthi ji, I request you, Arpit, somebody has asked, are you talking about a new app? Are you talking about a new EdTech platform? Or are you talking about some new technology-based strategy? In what form it will be packed?
Okay. Again, very practical question asked, and I would try to simplify this. It's not about promoting a particular app or a platform. It can be done in two ways. See, a school has to plan it. If you already have a system, then you need to just bring these as value-added services and add on to your existing system. So a complete revamp is not required with whatever technology platform you are using. When I say a technology platform, I'm talking about a learning system or an assessment system. If there is some platform which there is a common access given to parents, students, and teachers and all the stakeholders. Now, if the school doesn't have it, then definitely you need to have one, because that forms the base. Without that base, you will not be able to have this, flavors around, because then it becomes stopgap arrangement, that you are just doing a program for the sake of doing it rather than focusing on the outcomes.
So what will you call it? What will you call it? Like you say, you call it app, you call it edtech platform, you call it new innovative strategy, but it has to be given some coining, na? It has to be given. If I have to tell that Mr. Arpit Dugar is bringing this new technology innovation in education, and it is going to be packed in this, and we got to have the financial support.
Yes. I would say, sir, we will try to call it as the lab of future.
Lab of future. Okay.
Yes.
Lab of future. Okay. So ICSI has got Inspirational Lab, and you got the inspiration from us, and you call it Lab of Future. Okay.
So I also take one interesting strategic partnership opportunity between the Inspirational Lab and Lab of Future. Because it's going to provide that intelligentsia to this as well.
Wow. Great. Let's come to now most respected, our Surya Vijay Shastri Kottamarti ji, because ultimately finance matters. We may keep talking throughout the day, and ultimately the finance which has to come for this. And the title of this particular session is NRIs for Indian Education. So I want to take Kottamarti ji valuable inputs for this. Please guide me.
Thank you, Dr. Sharma. I had joined on time. You had asked me to join at 5:30 p.m. Indian Standard Time, which was 7 a.m. here in the morning, and I joined at 6:55. I did not know that Mr. Dugar is also ahead of me, and you wanted me to join. So had I known,
previous session.
Yeah, but I'm lucky that I logged in at 6:55 a.m., which is about close to 7 p.m. your time, and I was able to hear him, and I was very impressed as to what he was talking about the technology. And thank you, Mr. Dugar, for what you're doing. And coming back to how we can do the financing of the pilot projects that you have in mind. It is when you have something innovative, definitely there are people who will be able to finance that. But, in order for us to do that, in fact, that's what I do. I help many businesses in looking at their strategies, looking at their business plans and trying to create a business plan for them and see how they can get it financed properly and make sure that project comes into existence. So it is nothing different when it comes to a technological project. So if you have, from what I heard, right, was you have about 3 or 4 different projects, and if we can discuss those offline, certainly, I would like to see how best we can put those things together. And this is something which can be utilized not only in UAE, where you are from, it can be utilized everywhere in the world, including Canada.
Absolutely.
So I would like to listen from you before I say anything more, Mr. Dugar.
Absolutely, sir. I think as you said it right, it's not location specific. So this whole combined package, which should reach out to an education system, is a global package. However, needs to be customized depending on the geography that it reaches to. So Yeah, correct, sir. So I think
in that,
it can.
okay, if that's, yeah, it has to be, see, this is something which has to be discussed at length. So, and each project will have to be discussed. So certainly I'm glad that we were able to connect through the ICSI, which is known for connecting people across the globe. And fortunately, you know, we have your thoughts, we have Anu's thoughts, everybody's thoughts, and this you know, this particular session that is going on from morning till now will be very valuable. And I'm glad that, you know, you are working towards education, and, you know, education is the base for everything. And like Dr. Sharma said, without education, education means knowledge, and without knowledge, you can't do anything. So I'm here for that. You know, whatever I can do, I'm giving you the assurance. I'm giving Dr. Sharma the assurance, Anu, and everyone, whoever is here, in whatever form I can, I shall be able to do it and give the support and see how to get things in place so that we can get the finance. So that is the service that I can give and support. And I understand the technology, because I have done right up to Oracle Finance financials, starting from DBase 3+. So I do understand technology. And definitely when we speak offline, you know, it will be, and that will be something which will come out of into the world because of the session that we have today. And we should praise ICSI for conducting such good things. So my hearty congratulations to Dr. Sharma for this. Sharma ji, if you need to ask me something, or if there are any questions, I would like to definitely come forward and say.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Kodamati.
Yeah, thank you very much for your encouragement, because almost every Sunday you are with me and you bring Canada closer to India and to the whole globe. And we start from the temperature inside and outside of the residence and outside in Canada. And from there we move to the global fraternity. It's such a wonderful to have you with us, because we need financial advice, you know, most of the time, because we do not know how to generate. Now, I have got another very distinguished, you know, guest over here. When I think about Buddham Sarnam Gacchami, I have got Venerable Dr. Dhammapiyaji, and he is International Buddhist Confederation, you know, which is the international body. And I do not know my statistics correctly, but I think there are more than 500 million followers of the Buddhism world over. He is setting up a Buddhist university in Tripura, where he needs a financial assistance, and he wants whatever, you know, whatever return has to be given, whatever designation has to be given. People can be brought on the board, governing body, everything, they can be associated. And Dhammapiyaji brought more than 50 webinars during the pandemic. And from the world over, he brought the Buddhism leaders, and it's such a pleasure. And today also, if I share, he's in hospital, he's not well. But in spite of that, he has come because he made a commitment. And Dhammapiyaji, if I share with you, you'll be, I'm going to say, I'm smiling, I'm laughing, I'm making everything comfortable. I've just come from the cremation ground after giving a fire to my sister's son, who was 34 years old. Last night I lost him, and but the world has to go on. The things have to move on. And I have seen earlier also Dhammapiyaji coming, and same thing goes with Kotamartiji also. Although I would admit he sleeps very less, because he gets up always very early in the morning, and he's always available. We have been doing the session at 5:30 p.m. India time also, and it's quite early over there. So with these words, my deep gratitudes and blessings to Madam Anuradha, coming from Canada and giving us so much of wisdom and so much of valuable inputs. And Arpit Duggarji, although based out of Dubai, but today he's in Riyadh on some project. He moves on and swills around, and he was in Africa some time back. And we are discussing on lots of projects, because somewhere deep down in my heart, I have understood if we have to bring somewhere some peace in the universe, it's only by means of education, need-based education, quality education, futuristic education, desirable education, equality in education, equity in education, and special children also to be brought to the normal classrooms. And that is going to be done through the medium of technology. With these words, if you people could spare 5-10 minutes more, let's hear the Venerable Dr. Dhamapiya ji, and thereafter then we can wind up this particular session. Kotamarti ji.
Dr. Yeah, just thank you very much, Dr. Sharma. I would just like to add, because you said Dhamapiya ji is in the field of education. Yes, and he's looking
Secretary
for
General.
getting some yes, and looking for financing some of the projects. I will be in India, as you know, from the 18th of January, and I'll be there for a few days. If there is anything that I could do and understand, certainly I'll be available to discuss whatever are their requirements in the Northeast, and I'll do my best to get that finance in India the way it should be done.
Wonderful.
That's my commitment.
Wonderful.
And thank you very much for everything. And thanks to Mr. Dugar and Anuradha Bhaskarani for enlightening me more about the education systems across the globe.
Thank you so much, Kodamarti ji. Thanks a lot for all your encouragement and kind words. Thank you.
Very kind. Let's get the views
and
of
let's be in touch.
Yes.
Yes,
Venerable
yes, definitely,
Dr.
sir.
Dhamapiya ji, your address, and I would request my global audience and global guest and global distinguished guest, those are joining me from Canada and Riyadh, and other people, those have come. Let's stay put for 10 more minutes when the something very special coming from Dhamapiya ji. And then we will move to the next session. I'm delaying the next session by 15-20 minutes. Please go ahead. Dhamapiya ji.
Namo tassa bhagavatu arahatu samma sambuddhassa buddhang saranang gacchami dhammang saranang gacchami Sanghang saranang gacchami. A big thanks to Dr. Gulshan Sharma ji for inviting me to participate in this online virtual program. I take this opportunity to convey my heartfelt best wishes and warm greetings on this special occasion today, the 14th January, as we are celebrating different festivals in different parts of India. Bihu in the Northeast, and Makar Sankranti, Pongal, Lohri, and I think many other festivals. So it's really a very auspicious occasion today. We are meeting together, though it's online. Education, as we have been discussing for quite a long time. Many erudite scholars and educationists used to give their opinions and views and experiences on this field. I also had come quite a few times and shared my views. Today I'll speak only 5 minutes probably. What came to my mind about education, as I have seen the topic is education, skill, tourism, technology, and so many things. Our Dr. Gulshan used to bring so many concepts together. But it starts with education. Education, what is education and why education? Basically, when we talk about education, I think the focus area of education is learning. And learning for what? Majority of us have, I think, one orientation, that is learning for earning. you see. Because when you see education, immediately leads to skills. Skills for what? Doing something for what? Definitely for earning, whether you call for earning money or earning livelihood, earning name, earning fame, for earning, right? So this is earning for what? This is the question. Definitely, we all have something in our mind that life is so beautiful. It's a rare opportunity to be born as a human being. So we should have a meaningful life, happy life, peaceful life, joyful life. All these things are there. So we educate ourselves to learn, to earn, and to live a life that we want. This is the basic of education that we all have in our mind. But what I have been thinking for probably a couple of weeks, probably we may have to think now in different direction on education. That's what I understand, or I felt like. Instead of having education only to have knowledge and the learning skills to earn and do something externally, to create something externally, in the schools or even in the higher education institutions, and even in the family and the surrounding, everywhere. I think education is something that is not only limited to schools, college, and universities. The child learns probably from the time of birth or even before that, as if we see our, whether we call mythology or whatever, Abhimanyu, all these things, that even at the time of conception, he started learning. So the education or learning starts from the very beginning of our life, inception. So I feel the education should be focused not only on learning to earn or earning, but first important thing is learning or educating the child to be, first thing is a well-developed, good human being or compassionate human being. I think this should be taught first. To be developed, elevated as a good human being, a compassionate human being. Then, second phase in education, I understand, should be to teach the students or the children how to be responsible. That is our role and responsibility to take care of whatever is given to us. When I say the responsibility to take care of whatever is given to us, what I mean is, as we are born into this world or to a family, so whatever is there with us in a family, it is my responsibility, our responsibility to take care of things. And when I say to take care of things around us, it doesn't mean only the property, the assets, the money, or whatever things are there in our family or society, but the nature, the environment, the Mother Earth, everything. So this is what I feel we have to teach from the very beginning. First, you become a good, compassionate human being. Then you take care of things which are there with us. Then I think learning the subject, learning the skills, and all other kinds of learning will have some meaning. Until we develop ourselves as good-hearted and compassionate human being, all our learnings will have the tendency of, or the scope to lead to something destructive. If a person is good-hearted and compassionate, all knowledge, everything that one has learned will definitely be useful for something good and creative. I think this is very important in order to reduce the violence in the world. It's very important. We all need to educate people to be warm-hearted and good-hearted, compassionate nowadays. This is the thing. As Dr. Gulshan Sharma ji was saying, in Tripura, I'm trying to set up a university by name Dhammadipa International Buddhist University. We have been given the act passed by the Tripura Legislative Assembly. It's a proper university. The foundation stone was laid on 22nd December 2022. Now we are preparing the master plan, all these things. And frankly speaking, I do not really have the financial resources. I have only a strong mind and it's a big heart, you can say, right? That's why I have requested Dr. Gulshan ji, if there is someone who can come as Chancellor, Vice Chancellor or something like that. So I'd be very happy to offer, but definitely it has to be with clarity, like how we should take it forward. My motto is only to work for certain goals. I call it TDIBO goals, Dhammadipa International Buddhist University goals, where it is to work for environment, it is to work for preserving the Mother Earth, to work for educating people on the idea which I have been nourishing for more than 20, 30 years. Now it has come in the G20 slogan, I think, motto that one art, one family, one future, which I used to tell 30 years back for so many years that one sun, one moon, one art, one human family, one future. Many years I have been telling this. I'm happy that it has come in some form now in G20 India slogan, whatever it is. So this is what, there are certain things I want to bring up. It is not a Buddhist university, it is Buddhism as such, but as an alternative knowledge system, how can we create a new world order or new civilization, new thinking to protect and preserve the world as it is going everywhere, the violence and all the kind of crisis going on, how we can collectively contribute to save this earth and this world. That is the basic idea I have behind this university. I'll be happy to meet our, what is your name? Surya ji, na? Surya Vijay.
Surya Vijay Shastri Kottamarthi ji.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm in a hospital, right? I'm in the Ayurvedic hospital in Kottakal in Delhi. I have taken this 14 days Panchakarma, that course. So I'll be out on 18th evening. I'll be really happy to meet you, Venerable Surya Vijay ji. Dr. Gulshan Sharma ji, I would request you to share my mobile number with him and his number also with me. So once he's here in Delhi, I think we can meet. Probably I'll be in Delhi on 19th and 20th January. After that, maybe 21st, I'll have to go to Tripura and then to Myanmar, like that. So 19 and 20, if we can meet any one day, we can meet either in your place or in my office. My office at Janpot Hotel. Now it is office for IGNCA, that is the Government of India, Ministry of Culture, one wing. I also see.
I'm actually reaching on 18th morning, but my connecting flight is to Pune, and I will be reaching Pune on 18th morning because I have some things to do there. So from 18th onwards, I'll be in Pune, and I would love to discuss with you. Certainly, I'll share. I'll ask Dr. Sharma to share my India number. I'll give it to him, and I would like to have your number, and I'll call you as soon as I am in India, and we will coordinate and work. Even if we are unable to meet personally, I will organize the video calls, and we can have, and we can discuss, and we can take it forward. And in-person meeting, I will be coming back to Delhi before I fly. Maybe I'll meet you, or we'll continue.
And approximate date when you'll be coming back to Delhi?
7th February.
7th February. Okay, I'll be there. I'll be there.
Kotamarti ji, if need be, I'll bring Venerable Dhammapiya ji to Pune. No worries.
Yeah,
You're welcome. You're welcome.
We want to establish a university.
Yeah, and we will. So, I want to add to what Dharma has said that, when you have a vision, then you will always achieve it, because goal setting is the most important thing, and he has already worked so much on it, and by grace of God, everything should fall in place.
Wonderful. Wonderful.
Okay, thank you.
I'm
Thank you
so
much.
very
Thank you
happy.
so
I'm
much.
so very happy. I'm so very happy. So I will arrange for Arpit Duggarji also, and I'll arrange for Venerable Dr. Dhammapiya ji also, God willing. And Anu ma'am, your posting is wonderful, which you have put over here in the chat box right now. That is something very, very meaningful. Dr. Dhammapiya ji, I agree that the value-based education is important. We are inculcating these in our schools here in Canada. We also teach the responsibilities precede rights. Our students are being taught to learn and respect the lessons taught by our indigenous elders. These lessons teach us how to respect Mother Earth. I'm so happy to hear you speak on these values. I read it for quote unquote, it is Anu ma'am's remarks.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thanks a lot to everybody. And it was such an indeed great pleasure. And I wish Canada a wonderful day ahead. And I wish Riyadh also a wonderful evening ahead. And Dhammapiya ji, please take care of yourself. Look forward meeting you soon. I'll get in touch and humanity will develop. I'm pretty sure when the good people are around, good vibrations, good energy in the positive direction is flowing. Thank you. Namaskar. Namaskar. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we move on to the next session, which is on MSME, micro, small, and medium enterprise. And before we start that particular session, I wish to share with all of you that with our immediate past president, Professor Satinder Dhiman ji, today we have launched his audio book. And that book in black and white, I show it to the whole world. It's right over here, 7 Habits of Highly Fulfilled People by Professor Satinder Dhiman ji. Let's hear the audio part in a little while. Dr. Chitra, let's get on to the MSME part and we take on that particular presentation. Chitra Kapoor, ma'am. Your mic is muted, child.
जी.
Ha.
मम्मा बोलो मत, मेरी presentation है.
If you wish, I can take on, beta. There is no problem. Before that, should we play the audio portion of Satinder Dhiman ji's book? Because I'm just looking forward to that. We have launched it today. And before we take it on to the Kuku FM and we take it on the YouTube.
Yes, sir.
Are you having that?
Sir, that is on your desktop. I'm so sorry. If you
come
wish, I come there.
Please
Okay.
come, please come, beta.
Right,
Please
right,
come, because that is something very important which we have to take on. Let's reduce this, ladies and gentlemen. A lot of efforts have gone in. It's about 10 hours recording. And there's a Indianized, indigenous music where you have the mountains, you have the rivers, you have India, and something beautiful, amazing. The book, which has gone into how many chapters? 11 chapters. Okay, 11 chapters. Because my advisor is next to me. So I just thought, let me ask him, because he has worked in the studio with his team. And it's 11 chapters, which are right available over there, which you all can enjoy. And I just wish to share a little portion. No, Chitra ma'am is doing it. So Chitra ma'am, do you want that our advisor do it for us? Chitra ma'am?
Okay, I'm so sorry. I've come, sir. I'm just doing it.
Okay, do it. We do not want to take on the entire audio portion. 5
Right,
to
I
6
got it.
minutes, I think. 5 to 6 minutes initial. The music part and the initial, the intro part, so that people enjoy. It's down below. No, that's not the one, beta. Acha, it's in the PPT. Okay. Here it is. Okay. She'll just play.
So,
Let's make a full screen, child.
just a minute, sir. Just a minute. Okay, right.
No,
Full screen.
It's not full screen. Just a second. We will do it.
Hanji, Hanji.
We will do it. Just wait, beta. Now it's full screen. TVR has to go down. Just yes. Please go ahead. All yours. Where is the audio part? I'm not getting the audio part.
7 habits of highly fulfilled
Chitra, are you getting
people.
audio part? Chitra ma'am, are you getting audio part?
Sir, it is.
That's a camera.
Yes, I can hear.
A journey from success to significance by Satinder, Dhiman. Chapter 1, The Journey of Self-Discovery. This is not a how-to book. No universal recipes for success or happiness are intended or implied. Rather, this book seeks to help the reader find fulfillment by taking an existential approach to the slings and arrows of ordinary day-to-day life.
Can you hear Chitra ma'am?
No, sir. Now audio has stopped. Earlier it was there.
Chalo, chodo. We will try it later because last moment experiments तो नहीं आता ना. आ रहा है? कहाँ से?
Instead of merely suggesting what to do about fulfillment, it takes us to the very heart of existential vacuum, to use Viktor Frankl's phrase, and asks us to re-examine our most cherished beliefs, expectations, and assumptions about life in general and human life in particular. An unexamined life, said Plato, is not worth living. This book assumes that its readers have a willingness whenever I have acted in accordance with them.
That's Satinder Dhimanji's creative work, Journey from Success to Significance. And our chamber today on its 29th annual convention has brought the complete audiobook. It's about 8 hours, which has gone into, and it will be in 11 different parts people can enjoy. And such a beautiful book. You will have altogether amazing feeling after going through 7 habits of highly fulfilled people. We'll make it public day after tomorrow. We do the trial run tomorrow once more, and thereafter we bring into the perspective and action for everybody. Let's stop. And Chitra ma'am, let's go for your PPT now on the MSME.
Ji.
And we have got 16 minutes because 7 o'clock we start the valedictory session. And when Padma Bhushan, Professor Jagdish and Shetji will deliver the valedictory address and we'll go to United States.
Sure, sir.
Please go ahead. You kindly take on.
Yes, sir. I'll do that. So, ladies and gentlemen, once again, a very good evening. And we are with our technical session 7, that is on MSME, startups and entrepreneurship in services exports. And in that also, we would like to focus on education, health, skills with sustainability in particular. Though MSME holds a forum place where everything from tourism, from a very small scale startup or entrepreneur can also be accommodated. But let's just understand what MSME industry in India is all about, and how it can be grown in the coming years, and what efforts ICSI has put in to bring service at par with manufacturing in MSME that we have seen in the year 2020 by Honorable Finance Minister of India, Nirmala Sitharaman ji. So let's begin. This in particular is all about the services that we talk about, the 12 champion services sector that has been taken by Ministry of Commerce and Industries to empower or to focus more specifically on services when we talk about exports, and obviously that too into MSME also. And earlier to this, when these 12 champion sectors were not there, they were not announced. They were announced in 2018. Even before that, this our chamber, that is International Chamber for Service Industry, because we are working and we are dealing with in service industry, we thought of it and we have proposed a few recommendations, few proposals to ministry time to time, seeking that services should be empowered, and they are the major medium of getting good exports in our country through their proper implementation and through their proper bringing them into mainstream. And today that we are seeing that also. Our Honorable Minister also have told that the services export can bring India economy to 1 trillion through services and 1 trillion through the goods. So now everything, like I was listening to the honorable speakers in the sessions in the morning time. Somebody is saying that everything happened, but to properly implement that or to happening it needs time. So everything happened in a proper way and a proper time. So yes, definitely, and time has come and services got a proper position and proper significance. So moving ahead, these are the few glimpses of the proposal that ICSI has way back given to the authorities, to the government, seeking to bring services at par. And in our proposal, these are few glimpses. I cannot show you the proposal over here, the report over here, but yes, I thought of bringing few of the major segments that we have proposed in that: tourism and hospitality. And when we say tourism and hospitality, is not just a word, or it is not just a single segment. In this segment, there are different subsectors or sub-segments. So we have proposed that also. And likewise, media and entertainment industry, education and skills sector, IT and ITES sector,
Chitra ma'am, it has stopped. I do not know. The presentation has stopped. I cannot hear. I cannot hear. I cannot hear. Neither I can see nor I can hear. Are you there, Chitra ma'am? I can't see, I can't hear. Ajay Kundal, can you hear? Dr. Kirti ji, can you hear? Dr. Kit. Okay, Dolly ma'am, are you there?
Yeah, I'm there, but I think she's disconnected. Can't.
Yeah,
see.
she's disconnected. Okay.
Yeah, we can't hear, sir. Yeah.
We can't hear. Okay. Dr. Kirti ji, I was trying for you earlier. Okay. Dr. Sachdev Ramakrishna ji, are you there?
I'm there, sir.
Yeah, great. Do join us for the valedictory because 7 p.m. In another 10 minutes, we will have our Padma Bhushan Professor Jagdish N. Sheth, who is the father of management and marketing and who got the first chapter in Philip Kotler's book and who brought MBA to India. He would be joining us. Today, he has taken over as the patron of the ICSI. So we have requested him to come for the valedictory session. So that's great. So I can hear you as well. I can hear you. I can hear the Dr. Kirti Pradhanji. I can hear Dolly Basin. It means something wrong with Chitra. Our Venerable Ravi Medankar ji, are you there? Okay. Bhante ji has left the scene, but he would come back, I think, at 7. Okay, Dolly ma'am, you heard such a wonderful deliberations on education, and you are a person from the technology background, and same is Sachdev Ramakrishnan ji from Central Asia. I'm going to say anybody out of you can take on something. How do you really look at the affordable, desirable, and accessible, and removing the divide between urban and rural technology in education coming in future? If you would like to share your thoughts, anybody.
Thank you. I'd definitely like to take that on.
Please.
The basic premise of education has to be to make students learn. That is the paradigm shift which is not happening despite all kinds of efforts which are happening. So I think my personal view is that we need to shift our focus from teaching to learning. Teaching is very much required, but teaching has not to overpower learning ability of the students. We have to inculcate the learning ability of the students rather than spoon feeding them. The educational system in the country right now is more like rote learning. Everybody just tries to mug up, tries to kind of just prepare for exams, one exam and then next exam and the third exam, which is unnecessary, creating a lot of burden to the students. And you've heard in the previous session that we have so many deaths by all these coaching class, quota coaching class students and so on and so forth. But more importantly, who is suffering? It's not only the students, but also the industry. That means industry has to take a role to play in this. I will share my experience. I have worked with one industry amongst the 10 MSME areas or 8 MSME areas that you are talking about in your this thing, is the financial services sector. Now, in that sector, there was a lot of automation in 90s that happened in the banking sector. There was a lot of, because of automation, there was a great amount of fear of job losses in the financial sector, but government had to give an undertaking that they are not going to lay off any of the existing employees after automation. But what it led is that where you require 30 people in a branch, you actually can do with 5. What are the 25 going to do? So they have to actually be retrained on something else, or there has to be new job role that has to be defined, and there is no mechanism in the industry ecosystem. So this was one problem that I worked on to solving by really looking at what is happening in the BFSI sector is that insurance had opened up in the late 90s. And in 2000, there was a huge amount of shortage of manpower to really sell insurance in a new way. And especially sell it like a product rather than selling it like a service. So insurance agents would, people who don't need insurance would be sold insurance at a higher premium, and people who really wanted to, really are in desperate need for insurance, they were never really reached even. So the penetration of insurance was less than 2%. If I'm not wrong at that point of time. And this was a problem that was stark evident. So I experimented with looking at one major segment that could be repositioned, that is the bank employees to sell insurance. Because banks have already an understanding or an connectivity with the they have a relationship with the people who are banking with them, and there's a huge number, and that number is available to you to really kind of sell insurance to, which is a very targeted, and now since the banks are digitized, it's easier to reach them. So we created a program for bank assurance program, as well as targeted the insurance companies to really train the youth in the insurance completely free of cost, so that the manpower can be created, and also retrain the banking employees to sell insurance, and created a specialized program for that. And I'm very proud to say that we actually did more than 1 lakh of students, and I'm talking about 2003. So that's the kind of approach that has to be taken if we really want to solve the problem. We need to look at the broader problem and see what are the kind of innovative solutions that are needed. And no two problems can have the same solution, no two sectors can have the same solution, but we can take one by one and try to really find solutions. Same is true in the SME sector. I worked in the SME sector by that knowledge is the biggest enabler for the SME sector. And I said, where is the knowledge happening? Where is the data which is really required for SMEs to flourish? I realized to my chagrin that there are almost 90% of the data resides with the government. And the government babus sit over it. So they would not really allow the information to really reach the right beneficiary. So we came up with a unique proposition, first with IBM, to really create a SME toolkit, and that was first launch. And then later on worked with the Ministry of MSME to develop the first knowledge base which had anything and everything to do with MSME. For 10 years, this project called Senate ran, and I think almost every single page in the ecosystem that we have in on SMEs was digitized and was put online free of cost through that project, which included industry associations data, the data related to clusters, data related to new sectors, related to sector specific other things. So these are the kind of approaches that have to be taken, which are knowledge driven, which are based on the problem and trying to find a solution and find the champion to that solution. Who is the champion? Who is the one who really owns the data, and how it can be disseminated at the lowest cost? And we use the other vehicle, which is the associations, the SME associations. So we created programs for the SME associations. I'm very proud that the Global SME Conference in 2009 that I conducted for FICCI won a huge ovation from various countries in terms of participating in the Indian progress, and based on which we received an award from the US government because I brought in about 20 CEOs from US to India for that particular program. And that is the way that the knowledge has to be disseminated, people have to be exchanged, there has to be a lot of learning which actually happens during these events like today and what I was referring to. So no two sectors have the same solution, but we need to really go deeper into this thing and try to find out how we could solve problem one at a time. And two sectors have actually done some work. There are many more that can be really taken up. Right now I am on this thing on the tourism sector. So let me see if I can do something on the tourism sector.
Thank you.
With
Thank
that,
you.
I'll rest.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you very much. It's 7 p.m. Indian Standard Time. And it's indeed a great pleasure that we have been joined by our patron ICSI Padma Bhushan, Professor Jagdishan Shetji, all the way from the United States. Pranam, sir. Thank you very much for being with us and being a part of this valedictory session, the closing ceremony. We have also been joined by Shri Anil Manocha ji. He is the new president of the ICSI who takes over the command today, and he comes from Singapore. And he is expert in water management strategies. And his slogan is, there is no shortage of water, there is a mismanagement of water. That's what I learned in 50 episodes, which we ran during the pandemic. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, hearty welcome. Since morning, 9 o'clock, we are on, and we are to the last session now, which is the valedictory session. We extend a very warm welcome to each one of you. And with the permission of the chief guest of the valedictory session, our Padma Bhushan, Professor Jagdishan Shetji, we will show a little glimpse of whole day's proceedings, what all we have discussed, and thereafter we would hear you, sir. And if you would allow, Anil Manocha ji can say a few words, and finally your valedictory address.
Absolutely, yes.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. With these words, ladies and gentlemen, let me roll in and we get on to something. Hearty welcome to each one of you to the valedictory session, the last session, North India PRAVASI Divas, 29th Annual Convention of 2023, Future of Service Industry 2047. That's the vision of the Honorable Prime Minister Amrit Kal, what India would be when it would be celebrating 100 years of India's independence. And our focus today, throughout the day, had been on education, skills, technology, tourism, research, innovation, and of course, blended with entrepreneurship and community development. With these words, let me just move on. We have, since morning, distinguished guests for various panel discussions. We had school education, we had higher education, we had thinking, rethinking tourism, and thereafter we had medical tourism and wellness tourism, and thereafter dental tourism. And besides that, the technology, the new innovations which has to come, the new apps, the new edtech platforms, and across the globe, we got people, distinguished guests from the world over. ICSI extends a very warm welcome to all our brothers and sisters. Those are across the globe, wherever you are. Take care of yourself, take care of your health, and let's move on together and build a wonderful 5 trillion economy of India, which is the vision of the Honorable Prime Minister. And the best part would be if we can go beyond that and we tell the Honorable Prime Minister, sir, you gave us the agenda for 5 trillion and we are moving ahead of that. The Commerce and Industry Minister also has set the target for $1 trillion equivalent services exports, and similar amount to be going for manufacturing sector as well. Morning, we started at 9 o'clock, and thereafter we had various distinguished guests and we had various panel discussions. There was also, besides the chief guest this morning, the Honorable Union State Education and External Affairs Minister. We got wonderful deliberations thereafter and a special address by Dr. Dharampalji, the advisor to the administrator Chandigarh, and how Chandigarh is a hub for service industry for northern India. And then we moved on, future schools, how they would be, what would be the future of higher education, digital way, how the things would proceed, then rethinking tourism. And thereafter, we had gone on to niche tourism. And then we talked about FEAST, the Forum of Educators and Scholars of Tourism. There are 1,035 universities, colleges, and institutions of higher learning. Those are imparting at present travel and tourism education in India. And our chamber is working hard to bring all of them together on a common thread, on a common platform. Thereafter, we moved on future of digital education. And Mr. Arpit Dukkar from Dubai, who was in Riyadh today, he made a wonderful presentation. Then we had gone to NRIs for Indian education from Canada. Thereafter, the MSME. And now, finally, we come to the valedictory session where basically we would like to conclude and convey. This was the chief guest in the morning, Dr. Rajkumar Ranjan Singh Ji, the Honorable Minister of State for Ministry of Education and Ministry of External Affairs. And he gave the total assurance what all we can do together and how to bridge all the gaps. And that was fantastic, which he released 3 documents of ICSI this morning. He released the Service Industry Compendium, for which we got the forward from our patron, and that is the 12 champion sectors. Although services sector has got 56 to 58 components directly of service industry, but Ministry of Commerce and Industry, Government of India, way back in February 2018, focused on 12 champion sectors, where ICSI was the part of that particular journey and vision and roadmap and a strategy. So today we released Indian Service Industry, a strategic approach, the compendium. Now this will be available from Monday morning, 9 a.m. on ICSI web portal homepage, which is icsiindia.in. You can go through, it will be in the PDF form. You will have all 12 champion sectors, the vision, what is present status in 2023, and what is the future roadmap which we can develop. Thereafter, the Honorable Minister released the second document. In education, in skills, we need digital, kind of a journey. And there he discussed with us how we can have the digital inspirational lab. And there was a manual for capacity building of teachers and for the youth. That's for soft skills and the life skills. Together, we worked on the entire journey and we took care of that. Thereafter, let's move ahead. And we had another document released today, ICSI as a token of gesture, as a token of love and affection, and the patronage and the passion which our president gave us, that is Professor Satinder Dhiman, the recipient of the Best Management Teacher Award from America. His book, which he authored, 7 Habits of Highly Fulfilled People, we today launched audio portion of that, which is of 8 hours, and we are going to get it onto the YouTube. We are going to get on the Kuku FM, and this is as a gesture. We are giving it to our immediate past president, to Professor Satinder Dhiman, and that will be available. Journey from Success to Significance audio launch today. And ladies and gentlemen, this was the audio launch. And basically, let's move ahead from here. Thereafter, we got the Chandigarh advisor to administrator, Dr. Dharampalji, and he discussed with us in detail what is his vision and how he would like to take the entire city, Chandigarh. And of course, we made requests to our new president who has taken over today from Singapore. How can we bring Singapore and Chandigarh closer? Because both the cities are almost on the same lines of the greenery, serene, clean, neat, and management and future strategies, how to make carbon neutral, carbon free city by 2030 in Chandigarh. So we will pick up a lot of good threads from there. Thereafter, we had gone on to future schools, focus education, skills, technology, and future teachers. And thereafter, we had gone on to higher education. What could be the future of higher education digital way? Focus research, innovation, skills, technology adoption. Professor S.S. Patnaik, who basically his institution trains the technology-based technical teachers trainers. That is in Sector 26 in Chandigarh. So our chamber has taken a pledge this morning along with him and B.Ed College, which we have got in Chandigarh in Sector 20 with Dr. Nanda. We would be setting up 2 inspirational labs in these 2 institutions, which will be digital way, which will be coming up. Thereafter, we had gone on to rethinking tourism, post-pandemic tourism business and small and medium enterprise, Dr. Subhash Goyal. He's the legend of the tourism industry, chairman of the SICK Travels. And last 40 years, I have been getting a lot of valuable inputs from him. Thereafter, there was a niche tourism, which was chaired by Dr. Shilpi Mohan ma'am. She is at present in Central Asia. She's a consultant cardiologist. And we had a wonderful session. And we had in this particular session, spiritual tourism and wellness tourism, medical tourism, and related to education also, we had a number of areas. Thereafter, ladies and gentlemen, we had gone, as I told you, to Riyadh today. And Mr. Arpit Gupta is based out of Dubai and head of business, Middle East and Africa. And the future of digital education, how technology in education will enable the future fluencies, how the world will be shaped. That was something fantastic which he has given, all the technology based. Thereafter, we had gone to our CPA, Surya Vijay Shastri in Canada, that is NRIs for Indian education. He is the financial strategist to chill and to help us what all can be done over there. Thereafter, ladies and gentlemen, we come to the chief guest valedictory address, that is India 2047, education, skills, technology and tourism. We are blessed that Padma Bhushan, Professor Jagdish N. Shetji from the United States, the global marketing leader, has been very kind to accept the the request of the chamber governing body of the advisory board, and he takes over the reins as a patron of ICSI. We are privileged. We will be learning a lot from him, because when you think about MBA, when you think about management, when you think about strategies, the Philip Kotler book, the first chapter which came over there and which basically inspired Indians and Indian youth how to take MBA in the United States, that was from there. Let's move ahead from here, and we will, I think, rest of the things will be on later. With these words, ladies and gentlemen, we extend a very hearty welcome to each one of you, and very especially our chief guest of the valedictory session. I wish to, before I go to my new president from Singapore and my new patron from United States, Dr. Shilpi Mohan ma'am is joining us from Central Asia. Dolly Bhasin ma'am is in Gurugram. Mr. Sachdev Ramakrishna, he's again joining us from Central Asia, Uzbekistan. He's a tech guy, he's a technological expert. Dr. Kirti Pradhan, he's a medical tourism strategist. And Jyoti Mashram, she is again joining us from Central Asia. They're wonderful people. And Professor Vivek Shankar Natarajan from United States, from Lamar University. But before, sir, we proceed further, I think we all need good health. We need mental wellness. We need physical wellness. We need spiritual wellness. We need economical wellness. The person who has done 127 webinars as a solo batsman, and that is India's one of the leading Ayurvedist, Dr. Parmeshwar Arora. When you will meet him today, you will see a handsome doctor. When Dharmendra entered the film industry, everybody was so fond of him and every heroine wanted to act with him. When I see this doctor, I think everybody will go for Ayurveda and they will say, let's leave. I'm sorry, with lots of hand folding I'm taking, we'll leave allopathy little behind. we will go to Dr. Parmeshwar Arora, the eminent Ayurvedist in India. Of course, Dr. Shilpi Mohan ma'am had been very kind as a cardiologist from the allopathy side. She shared the dais one day with Dr. Parmeshwar Arora and she told him, "Aap Ayurveda ko promote kijiye, main aapko pura platform deti hu, koi dikkat nahi." That was fantastic, which was coming on that day. So, sir, let's hear, and you will get something, because he starts with a prayer and he talks about Ayurveda. 5 to 7 minutes we give him, and thereafter we go to our president, and then we come to your valedictory address. And in between 1 or 2 minutes we can give to people, those who have come all the way from Central Asia and other places. That would be very, very kind of you. We will try and stick to the time. I know. With these words, I request Parmeshwar Arora ji, please go ahead. We would like to hear you.
Sarve bhavantu sukhinah, sarve santu niramaya, sarve bhadrani pashyantu ma kaschid dukh bhagvavet. Om dhanvantraye namaha. Om shanti shanti shanti. इस सेशन में जुड़े सभी मेरे भाई बहनों को मेरा हृदय से अभिनंदन, प्रणाम। भाई गुलशन शर्मा जी को हमेशा से मैं चरण स्पर्श बोलता हूँ, आज भी चरण स्पर्श ही बोलूंगा। और सुबह से आज 9 बजे से ये नॉर्थ इंडिया प्रवासी दिवस का जो सेलिब्रेशन चल रहा है, उसके लिए मैं बहुत ही बधाइयां देना चाहता हूँ कि इतना सुबह से आप लगे हुए हैं और अच्छे वेबिनार्स एंड बीच में मैंने सुना भी थोड़ी देर के लिए, बहुत अच्छा लगा मुझे। काफी एक्सचेंज ऑफ थॉट्स हो रहा है फॉर द बेटरमेंट ऑफ नॉर्थ ईस्ट। हमारा पूर्वोत्तर जो है वो एरिया जहाँ पे बहुत पोटेंशियल्स हैं, जहाँ पे बहुत अच्छा हो सकता है, बट अनफॉर्चुनेटली अभी बहुत अच्छे से अटेंड नहीं किया गया था। बट नाउ द टाइम हैज कम कि हम नॉर्थ ईस्ट को बहुत ही अच्छे से देखें, बिकॉज बहुत पोटेंशियल्स, बहुत स्कोप है। एंड अब हम वास्तव में अगर अपनी इकोनॉमी को अपने प्राइम मिनिस्टर के विजन से पूरा करना चाहते हैं, तो नॉर्थ ईस्ट जो है वो बैकबोन की तरह से है, इसमें रोल प्ले करेगा, इसमें कोई डाउट ही नहीं है। एंड बीइंग आयुर्वेदिक स्कॉलर, बीइंग ए क्लिनिशियन, मैं ये कहना चाहता हूँ कि आप कुछ भी गोल डिसाइड कीजिए। हमारे शास्त्रों में कहा गया कि जब हम जन्म लेते हैं तो डेफिनेटली सबका अपना एक बेसिक गोल होता है। कोई धर्म के रास्ते पे चलता है, कोई अर्थ के रास्ते पे चलता है, कोई काम इस फिजिकल प्लेजर की तरफ जाता है, कोई मोक्ष की तरफ जाता है। लेकिन इन चारों ही पुरुषार्थों की पुष्टि के लिए अगर कोई चीज बेसिक रिक्वायरमेंट है तो वो है हेल्दी होना। सो विदाउट हेल्थ वी कांट प्रोसीड फॉर एनी गोल। एंड हेल्थ के भी 2 एस्पेक्ट्स होते हैं, वन इज प्रिवेंटिव एंड सेकंड इज क्यूरेटिव। एंड अगर हम जनरली बात करें किसी भी पर्सन से कि आप किस एस्पेक्ट की तरफ जाना चाहेंगे, तो हमें जवाब मिलेगा कि हम प्रिवेंटिव हेल्थ की तरफ जाना चाहेंगे। वी डोंट वांट टू फॉल सिक। तो डेफिनेटली अगर आपको प्रिवेंटिव हेल्थ की तरफ जाना है तो आपके पास बहुत छोटे छोटे काम हैं, जैसे आपने लोगों की डाइट ठीक करनी है, आपने लोगों की लाइफ स्टाइल ठीक करनी है। एंड जो सीजनल छोटी छोटी बीमारियां होती हैं उनको केमिकल मेडिसिन से ना ठीक करके होम रेमेडीज, जो हर जगह की अपनी ट्रेडिशनल रेमेडीज होती हैं, सो कॉल्ड किचन रेमेडीज, उनके लिए लोगों को अवेयर करना, उनको बताना कि उनकी जो किचन की स्पाइसीज हैं, दे आर सफिशिएंट एनफ टू ट्रीट द कॉमन कोल्ड, कफ प्रॉब्लम, फीवर, लूज मोशंस, कॉन्स्टिपेशन, जनरल बॉडी एक्स, हेडेक। ये हमारी जो जनरल किचन की जो हमारी स्पाइसीज हैं, दे हैव गुड पोटेंशियल टू ऑल दिस सीजनल एंड डे टू डे प्रॉब्लम्स। सो जब हम खाने की बात करते हैं, जब हम लाइफस्टाइल की बात करते हैं, जब हम केमिकल मेडिसिन को छोड़ करके और किचन रेमेडीज की बात करते हैं, तो वहां पर इस पूरे विश्व में अगर कोई साइंस है जो हमें इन तीनों चीजों में परफेक्शन के साथ साइंटिफिक तरीके से हमें गाइड कर सकता है, वो है आयुर्वेद। एंड फॉर्चुनेटली दैट आयुर्वेद बिलोंग्स टू इंडिया एंड सो दैट टू नॉर्थ ईस्ट ऑल्सो। जब हम किसी को प्रिवेंशन की बात करते हैं, जब हम किसी को खाने की बात करते हैं, जब हम किसी के अच्छे लाइफस्टाइल की बात करते हैं, जब हम किसी को सोशलिज्म सिखाते हैं, जब हम किसी को स्पिरिचुअलिज्म सिखाते हैं, तो डेफिनेटली हमें एक माहौल चाहिए जो बहुत प्योरिटी वाला हो, जो पोल्यूशन फ्री हो, जो केमिकल फ्री हो। मुझे आज ऐसा लगता है, ये बोलते हुए मुझे गौरव है कि पूरे इंडिया में अगर हम प्योरिटी ढूंढने जाएं, पोल्यूशन फ्री ढूंढने जाएं, अगर हम कहीं पे केमिकल फ्री एनवायरनमेंट ढूंढने जाएं, केमिकल फ्री सोल ढूंढने जाएं, हमारी जो सॉइल है उसको भी हम ढूंढने जाएं कि हमारी भूमि जो केमिकल फ्री हो। अगेन नॉर्थ ईस्ट जो है वो सबसे फ्रंट में हमें खड़ा हुआ नजर आता है। सो इन शब्दों के साथ कि हम उस लैंड को प्रिवेंटिव हेल्थ के लिए एक बहुत अच्छा टूरिस्ट स्पॉट बना सकते हैं, बहुत यूजफुल स्पॉट बना सकते हैं। जो इंडिया के लोग हैं, जो शांति चाहते हैं, प्रिवेंटिव हेल्थ चाहते हैं, रेजुमिनेशन चाहते हैं, डिटॉक्सिफिकेशन चाहते हैं, एज वेल एज आवर ब्रदर्स एंड सिस्टर्स फ्रॉम अब्रॉड ऑल्सो, जिनको हम यहाँ ला सकते हैं अच्छी हेल्थ के लिए, अच्छी प्योरिटी माइंड के लिए, प्योर सोल डेवलप करने के लिए, अपने को आत्मचिंतन करने के लिए, सोशलिज्म सीखने के लिए, स्पिरिचुअलिज्म सीखने के लिए। मुझे लगता है कि हमारा जो हमारा ईस्ट है, हमारा नॉर्थ है, ये बहुत अच्छा है, एक बहुत ही अच्छा स्पोर्ट हमारा बन सकता है। तो इन शब्दों के साथ कि डॉक्टर गुलशन शर्मा जी बिकॉज बहुत अच्छे से कन्विंस्ड है कि प्रिवेंटिव हेल्थ के माध्यम से हमारा हेल्थ टूरिज्म जो है वो बहुत स्कोप रखता है, बिकॉज नोबडी वांट्स टू फॉल सिक, everybody wants to learn about diet, about lifestyle and about the kitchen and home remedies. तो मुझे लगता है कि जिस तरह का पोल्यूशन हमारे नॉर्थ ईस्ट में है, हम वहां पर अगर लोगों को लेकर के जाएंगे, वहां पर पे इस तरह के रेजुमिनेशन सेंटर्स, प्रिवेंटिव सेंटर्स या उस तरह के इंस्टीट्यूशंस खोलेंगे जहां पे डाइट, लाइफस्टाइल एंड इस तरह की होम रेमेडीज के यूनिवर्सिटीज तक हम खोल सकते हैं। मुझे लगता है कि लोग यहाँ पढ़ने आएंगे, सीखने आएंगे, तो नॉर्थ ईस्ट एक बहुत अच्छा स्पॉट हो सकता है। इस तरफ भी हम ध्यान देंगे तो ये जो एक बैकबोन हो सकता है, हमारा जो सो कॉल्ड इतनी बड़ी इकोनॉमी को अचीव करने का टारगेट है, उसमें डेफिनेटली हेल्थ, एंड हेल्थ में भी प्रिवेंटिव हेल्थ, एंड प्रिवेंटिव हेल्थ में भी पोल्यूशन फ्री एंड प्योर सॉइल, प्योर सोल, chemical free Northeast will play the vital role. With all good wishes and बहुत सारी शुभकामनाएं और बहुत सारी बधाइयां और साधुवाद डॉक्टर गुलशन शर्मा जी को देते हुए मैं पुनः आपकी ऊर्जा के लिए, आपकी प्रेरणा के लिए और आपके जज्बे को सलाम करते हुए अपने शब्दों को यही विराम देता हूं।
Thank you, Dr. Parmeshwar Arora ji. Ladies and gentlemen, world over, he is an eminent Ayurvedist in India. I have tried number of times. Like for allopathy, I go to Dr. Shilpi Mohan ma'am. For Ayurveda, everybody world over, right up to Canada, United States, Australia, Middle East, all the places, people are so fond of Dr. Parmeshwar Arora ji. May God bless you, and may you keep, in this humble way, adding the value to the whole universe the best way. Now, there are two unique things which I just wish to share before I just move for 1 minute each to everybody. Arunachal Pradesh has got maximum green belt in India. Arunachal Pradesh has got maximum land green area in India. And number two, maximum herbal plants which are available for Ayurvedic medicines are in northeast part of India. That is something which we have to take. And now, fortunately, our new president is from Southeast Asia, ASEAN. We have to work out a strategy how Southeast Asia, ASEAN should be brought closer to Northeast, and how Northeast should be brought closer to North India as a national integration. We give 1 minute each to Mr. Sachdev Ramakrishna, Dr. Shilpi Mohan ma'am, and Jyoti Meshram ma'am, and let them share a quick vision, because since morning you all have contributed. Now, because it's a valedictory session, have a minute each, whatever perspective you wish to give over here in the valedictory session. Who would like to take the lead? Yes, Sachdevji.
Thank you, Dr. Gulshan, as always. This has been a fantastic day. I think I have learned more than perhaps I've shared among eminent educationists. So my view is, like all industries, including ours, which is IT, everything is being challenged for the fundamentals, right? We all have to prove our relevance in the world, right? So even education perhaps is being tested simply because these are unprecedented times, both for the educator and for the learner. There are, everything is undergoing seismic shifts. Today, students use perhaps Dr. Google almost as a parallel teacher to second guess their teacher, right? So for teachers to build trust and confidence and expertise in a fairly democratized knowledge available world is quite a challenge to keep ahead of the times and to show their unique skill. So I firmly believe that one should go back to perhaps old traditional ways of teaching, and I often lean on old Greek principles such as the way Socrates and Plato led discussions for social revolutions, right? How does the teacher just become a mentor, a facilitator, be able to show the mirror with, of course, some structured curriculum and framework to help students find their own answers? So I think that's, one. Two is, if you take a country like India, I mean, there are a variety of educational audiences. There are youngsters in villages who need livelihoods, and the kind of training, education they need has to be very different from the elitist education that people in cities with more privileged backgrounds aspire towards, right? So I think that's, one. Two is, as we heard in the morning, there's a need to connect both heart and mind in education. So therefore, there's as much need to focus on liberal arts, which tend to be a little bit non-linear in terms of content, versus the more specific curriculum that we see in engineering or computer science, where logic and one prescriptive way of doing things is that. And the third thing is, how does curriculum become more agile in a world where now we have metaverse and IT, artificial intelligence, robotics, newer technologies coming in, and no static curriculum can ever keep pace? How do countries and societies stay agile to yet not just create employability, linking learning outcomes to employability, but also to create entrepreneurs, because they're the ones who are going to create jobs. So those are my thinking. So everything is kind of up for redefinition, and these are unprecedented times, and digital is a very powerful tool for democratizing knowledge and diffusion of innovation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thanks a lot, Mr. Satdev Ramakrishnan-ji. It's wonderful. All three statements are powerful. Let me go to Dr. Jyoti Meshram, ma'am, and just unmute your mic, ma'am. Let's have you for a minute. Yeah.
Good evening, everyone. And thank you so much, Major Dr. Gulshan Sharma-ji, for giving me this opportunity to attend this session and listen to such eminent personalities and understand what is going around the world. I missed a lot of things in the morning, so I'm sorry about that. But then talking about education in Central Asia, we see that there are a lot of international universities. I teach for some of the international universities myself. And when we talk about entrepreneurship, yes, things are happening here, but the great need is there for the incubators. So I think that is one area that the government and the people should work upon, the university should work upon. If we provide good incubators and good exposure and guidance to the students, the entrepreneurship can really flourish here in Uzbekistan. That's my experiences. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Dr. Shilpi Mohan, ma'am, our advisor in the Central Asia. Please go ahead for a minute.
Thank you so much, Dr. Gulshan Sharma, for giving me this opportunity. And first of all, I must confess that I'm not just a cardiologist, I'm a holistic healer. So I have got no issues whatsoever with Dr. Parmeshwar Arora. We work hands in hand. And because as a part of treatment, we have to definitely tell the patient what to do and what not to do. And for that aspect, we have to definitely deal with lifestyle modification, for which Ayurveda and yoga becomes an integral part. Treatment includes, whenever we give medical treatment, as Dr. Parmeshwar Arora will also agree, it includes prevention, treatment, and rehabilitation. So I would like to give it a slogan. For prevention and rehabilitation, we have to look east. For treatment, yes, as of now, maybe west, but yes, for prevention and rehabilitation, we have to look east.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Very kind of you. That's something is a key. And Dr. Parmeshwar Rodaji, what is coming to my mind? The next 5 sessions which we are going to have Sundays. कल session नहीं करेंगे क्योंकि आज 12 घंटे की marathon हो गई. But from the next Sunday when we start, let's take 5 sessions on knee joints replacement, and once again getting them into the same form which was there, and their movement and everything which was there before replacement, and how do you regenerate the entire thing once again. 5 sessions we will take
Dr.
on.
Shilpi had given us 3 words, no? One is the prevention, second is the treatment, third is the rehabilitation. So basically she is saying that Dr. Arora should take care of prevention and rehabilitation. So joint replacement will be done with Dr. Shilpi, and I will rehabilitate, and first I will prevent.
हम prevent करेंगे, prevent के बाद अगर हो भी जाए तो उसको regenerate कैसे करेंगे? We'll work on that, sir. Thank you. With these words, Professor Dr. Kirti Pradhanji, are you there? No, he's not there. Okay. Dolly ma'am, you spoke just before, but still I give you 1 minute so that I should not be, getting down somewhere in the protocols. Please go for a minute.
Thank you, sir. So I would like to speak on future of work, because that's something that we have to really be prepared for. Future of work is not going to be the same the way it is currently. Every work which is going to be done in the future is going to be done differently, which will be more of without touch, that is remote, or it could be done in a very, very different way, which has to be imagined. It's probably not there. It could be phygital, it could be digital, it could be some third way of doing things. So we need to really reimagine the way we will do work, which is definitely going to be tech enabled, whether it is tech enabled through local or tech enabled through the internet, metaverse or NFTs or whatever. So in the whole distinct paradigm, my personal take is that services will be delivered like products, and products will be delivered like services. And there's going to be complete merging of products and services, and we'll have to really kind of understand that paradigm which is going to be there and prepare ourselves. We as facilitators and we have a responsibility, a shared responsibility to take it to the next generation. With that, I'd like to rest. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I once again check in the protocols. Is Dr. Kirti Pradhanji there? Okay, fine. If he's not there, let me move to my new president. Heartiest congratulations, Shri Anil Manocha ji, taking over as a president today of the International Chamber for Service Industry. We will keep learning in the times to come from you. And he's joining us from Singapore, ladies and gentlemen. And he's the water management expert. And we had about 50 webinars with him during the thick of the pandemic. And he brought a lot of experts from the world over, and also something like crisis in the South Africa, Brazil, and I don't know what all case studies. And we also got inputs on how Singapore transformed its water management system and strategies. That was mind-blowing where he started, and it was a wonderful. I appreciate that, sir. Let's hear the views of our new president, and we take on the journey with Shri Anil Manocha ji.
Good evening and festive greetings to all. I am really humbled and obliged to be part of this distinguished gathering of people who are experts from various fields like tourism, medical, technology, and all those things. My background is more into water, and I am a water professional working in a private sector. So anything what we do, we bring economic factors attached to that. And this is the way we have been sustaining our business for the last, I should say, 40 years plus. When I talk about the way the future is unfolding, I do agree with Madam Dolly that yes, service and products are getting integrated, and we are feeling a lot of opportunities like that. We are also experiencing integration of technologies, though I may be in a water space, but integration of technologies like AI, digital, and so many things get combined, and we offer solution to customers. Maybe at this platform, we will be interacting more with all of you, and I will try to do my best to bring whatever we have learned and whatever we experience in various parts of the world and how it can be done in India. This year, India has a presidentship of G20 summits, and Prime Minister Modi is a part of G20 summit, which is going to create a lot of focus in Asian continent. And let's see whether we can get mileage out of that and whether we can get some opportunities for our fellow members and for the chamber. With this, I will rest for the moment. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Anil Manocha ji. And ladies and gentlemen, now let's get to our patron ICSI, Padma Bhushan, Professor Jagdish and Sheth. It's very, very difficult for me to introduce him and to, share what he has brought to the global fraternity and to the ecosystem as far as management is concerned. For that matter, I would request Professor Vivek Shankar Natarajan ji to kindly formally introduce our patron ICSI, Professor Jagdish Sheth, and then we will have his vision, management, MBA, future of MBA, future of service industry, future of India, how India is moving ahead, and where we would be in the Amrit Kal up to 2047, and how ICSI should work and how we should progress and how in a humble way we should contribute. Vivek Shankar Natarajan ji, kindly introduce formally our patron ICSI.
Namaste.
Sir.
Yeah. Vivek, short introduction, please. Absolutely, sir. I don't know how to make things short when it comes to introducing Dr. Sheth, but let me start by wishing everybody a happy Makar Sankranti. When this is the day the sun is going on the upward trajectory, and so we have to look forward. And what better person to lead us to looking forward than Dr. Sheth? He's a visionary. He's one of the pioneers in the field of marketing education and also institution building. But again, following the directives of my guru, Dr. Jagdish Sheth ji, he's like a Vishwa Guru. He's the real Vishwa Guru. I'm going to keep it short. He serves as the professor of marketing at Emory University in Atlanta, but that is just one title. He has several things, and he's a very generous person in terms of both sharing his wealth and his wisdom. A true son of India, very, very committed to India's development. And so that is the reason today on this auspicious Makara Sankranti Day, when we fly kites, he's going to teach us how to fly high with his vision for India in the service industry, sir. I hope I kept it short. So the floor is yours. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Vivek. And of course, thank you, Dr. Gulshan. I've been quite amazed how much ICSI has done for the service sector. It's just mind-boggling to see the impact you are making already in transforming the services economy and the industry. So I'll make a few observations and suggest the future of services industry in general, maybe specific to certain sectors of the services industry, but I'll keep my comments more general, and then maybe we may have a little dialogue if necessary. Services sector now contributes 50% to India's GDP. It is the largest compared to the agriculture sector and the manufacturing sector. It's growing faster, and therefore by 2047, the vision, services sector is estimated to take over about 60% of the total GDP in a fast-growing economy, which says it's going to grow 1.5 to 2 times faster than the normal growth that's taking place right now. And this is due to several factors. First one is that services industry generally is a low asset industry, as we call it. You don't have to have enormous amount of capital dollars to invest into it to really start, except of course the airlines industry, telecommunications, but the traditional industries can be actually started much quicker, much faster, and therefore it can grow faster. Technology has enabled enormously, especially during COVID time period, the e-commerce platforms that came in, the home delivery business. If you analyze the e-grocery delivery in India, it's fantastic actually. And I'll talk about some of the things one can improve. But I think the technology has been a big factor, especially the cell phone industry revolution in India. Both China and India have gained enormously. So here is a technology invented in America, commercialized in America, but it is lost it to Asia primarily. And I think with the emergence of smartphones, as they're penetrating more and more, and with very affordable platforms for networks, such as the Reliance Geo, for example, I think we are going to have much greater growth, unlocking the potential of the service industry. Second factor is even more interesting. If you look at the next generation of people, same family, the next generation of people are behaving very differently. There's a discontinuity from one generation to the other, at least in the way you live daily. Next generation of young people will not learn cooking, cleaning, and childcare. Remember, this is when you do it at home yourselves, does not add to the national GDP. Biggest outsourcing is not Indian IT services doing work for the world, but biggest outsourcing is happening at home. So most of the meals are prepared by somebody else. Most of the meals are bought from outside, delivered at home. We are behaving very much like a typical modern society all over the world. That is true for cooking, that is true for cleaning, and that is true for raising children. So, baby centers or kindergarten, etc., kinds of things are happening enormously. That's a huge, huge change, because when you do a commercial activity, it adds to the GDP, and the ratio from the raw materials that you buy, let's say in cooking, versus the value in the marketplace, value add is about 3 to 4 times. That says that whatever raw materials we buy amplifies enormously. So you are going to see growth of those industries even, which is, I'll come to a point about service-driven products versus product-driven services. Third area, equally important, is export potential. Government's vision of $1 trillion export services, export economy, I think is underestimation. IT services and IT-enabled services has already crossed $250 billion. Especially during the COVID time period, there has been more remote work done. And now for the first time we see in India, all the major Silicon Valley companies, whether it's a Google, Microsoft, any one of them, will invest their own development centers in India. India has the scale in terms of the manpower, for example, and they will not outsource to outside companies such as the TCS or Wipro or Infosys, but they will build their own. In fact, you can already see in accounting, Ernst & Young has 50,000 employees working in one location alone in Hyderabad. Largest employer in IT services today is Accenture. Think about that. And I was with Wipro on the board for many years, and I just visited them, and they already crossed 250,000 employees themselves. So India will become the largest employment for services sectors of the world, which is a very important one to realize. And I think the potential will be much higher as we move up the value chain, whereby we offer services which are more professional certified rather than manual services. Manual services where we began, like manual labor in agriculture, but I think we are going to move up, and I'll come to that. Now, this is all great news, but services sector is still what I would call a rough diamond. It can be polished and enhanced even more, and my estimation of 60% of the GDP by 2047 may be an underestimation. So what are the issues with the services sector? First of all, it is still highly unorganized. except for the new technology-driven services, such as cell phone services, such as, for example, airlines, which are the new mode of transportation in India. Other than that, banking to some extent, they are organized, but most of the services industry is unorganized. And how do you make it organized? Because on an organized sector, you don't have the scale. You have the size, but not the scale. So how do you create a scale and you get the scale economies in the process? Services sector is still largely unbranded. While we do have the branded banks and branded telephone services and branded newer technologies, but still we have a massive, massive opportunity to engage into branding. So how do you create branded services becomes a very key issue. And the last thing equally important is that services sector has a strong variation in quality. I can get excellent service or I can get a poor service from two different competitors, or within the same company at two different times, within the same company by the same person at two different times. There's a huge variation on quality. And just like in Japan, Deming actually put, who was a statistician, quality assurance on products. We need to have something like a Deming process to make sure that our quality and skill sets are standardized to a level where it's delivered again and again at an exceptional level. The last element, of course, is that services industry, even today, is a cash economy. So 50% estimation of the GDP may be undervalued. It's still a very large cash economy. And as it gets into more and more digitized economy, primarily through GST mechanisms or whatever they are, or more technology put into the retail scene, I think we'll see much greater growth. So ultimately, the summary is that we have the size. India is a large nation with large population who is capable of working, for example, not large size, but it has no scale. So fundamentally, service industry needs to go from unorganized to organized sector and from low tech to high tech. And I'll talk about how to get into the stuff. First thing one has to do, and ICSI can be a very good catalyst actually, across government agencies and the private sector. Invest in frontline people. We do not do that well. In fact, nobody does it. You start as a frontline person, you move up the career, better people move up further, who is left behind? We have to have a program where there's a universal commitment to frontline people in their skills plus their technology enablement. How can you give the devices in their hands? They're able to make a decision based upon algorithms, as all technicians do in America. Today, they don't call back a boss and say, here is the price, here's the delivery. It is already on the handheld data device, more like an Apple type device. Every technician who comes to our house in America today carries the device, or a very large cell phone, as it is true in India. So investing in frontline technology and investing in frontline people is very key, and especially skill set. There are two skill sets with frontline people. One is what I would call the soft skills skill set, and the other one is the typical competency-based skill set, certification of some sort. But soft skills is much more important. Ultimately, you are in service business because you care, especially in the health industry. People work as medical doctors, people work as Ayurvedic experts, people work as nurses, people work at all things because they believe in the cause. There's a mission-driven attitude. So how can we take that passion and make it into a compassion? Competency is fine, but compassion is equally important. And service industries and services differentiate themselves very well on how compassionate people are, and what matters there is selection as much as training. So that's clearly one key area of huge polishing the rough diamond to create a value. As you know, a rough diamond to a polished diamond, a good diamond cutter increases the value by at least 15 to 20 times. And some diamonds are very exceptional, obviously. Second area is processes. Services industry still is not as much process driven as ad hoc driven. Adhocracy, as I call it, not a bureaucracy. When situation happens and you scramble and get it done, and like a crisis management, we improvise very well. But I think in this case, one needs the discipline of processes, as it is happening, of course, in many of the IT, technology-based industries, service industries. So processes is very, very important in terms of creating an architecture which somehow a nation can do it as a whole process-driven nation across services sector. But processes is a second major area, whether it's a order-taking process, for example, order fulfillment process, for example, or payment process, for example, whatever they are. And we're doing a fantastic job. I mean, we have to take a pride that here is a nation which is otherwise an emerging economy, probably has the best UPI platform in the world, and we are exporting that platform now. We have to take a pride that Aadhaar, which is a biometric database of 1.3 billion people, no nation has anything like it. So we are very capable. If we decide to invest in them and make a national commitment of some sort, either as a collaboration, as we did with cooperatives in dairy products in my generation 60 years ago when I left India. It's very fascinating how dairy products where the cow will come to the house, you will milk it in front of us, etc. But today you have the massive cooperatives like Amul and many more Amuls. That cooperatives was a key movement nationally. I think one can create a similar movement around here. But how can we create processes? Next area has to do, in fact, with creating systems. Systems is infrastructure, both physical, as we add more ports, as we add more airports, as we build better highways, the services sector will benefit. In fact, my estimates runs that infrastructure that you invest, systems that you invest in manufacturing gives additional 1.5% GDP growth generally. In services, surprisingly, it's almost 2.5%. It gives a kick, it gives a multiplier. It enhances the whole services sector to a next level, which I think, so systems is very key, which is physical system, but equally important now is digital system. And the last area is one that I strongly believe in. In services industries, I'm an educator myself. I don't work for money alone. What drives me is to unlock the potential of students, potential of staff people, potential of my colleagues, etc. It's a mission-driven approach, purpose-driven. So I think we need to learn that I think somehow, how can we train our people where they believe in whatever they do at two levels? They believe in the occupation, whether you are a hospitality person, or you are a medical doctor, you are an educator, school teacher, whatever services are. But second thing is that you take a nation's pride, that I can show to the world that I'm the best. The soft power of the nation comes from people, as much as it comes from branded products. We have a whole history about product-driven soft power of Japan, from a low-quality, cheap goods in my generation becoming world-class manufacturer, followed by South Korea the same way. Today we have the Samsungs, the Hyundai in the automobile, and of course we have the LG Industries, world-class, even in most demanding nations like Germany or America or Sweden, they stand up to competition. There's a pride. There's a national pride behind those companies and the products. Same thing can happen for us about the services. And I'll give you an anecdote and I'll stop that, Vivek, if it's okay with you. I have traveled quite a lot. In my younger days when I travel, especially in Europe, first of all, they don't look in your eye with respect or admiration. Every time I go, they would all often ask me, are you a diamond merchant? Today, when I travel in Europe, they think, are you an IT professional? Isn't that interesting? With a smile, with kind of excitement, with admiration, you can see the body language of people as you travel all over advanced economies. So I think having a nation pride as a part of mission is as important as occupational training. And I was in India for 3 weeks, and I stayed in several hotels, and you could feel that some hotels create that pride in their occupation. I saw in one hotel people working for 25 years, still happy, still wanting to do more and more and more. I saw some other hotels where there were young people who really wanted to train themselves very well, but wanting to go abroad as a part of the multinational chain of hotels and hospitality industry. I will tell you last point. India, I've done a lot of work on Indian tourism actually. I was first of all surprised that out of 1.3 billion tourists in India annually, which number is large, vast majority are Indian tourism in India. Most of them has to do with pilgrimages, religious places, visiting, etc. But it's all done unorganized way. Handoff is not right in many ways. So how can we organize it? So market is actually Indian market as much as export market in tourism. Export market in tourism is going to be primarily specialty tourism or niche tourism, as you called it at the conference. There are about a dozen niche things where India is the only place to go. And there is a fantastic opportunity, not only, of course, our history and the civilization and the excellent, incredible archaeological findings that we have, or temples that we have, but also surprisingly, many of the natural areas. And again, somebody mentioned Northeast. Northeast is a fantastic opportunity if one can organize. So organizing medical tourism, and I was surprised to find worldwide medical tourism, the biggest thing is dentistry. People go abroad for dental care from America, whether you're Russian, whether you're Hungarian, doesn't make any difference whether you're Latin American or Indian, because cost of doing dental work is so high, and therefore even governments are blessing that medical tourism would be allowed and paid by the governments, such as in Canada or national health systems in United Kingdom. I can go on, but I do want to mention that fundamentally, Indian economy could not be driven where the products create services. I buy an automobile, so I need a financing, I need repair maintenance. I buy a home, same thing, I need repair maintenance, furniture, etc. Today, the reverse is going to happen. Services will generate manufacturing. There is a whole series of products in healthcare. New beds are made, new equipment is put into every patient room, for example, diagnosed. It's all services-driven manufacturing, which we have never thought about it. So one need to articulate, maybe have a position paper through SI about services generating manufacturing in India. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Very, very kind of you. Thanks a lot. It was such a pleasure to hear your valedictory address. And I'm pretty sure a lot of things have come through. And we will be in a position to take this entire agenda forward. And the new year has started wonderful. And the journey has started wonderful. And all the things are going to be something amazing under your leadership. There's a lot to learn, because we still recall how you brought MBA to India, how you brought management education to India. And people like Vivek Shankar Natarajanji, who had been giving me a lot of valuable inputs about you from time to time. And indeed, it was a great treat for my soul, my spirit, and pleasure to see you in person and to meet you and to pay my respects to you. I'm so indebted, and I become more humble. There's so much to learn from you, sir. And with that feeling and with that passion, we would like to convey our deep gratitudes and thanks to everybody who joined us today for the whole day since morning till this moment. We had a wonderful audience. Honorable Minister also dedicated and devoted more than an hour this morning, and he gave the total commitment that I would be more than happy as an education minister, external affairs state minister, to whatever I can do with the ICSI. And his passion and his devotion was that how Northeast and North India should be brought together closer as an integration part. And the vision what you have given to us We will work in that particular direction. And with that, sir, we come to the closing. And I would request Chitra ma'am to take on the journey with regard to the awards and honors. And we convey our deep gratitudes and thanks to everybody world over, whosoever joined us from the morning, 9 a.m. till this moment. There are many people. There are so many people on the YouTube. I'm just reading their names right from the morning till this moment. They're passing on comments. They're enjoying. And some of them, they are educators, they are teachers, they're academicians. I mean, it's a humble beginning, and the year has started something wonderful. And with these words, ladies and gentlemen, ICSI conveys its deep gratitude and thanks to each one of you for giving us the strength, giving us the vision, giving us the dynamism. And under the leadership of our patron and president, we are sure we will work leaps and bounds, we'll grow, we will add value to the humanity and to the universe, whatsoever best we can do. Of course, we'll bring synergy between allopathic and Ayurveda also in a humble way, nicely. That would also travel further. I fold my hands and I hand over to Chitra Kapoor, ma'am. My deep gratitude and thanks to you, sir, and everybody. Chitra Kapoor, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. And now to present the awards virtually, I would like to show a presentation in which we have compiled all the mementos which we distribute virtually to everyone. And I'm glad that sir has given me this opportunity. So just bear with me, and I'm just sharing my slide. So honors and recognition to all the dignitaries, those who have joined us today. And to begin with, the very first memento to Honorable Minister of States for Education and External Affairs. Then to Shri Dharampalji. And none other than Padma Bhushan Professor Jagdish N. Seth, sir, who's our honorable patron as well from today onwards. Immediate past President, sir, Professor Satinder Dhiman, Shri Anil Manocha, sir, whom we welcome as our President for ICSI. Professor Vivek Shankar Natarajanji, our honorable advisor from USA. Professor Paul Prontit Sri Narulaji, our past president and senior advisor. Sri A.P. Sharma ji. Professor Shyam Sundar Patnaik, sir, Director NITR. Professor R.T. Shrivastava, ma'am, from NIPA. Mr. Sachdeva Ramakrishnan ji. Rahul Agrawal, sir. Mr. Vivek Singhal. Dr. Parmeshwar Arora ji. Dr. Shilpi Mohan, ma'am. Madam Anuradha ji from Canada. Professor Dr. Sanjeev Chaturvedi, sir. Dr. Tarun Sandhu, sir. Mr. Arpit Dugar, sir. And Honorable Dr. Subhash Goel ji. Captain Swadesh Kumar ji. Mr. Amit Kumar. Mr. Subhash Verma. CPA Surya Vijay Shastri Kotamarti, sir. Dr. Priya Vishweshwaran ji. Mr. Vikas Malhotra. Mr. Sudhir Sopti ji. Engineer Dolly Basin, ma'am. Dr. Gurpreet, Madam Gurpreet Sehgal ji. Dr. Kirti Bhushan ji. Mr. Tyrone Debras. Venerable Dhamapiya ji, Honorable Bishop Sir, Reverend Bishop Sir, Venerable Ravi Medhankar ji, Dr. Pushpa Kataria ma'am, and these are the few of the award that we have presented, but I'm overwhelmed listening all of you, the way you have presented whatever you have from your own field, and it is like something enriching that has come today, and we are really, really thankful and indebted to every one of you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And the last award goes to Chitra Kapoor ma'am and her entire team. They worked very hard. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm just the face to be shown, but it's the hard work by this child, this little child of mine. She's working very hard with the entire team. I'm proud of her. And, you know, with these words, I become more humble, and I would request Professor Vivek Shankar Natarajanji to say his prayer and final remarks, and we close the session.
Well, Gulshan ji, first of all, I think I speak for myself, but I think I speak on behalf of all the awardees. Thank you for the honor, because the honor is just a significant recognition that we need to do more, and it's probably a signal that we need to be doing more. The vision that we need to be, what we need to be doing has already been said very succinctly by our patron, Honorable Dr. Padma Bhushan, Dr. Jagdish Shetty. So I think I took away a lot of things, but he brought the metaphor of the diamond. But indeed, I think today we are all going to be diamond merchants, because what is the diamond? The 1 billion plus population, the young population of India, there's all rough diamonds to be polished. And I think he really said we need to be polishing the rough edges in the service sector. So I think that's the key takeaway. And how do we accomplish that? We need some institutional mechanisms. And I hope we can deliberate on that for the next 1 year or so. And that, when you talk of polishing, that quality process, all that kind of falls into that metaphor, sir. So I just thought that was very, very, it kind of gave a very overall theme for what we need to be doing. We were also blessed in the morning with the august presence of Honorable Minister Dr. Rajkumar Singh, who kind of holds two portfolios that is very, very dear to people in this audience. One is, of course, education. Most of us here are educators, or at least have a passion for one. And if we don't have a passion for one, Gulshan ji will make us passionate about education. That is the power of Gulshan ji.
Sir wants to say something. I think
yes,
sir wants to say something.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Dr. Shet.
Sir.
No, I was basically saying so true about education. I think education, as I made comment before, if you take a grain of wheat and make it into a loaf of bread, the value add is only about 3 times agricultural commodity. If you take a rough diamond and polish it, a good diamond cutter, as I mentioned, value add is 15 to 20 times. But if you take a human being, mentor, educate, polish, the value add is infinite. All of us come from very humble beginnings. None of us knew our potential. It was somebody either in the family or at an educational institution, way back in the primary school sometimes, but definitely high school, who basically monitored you and said, you have a high potential. What can I do to influence your mind to achieve more? And at college level, that's what we do. So I believe very strongly that our real asset is our people. Now, how can we basically democratize the whole notion of uplifting everybody? And I think it requires education as a key platform, any form of education, whether it's a physical education. And I must tell you, I did not mention that, but I think the India will become a global hub for education as it used to be in the ancient days, pretty much. University concept was created in India first, then it traveled all over the world. It's very fascinating to look at the history about our ancient 3-4 major academies, as we used to call in those days. But to me, I think education becomes the backbone of how to transform the rough diamonds into finished polished diamonds. You know? I'm sorry to interrupt. I didn't mean to say.
No, Dr. Shet, actually, since you gave me that input, I'm going to talk about one specific example. 1960s, there was this young boy who came to University of Pittsburgh and who just studied under one of the greatest minds in consumer behavior, Dr. John Howard, and that they wrote the paper, the famous Howard-shaped model. So please, that has become a legend in itself. So you are a living example of how one teacher can change and how that interaction between teacher and student can lead to creating an institution. And today, Dr. Sheth has become a giver. So many people he co-authors with and he gives back. So when he's saying that he's literally polishing several diamonds. And anybody who comes in touch with him, even if they are a stone, they become a diamond. That is the power of the Guru. That is what we said in our Shastras, and Dr. Sheth is a living example, sir. So it's so honorable that you kind of mentioned that. It's such an honor to be on the same platform with you, sir. So I think we all agree on the theme of education. But Dr. Singh, who came in the morning, the minister, was also in charge of the NRIs. And it was a wonderful confluence that we had. And the vision that he set, especially for the Northeast, was very, very pertinent. I think between the two themes, everything gets encapsulated. We had a session about Chandigarh, we had a session about healthcare, we had a session about education. But in all of these, what is the takeaway? Because I think since my job is not only to propose the vote of thanks, but also to say that, give the overall theme is how do we polish the diamond that is the Indian service industry. That, Gulshan ji, I hope is the theme for the next 1 or 2 years, where ICSI can become that lead institution, that knowledge think tank, where we are dedicating our resources to this mission. How do we polish the rough diamond that is the Indian service sector? So my gratitude to everybody who spoke, and my gratitude to all of the audience, and my gratitude to Chitra ji and her team, because at the end of the day, we are all here on the front, but there is a big team that is putting us in front, keeping us the back-end team. Literally, that is the service industry happening there. These are your frontline service workers that is making this team possible. And personally, I know Gulshan ji, today has been a very challenging day. I'm not going to go into the details, but in the spirit of our Honorable Prime Minister, you're a soldier. You are soldiering in face of adversity, sir. I think there cannot be a better exemplar in terms of service leaders. So thank you for your leadership. And before I also want to thank my other guru, Dr. Satinder Dhiman, who served as the president yesterday. And my greetings to Anil ji for his successful tenure. We are all with him in this journey. So with that, sarve bhavantu sukhinaha, sarve santu niramayaha, sarve bhadrani pashyantu, ma kashchid dukkha bhag bhavet. Let us pray for prosperity on this auspicious Uttarayan as the kite is soaring. Let our imagination soar. And we've had wonderful session. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I will add on the Ayurveda prayer also with this of final prayer, Dr. Parameshwar Arora ji, which you do every Sunday. Let the world hear. Let the world hear.
Sarve bhavantu sukhinah, sarve santu niramaya, sarve bhadrani pashyantu, ma kashchid dukkha bhag bhavet. Om Dhanvantaraya Namaha. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti.
Namaskar. Thank you very much to everybody. Our deep gratitudes, and of course Chitra Kapoor, Ajay Kundal, and the girl from Northeast, that is Habung Asha, a golden team of mine, along with 40 other people who have put this show today. I'm proud of all of you children. God bless all of us under the leadership of our Padma Bhushan Jagdish, Professor Jagdish and Sheth and the new president Anil Manocha ji, and all the dignitaries those have come. Dr. Jyoti Meshram ma'am, your memento would be prepared later on because you had been very kind to join at a short notice. So that would be prepared and sent across to you. You had been very, very kind. So with these words, let's close the session. Let's call it a day. Let's pray to the Almighty that Vishwa Guru Banna hai Bharat, Bharat ka samman karo. That is the way we have to go ahead. और वो कहते हैं ना, वो मणिकर्णिका का क्या है, मणिकर्णिका का एक बड़ा अच्छा सा है, मैं भूल जाता हूँ अब एज के साथ साथ, देश से है प्यार तो हर पल ये कहना चाहिए, मैं रहूं या ना रहूं भारत ये रहना चाहिए, सिलसिला ये बात मेरे यूं ही चलना चाहिए,